face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I knew I could do it. Hey. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I live all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few. Yeah. I tried to change what I cannot undo. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more?
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm son of these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray and I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God, I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
Touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got that thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win. I was born to be bad. Go 100%. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. 'Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy, but you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life frame? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my station. You to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, yeah, oh. You've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down, down, down.
I gave my love like you asked me to. reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me.
nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to bid, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like
试试看，不过有推到平面的留住了 Minji， 打上船长的大绝，将对手给分割。台北战队是分成2-2的上下逃跑。这边的鳄鱼还在蹲点，在后面看着对面 FAK 人没有事情，但右边 SOPO 的筒子已经火烫烫开炸，
有，这一桶就超过100分。
炸到了瞬间小龙的位置，瞬间被接盘。台北战队人因为血量多剩一半被留住，而且竭力被留到，直接被秒杀了。进场的 NA 也死去，没有 AD 的一个团战瞬间打起来，但船长好像是老大前线，直接杀到了后排，被单人给包围，他直接拿下了一个下道，被定了起来，没有狙的情况下他也没有死，活着站在了最后。抓个机会，
要不要抓一下？
但被开了 ，X 抓到这边的雀巢，雀巢是瞬间被秒了，路线上太高，
这个水球，
而滑到脸上的 Eden 还没有死，左边位置女选来了，直接要开锤，虽然哈纳比也到，但后面 Driver 也来到了现场，这一波依旧是 IMP 的人多打人少，拖了一个大，哈纳比赶紧往右边退。做了一个尝试，但失败的同时要付出代价的。下来瞬间面对了 Holo， 被留在了原地，想要过墙吗？被苏海教练给限制了，但看起来没有想要退，变动了 Taco 变回来，瞬间直接举起来对面的 AD， 直接死了 ，Taco 吃了一个治愈还没有倒，右边位置包围往来，红儿看到对面3个人选择先抓 Holo 用手下的屠杀防避，后面没有技能了 ，HPS 的人员选择要退吗？没有，泰的选择过来，同时 Brand 用大绝做一个限制 ，ER 了 combo， 他 Q 竟然没中，再一定的回头 ，Taco 在前面1滴血的情况下没死，闪进过去想杀，但 Brand 没有杀到，人头由泰的拿下，
今天感觉是 Taco Day。要来偷龙了，先叫 W，
也有视野，给个视野，
帮照一下。
6300，
有没有人可以看？但立凯想要来推人了 ，BYD 这波不想要来跟你拼8龙。
这小动物变得好，
一个小动物先拼，但他好像是有被偷的。下来开团，无极风暴转了很多人，这个8龙偷到了，同时偷到了8龙 DCG， 开始全面反击，鳄鱼也是距离停下，这是一个 double kill。
在找盖墙的位置哦，
轮到我了，
没有闪啊，西维尔，
我 DCG 又有抽牌了，直接硬控西维尔，西维尔叫做一个护盾，他被抬了过来，西维尔被秒了，哇，这一波又是一个墙壁立下的大功，杰力收了一个 double， 这场比赛 DCG 的睁眼配合看似完美。
你觉得谁是最霸？今年变那么瘦，
角度啊，
角度啊，
不是啊，就那个热胀冷缩啊，
跟这样说，那现在夏天你会胖回来？第一次登陆职业，你有什么感觉？
希望可以赶快打比赛。
你会紧张吗？
没有。
他这像下巴的运动。
不行了，最近能不能再吃宵夜了？好胖。
内许，听说你这次在 PCS 有新的职位，
我现在就是新小编啦，大家好，后勤教练编啊，以后我就是后勤教练编。
到底在拍什么？我有照相权。
还请说出 BV 率3个优点。
来不及啦，想不出来啦，气啦！
你觉得今年我们会第几？第一啊。
我都看人家打了。
啊，以新人姿态出道，你觉得哪个 AD 比你强？
不是，我真的不知道有谁。好啦，你这样说，我说不知道有谁没有，
所以他没有放在眼里。你要留胡子哦？好帅哦！有啊。你想对其他动作做什么？
屁股洗好啊！
屁股下。那你觉得猫还是你的心魔吗？
我不太是啊，
不太是，不是你的对手。
不好说。
你是变胖了？
变胖很多幸福肥。
好大头，在偷拍。
你觉得 PSG 的对八是谁
有吧？
有吧？PSG 的对八是谁？
啊，没有对吧？
刚有些人有给答案，
不是我啦。
不是你哦。
对啊，不是。
那你觉得谁？
可能是下路位某蛙吧。
你下一个头发要染什么颜色？
有人帮我出钱，我就染。
啊，这个头谁帮你出的？
张文丽。
你们两个觉得谁是对吧？你有什么话想说？
没有。
你是吗？
我不是，乱讲。不能乱拍的，
再弄一次，再弄一次，
不能乱拍的啦。
多累。你们怎么挑片头拍摄的选手的？
你说为什么是选我？
对啊。
那其他4个没什么用啊。
第一次拍有什么感觉？
挺开心的。
挺开心的，很热，很冷。再不讲话。那你为什么今天是你来看？
因为他们选最老的。
那应该是小安。
哦，对，小安。
是选最帅的。
最帅的也是小安呢。
那你怎么没有走？没有在走？
我要捧杯。
哦。好，3位中路准备好吗？你们觉得谁最强？好，你们觉得谁最烂？
直接比方来。
你们觉得谁会去联赛？你怎么看？
你是故意的？
故意的。为什么你要改名叫优宝？
很可爱啊！
你本来就很可爱啊！
再更可爱啊！
想要肩膀。他真的说姐姐送你礼物。
哎，有寄钱过，就是可能红包会寄个什么数字666。
那几百万你会收吗？
哎，那一定收。
Nice stun actually connects on the Minji, but Lucian dashing forward. Okay, the gangplank ult is good.
Minji's slowing down.
Renekton maybe has a flank here. He's looking. I think J-Team, they have it in the bush. Solo kill, big flank. Oh, another massive barrel.
Oh my god.
He's just 1v9ing the game at this point.
Yes.
I think with control of this choke, it's going to be really hard for J-Team to come back in. Pretender's doing a great job of zoning them out here. A flank forward from Hollow actually hits it, and the flash ult onto Bruce. He goes down. Not Minji. Eminem, he dashes too far in. Ryu, he's got a good flank here. Solo kill actually Prowler's claws onto Minji. Is he too far in?
He's actually, it's working though. He's getting kills and there's no damage left. He just cleans everyone up. Pretender, can he get anything more? I don't think he can. Okay. Might end up, yeah, okay, Leslie gets engaged on, does not have the cleanse, has the ghost, but it doesn't end up mattering. I think Alan might go down here as well. Managed to flash out, lives very low. Cascado can't quite get the kill, but he's kiting back. Hanabi's in here as well. They have a pretty strong front line here, but Driver is on the back line. I think Cascado will get taken down here by the Fiora, and I think this is going to be a Hanabi.
A blunder, but I don't know if much
now Vice behind him, actually in the pit without flash, and Malkai's on him. I don't think there's any help here. I'm pretty sure he's just dead. Yeah, I think everyone else is moving to this. Ooh, okay, so Tide actually comes down. Oh, Tide's so low. Wow. Is he actually going to get out? The Lulu actually ends up saving him. The Akali can maybe carry this fight, does have ult. I think Akali needs to look to flash in or something here. There's no looking for something. Okay, Akali is going. I think there's definitely low health bars.
That's not enough.
Nice combo out of Pretender, but doesn't quite have the damage. I really feel like Akali played this fight way too slow. I think she probably should have ulted in way earlier. Would love to see a replay of this.
Nasty is around though. He does have the Weaver's Wall available. Kind of looking for a flank as well. 5k health on the back.
Okay, they actually turn. The flash goes in, but it doesn't really help them much. Hana has potentially the ability to get in and steal this. Okay, he gets the Cyclone. A lot of people knocked up here. Actually, huge damage coming out, and Hana manages to steal it as well. I think DCG, they just managed to 4v5 this fight.
That is crazy. Hana finds a huge angle. BYT not.
Feng has flashed very shortly. Can they punish while it's still down? The Weaver's Wall comes out. Feng is actually flashed. He gets flashed on by the Renekton. I think he is going to go down here. Really nice shot coming out from the Talia. Lots of damage going through. And Zeri, I think they actually might just clean up this fight. Maybe clean up the game.
a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you winning. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up, no, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner.
It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. I put in work around the clock, you do on occasion. Hard work pays off, you minimum waging. I'm not like you, I work till I'm making. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. Fight for what you want, don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so, they messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now 'cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw, so it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come up come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Regrets, oh, I have a few.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to week 2, day 2 of the PCS Spring Split. I'm Amelg, joined here once again by Shock OCE. And we're back for another banger day of games. Yesterday was a real treat to watch.
Yeah, I think, it was pretty interesting. After the first week of PCS, I think we had one undefeated team in sole first place, which was Impunity. And I think after one day of the second week, we have something like, 5 teams tied for first place, all at 3-1. So we thought the standings would start to shake out a bit more, and instead they've actually just kind of stacked up together.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see because, we're starting to see those playoff teams sort of start to take shape, and especially like the pecking order between them as well. A lot is going to unfold in today's games. We've got J-Team versus AS9W coming up first. J-Team looking pretty good yesterday, but AS9W on the other hand suffering a pretty crushing loss against Deep Cross Gaming.
Yeah, it was a bit of a rough one, but there were definitely signs of life. I think Aurelia had a very good game on the Aurelia, and I definitely like to see them figure out the drafts a little bit more, because I think so far they've had a lot of trouble when the AP junglers are taken away. I feel like they're just a little reliant on AD picks in the mid and top, so if they can find a way to get an AP jungler, obviously that helps, but if they don't, then they've still got to find a way to either, enable Aurelia somehow, get them a good matchup. Hopefully they take red side, which I believe they are on red side.
Should be.
Yeah.
Should be, yeah.
So I think that does bode well for them. I think having the red side should suit them pretty well.
Yeah, on the other side, J-Team, Bruce and Ansel especially, I want to highlight. They played really well on the Zero Yumi, doing really well to sort of propel J-Team in their win against Hellpigs yesterday. And yeah, I think this one will be one that they really do want to win if they want to remain in those sort of higher ranks.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And we'll take a look at yesterday's previous results. Saw CFO taking out Impunity, so taking down the undefeated team. J-Team took out Hellpigs, PSG Talon, Deep Cross Gaming took out Deutsch Team and Sim9, and finally, our last game of the day, Frank Esports to take out someone. Didn't quite see it.
Okay, taking a look at the standings. Is it? I can't count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams indeed at 3-1 each. Shock doing a good job of counting those ones up. J-Team sitting at 2-2, so this one is going to be an important one for them to win if they don't want to fall too far behind the rest of the pack. Meanwhile, Duos Team, Hellpigs, and Megabank Beyond Gaming all sitting at 1-3, and CM9 WPE, of course, yet to pick up their first win. But who knows? Tonight could be the night.
Yeah, I definitely think S9 will pick up a win at some point. Like, they definitely have shown that they have strengths on their roster somewhere. It's just they're really struggling to bring it all together all at once.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, first game, of course, Taipei J-Team coming up against S9W. Next up, PSG Talon facing off against Hellpigs, and then Deep Cost Gaming versus CFO for the third game. That one's going to be a very interesting one to watch. Same with the fourth one, actually. Impunity Esports versus Frag Esports, and to close the night off, Mega Bank Beyond Gaming up against Jewish Team. Yeah, I mean, match of the day, I'm thinking probably the third one for me. I feel like Deep Cost Gaming, they have looked very solid so far, except, their one loss that they did suffer against Impunity, it was pretty bad.
Yeah, definitely agree. I think Game 3 is the match of the day. But I think all of Games 3, 4, and 5 are pretty important. Games 1 and 2, you perhaps say a bit more one-sided, but at the same time, there's potential for upsets, right? And if they do, it does mean a lot. If Stem9 could manage to pick up their first win here over J-Team, be pretty good for them. And I think, yeah, like that third and fourth match, like both of those games, that's 4 teams there that are all 3-1, right? So we're going to start to kind of spread them out a little.
Yeah, for sure. And I think especially, in the second week, we've also seen the meta develop a little bit more as well for the PCS. Last week was, to be perfectly honest, pretty stale. We saw a lot of Lucian Nami, a lot of Zero Yumi bot lanes, and Cassante, of course, ever so present in the top lane as well. But teams have really started to shake it up. They've sort of started to figure out champions that not only work well in the current meta, but also work well for them as a team specifically. I want to highlight Rest from CFO on the Udyr top. Yeah, a really creative counterpick into the Cassante, one that we haven't really seen before much, but it really seemed to bring back really good results for them.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. The second week has been much better meta-wise, for better or worse. Taipei J-Team, they got Arue, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso on their roster. And you have to say they should be the favorites today. They had a pretty good game yesterday. They're looking pretty good in the standings right now as well.
Yeah, definitely are going to be looking to take down S9W and send them plunging down even deeper into the standings. Actually, I guess you can't go any deeper if you're already last place, but,
You can get that loss streak a bit higher.
Yeah, they really want to, what do you call it? Kick them all down, I guess? It sounds a bit mean, but ultimately, as what it is. It is a very important win for them. They are slightly lagging behind the rest of the teams who are 3-1. Their J-Team sitting at 2-2. And yeah, I mean, I guess there is still a bit of uncertainty because J-Team, they are the clear favorites in this matchup, I feel like. Although S9W, they have, shown that they are perfectly happy picking some, some niche picks, some stuff that we haven't seen before from other teams. So potentially they're going to be relying on that to catch J-Team off guard. And I feel like draft pick especially is going to come in pretty important here.
Yeah, I think I'm also looking a lot at draft and what Rel here gets, like his sort of matchup and how he plays against the enemy comp for how this game plays out. Because I think so far S9, you're right, they have tried a lot of just different stuff, but they've also made the game pretty hard for themselves in draft a lot of the time.
Yeah, definitely. Taking a look at S9W, Rel here, Fear, Columnia, YJY, and Carries. Now these guys, I really want to highlight Rel here. I feel like he was sort of the shining light for S9W in their game last night. He was on the Irelia, which was, I think, first picked as a flex. And honestly, draft, it looked like it was giving them a lot of options early on. They have some flex picks, some stuff that can potentially go into multiple lanes. Even with like the Karma as well, something that could be a mid flex as well as the support. But ultimately, it feels like when the draft ended, they had ended up losing out. So potentially some more work needed there on figuring out exactly where they want to go once they have that sort of, I guess, head start in the draft. Because it feels like they did sort of get shut down by their opponents, forcing their Irelia to go topside. Although Rel here did pilot it pretty well.
Yeah, and a stats comparison here between the junglers Lava and Fear, and actually 37 KDA for Lava. Obviously, he has been playing a lot of tank jungles, but that's pretty monstrous. He must have only died once, and given that they're what? They're 2-2?
Yeah, that is
yeah,
that is an obscene KDA. Oh my goodness.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, Lava, he has looked very impressive and dominant in the jungle, so I mean, I'd be lying if I said that didn't, or if that didn't surprise me, but still, very good. They have played similar champions, Sejuani, the Poppy,
played the exact same champions,
I guess.
And Fear actually has almost an 81% KP for his team, so definitely a pretty big, impact, at least in the early game, where a lot of those kills are kind of being picked up. So I definitely look towards him and Rel here, what they get, see if they can do something. I remember yesterday, they pretty much played that like full engage comp and they had to die in a mid, and I'm down for the creativity, but I think honestly, that comp could be pretty good in another game. That was just like kind of a weird one to pick it in. So there's definitely potential there. They are on the red side this time, so J Team on blue, S9 on red. Aurelia first banned away, so a lot of respect put towards Aurelia. I'd love to see it. Renekton and Vi taken away as well. A lot of teams do just match the Sedge when Vi is taken away. So will we see that here, or will we see a trade? Ashe is taken away too. We have seen a bit more Ashe Varus in week 2. It's been kind of exciting. Now Elise is banned and Maokai is still up. Will it be taken away, or are they willing to play into it? I feel like Maokai hasn't been quite as destructive recently, but he's still strong, I feel like.
Yeah, we did have a look at his win rate yesterday in the pre-show, and it did still look pretty scary, so gonna be looking to see if SNW choose to ban it away from the blue side first pick. They do. And first pick here, alright, Prophet Shock, what do you think it's gonna be from J-Team?
Well, Sedge is up, which is always a nice one. I actually think taking Sedge away from S9 is pretty good, because they want to play a lot of like melee and AD characters. Yeah, there we go. I think it just makes sense. It's such a good takeaway from S9, so I'm a pretty big fan of it. And obviously it's a strong pick in its own right. Like, I feel like when you're picking into Sedge, you have to pick something like, you know, the Wukong, but I really prefer the Sedge side of it.
There's the Wukong.
Is that it?
There it is.
Dude, am I seeing this draft right? Hey, will the Wukong be locked in? I think it should be, unless... Yeah, okay. Now, which bowling combo do you take? I think Zeri is normally better against Sejuani. It gives you a bit more DPS. At the same time...
Ooh, it is a solution. Okay, that's interesting, because S9W in the past, they have leaned pretty heavily on their Jhin sort of flex pick for bot and bot and support. So potentially looking at something else here. Varus is hovered.
Okay,
it's
so
gonna be locked in.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Varus in the Sedge, because I feel like it kind of makes you go on hit, or you require like a lot of DPS from somewhere else, but it is pretty good against Lucian Nami, I feel like, or at least it should be. A lot of the time we haven't really seen the pick pay off, but I think in theory it's meant to win lane. Lucian Nami obviously is picked up, very strong combo. Will be the Heimer perhaps.
Heimer definitely does feel like it suits S9W's playstyle.
Yeah, they like
potentially as well.
They like playing crazy stuff. Now this could be a Karma flex. I'd be surprised.
He's laughing it up again. He did the exact same thing yesterday when they picked Karma, so that worries me now, because they ended up, you know, not coming out too hot on the other end of the draft. So I'm wondering what that's about as we head into the second ban phase.
I think you probably want to ban blind tops, I feel like, or maybe counter mids. I think you probably want to fourth pick your mid here as S9 and just let Rel here counter pick. Although, if you want to keep the Karma Flex alive, I guess you have to last pick mid. Okay, so the Azir is banned away, which I feel like it's kind of just like a general ban at the moment. I feel like it doesn't scream anything on its own. Cassidy is still open, which you often, you know, you don't see Cassidy getting through the second phase of bans too much. Maybe J-Team will look to ban it.
Yeah, we'll see what's next in store. They really are running down the clock on these. Ahri ban, that's an interesting one.
Yeah, now Columbia did play this, I think, one time, I feel like. I know there was an Ahri yesterday, but it wasn't Columbia's, right? There was an Ahri with, like, Everfrost when she was a solo AP.
It was Columbia.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, the spellbook Ahri. Yeah, and that was a bit of a weird one for their scenario, because it feels like they needed more of a damage threat.
Yeah, that's right.
And Ahri doesn't really bring that. Obviously, she does have her own damage, but not really something you'd consider to be like a primary carry threat, right?
So Azir and Syndra both taken away.
Yeah, what do you think this is hinting towards for S9W?
I'm honestly not too sure. Kind of suggests like you want some sort of mage. Yeah, it could have been the Rise. What other mages are up? Stuff like Victor, but I feel like Blind Victor in the meta is honestly fine, but it just doesn't really have the same level of impact, I feel like.
We can actually see in his YJY's glasses reflection what champion he might be hovering there.
Wow,
it turns away.
Yeah, I actually don't know what you pick. Maybe just take the Silas away. It's reasonably good here, but it's not the best blind. Okay, so they actually go for blinding top instead. So saving that last pick for Calumnia. And it's gonna definitely have to be an AP mid last. Got a lot of AD on this team.
I do still feel like there's potential for that Karma to be flexed into mid lane. More based off of Calumnia's laugh over anything. But every time I do have a hunch, I turn out to be wrong. So we'll see what S9W end up picking last. In the meantime, J-Team looking at hovering the Akali.
Yeah, so it's probably going to be Akali top into Jax. Although, can still go mid. Definitely works as a double flex. Okay.
Ooh,
yeah,
okay.
so they actually, these are still open to interpretation, I feel like. They can go both lanes. I honestly think Karma mid here would be pretty good. Works well with the Wukong. And also I think it does pretty well into both matchups. Now, if they didn't go for Karma mid, what do you take? I mean, Sars is still enough. Ooh, the Zac mid could be the play.
Oh, it's locked in.
All
Now,
right.
is that going mid? It looks like it
Yeah, it
might
should
actually be into the Akali, right?
Yeah, it can be Jace mid still though. I think they can just swap depending on what they want. I think it probably is better to have Akali versus Zac because even though it's much harder for Akali to kill Zac, there is so much gank threat from Wukong Zac that I'm not sure Jace will even get to pressure the lane. You know, even though you'd think he'd be able to pressure him more, just there's so much threat there that I'm not sure he'd even be allowed. But Calumnia goes for the Zac. That's pretty exciting. So S9, they go for a comp. I mean, I kind of like it. I feel like the matchup for Rel here is pretty decent. And they've got a lot of options across the board. I am a little worried about the Varus Karma lane just because so far S9 haven't shown the best execution on their bot side.
Yeah, definitely. It does feel like in these team comps that they've been rolling out, a lot of them do have more of a primary focus on the bot lane doing well, and ultimately in a lot of these games haven't really been able to achieve that. So I would like to see them, you know, try and provide more resources for them so they can actually survive the laning phase. Although, at the same time, you want to be doing more than surviving when you have such a winning matchup, I feel like.
Yeah. We honestly haven't really seen the Varuses get a lot done in these matchups so far, and I don't really think it's all to do with bot lane, because sometimes it can be, you know, if your jungle or mid falls behind, it's just very hard to pressure as Varus. It's just difficult to push up the lane. But yeah, we'll have to see if they manage to get stuff done this game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the biggest point of discussion is going to be Calumnia on the Zac mid. Have you had much experience with this before, even like in solo queue or anything?
Yeah, I think Zac mid's actually really, really good. It's really tanky. It does a lot of damage. It's kind of like Udyr in that regard. You know, you can kind of just build. I believe they go the Radiant Virtue Demonic build, where it just makes you kind of unkillable and also deal a bunch of damage. And yeah, it's got like CC. The lane, I'd say the early lane is a little weak, but it shouldn't be too big a problem versus Akali. Kind of scales similarly.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really like it. I think if the enemy team doesn't have like kind of consistent tank busters, it can be, you know, really strong. And obviously when it gets ahead, it's very hard to kill from then on. You know, there's a lot of champs where if they get ahead, the bounty is still kind of claimable, right? But if Zac gets ahead, you know, ends up with a Medjay, sort of, again, very similar to Udyr is how I think of him. Just ends up being unkillable, can always like get in, get out, have so much impact. So,
I mean, I do like the sound of Udyr, you know, rested Powder pretty well. So hopefully we can see the same thing from Calumnia tonight. But in terms of the, I guess, how the lane plays out against the Akali, does he end up getting Prio in there, or is he able to help out bot lane? Because I feel like that is going to be a big point of concern for S9W.
Yeah, I'd expect him to lose priority in the early game, but I think you should get it after first base. But I think whenever like Akali's in the game, it's always more about the 2v2 rather than the 1v1. So yeah, should be able to get priority, but Akali also very, very good at those skirmishes. Bot lane River is going to be pretty important in this game.
Indeed, indeed. We are hopping into the Rift for our first game of tonight, Week 2, Day 2. J-Team up against S9W. Once again, are S9W going to be able to find their first win in tonight's game? Already starting off with a little bit of level 1 cheese carries popping the thumbs up.
Yeah, I think Zac actually killed the ward here, so significant gold lead goes over to Zac.
Yeah, huge swing for the Zac. And I mean, it does actually help him pretty significantly in his lane, you know, being able to hit that level 2 a little bit earlier.
Yeah, getting level 2 at the first wave is pretty nice. At the same time, it's not like you're really going to do a whole lot with it, I feel like. But it kind of just avoids that window maybe where Akali could look to bully you a little bit. Actually got a ward here, J-Team, onto S9's red. I think that's one thing we've really seen from the PCS. They're a big fan of their level 1 wards, you know, especially because a lot of the junglers are choosing to solo start in the meta. Just kind of confirming that information is really, really good for you.
Yeah, and I feel like S9W aren't actually aware of that either. And Fear, on top of that, doesn't have the sweeper available. So he's not going to find that out regardless. But already S9W getting a pretty good chunk onto Enzo. He's a Nami though, so we'll be sustaining that up in due course.
Yeah, there's perhaps a window here where S9 are going to be vulnerable. They don't know exactly where Lava started on the stage. And on the other side, J-Team, they know that Fear's Wukong is pathing up towards those Krugs. So if they continue to push here, they're going to have to be really respectful of the Sejuani gang.
Yeah, we have seen the level 3 Sejuani gang just clearing the bot side jungle, working out pretty well in multiple different scenarios. So we have to see if Lava goes for that this time. S9W have placed a bit of a preemptive ward in the river though. I'm surprised that it hasn't gone into the tri-bush. I feel like it would help to be able to spot that out a little bit earlier, but ultimately Lava not going to go for it and instead pathing towards his top side.
Yeah, I
doesn't
think
quite get spotted out by Calumnia.
I think maybe they aren't too scared of getting ganked here just because... Oh, hold that thought. A little bit of a back and forth trade here. Wow, actually big damage.
Yeah, YJY getting a lot onto Bruce, and so still pretty healthy after that, but we'll be able to heal him right up. Rel here trading aggressively onto Arya. Actually gets chunked down pretty low, but Arya on the backside gonna try and chase this one down with the hammer stance. See if he can actually... Ooh, doesn't quite get it, but Rel here takes 3. Gets knocked away promptly.
Yeah, top lane is very volatile, but Lava's in the area first, and Fear is on the complete other side of the map right now. So there's not going to be any assistance here for Rel here. He's going to have to navigate this situation completely on his own.
Rel here is... He's playing pretty safe, but still a little bit too far up than I'd like him to be.
He does have a ward to jump to.
Lava gonna go in for this, gets the charge, doesn't quite get hit with the shock blast, has to burn the flash to get out of that one, and overall pretty successful gank for J-Team.
Yeah, I think that's pretty rough. Rel here, the wave's in a really tough spot for him and doesn't have flash. Lava could honestly just look top again and shut him down completely. Fear will be on the bot side of the map for a very long time here, and there's no trade. It's not like they've managed to dive bot or anything like that.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be rough from Lava. Is definitely still in the area. We'll have to see if he chooses to go back topside again, but Fear, he's going to look to do his own stuff on the bot side. Ooh, YJY actually dropping very low there. Bruce trading well onto him, and he's taking down his last pot now, so honestly very good for the side of J-Team. They have... And these trades haven't always been in their favor, but ultimately they do have the sustain to be able to withstand that.
Yeah, and mid lane has been reasonably quiet. Both of them do kind of just have the TP Conqueror Doran shield, so it's pretty hard for anyone to die.
Gameplay.
Rel here is pretty far behind in terms of CS, which is not unexpected, especially given the top gank. Lots of damage traded over, but Calumnia just heals it back up.
Oh, Enzo dodging the Karma Q, but YJY on the other side of that dodging the Nami bubble as well. Wow, this is a very volatile lane for all 3 lanes, I feel like. I mean, mid lane, you know, they're still trading in on each other, not getting, you know, as much damage, but bot and top lane are really just going at it.
And Lava's in the area. There are sums up, but they're very, very low.
Well, Bruce and Enzo walking up. S9W are going to be aware of that and walk away. No vision, but you can pretty much tell from the body language and the aggression on the side of J-Team. Going to be forced to base here, and J-Team... Oh, Carrie's actually in a really good position here.
Is he?
Find out next time.
I was going to say, he's like behind 3 dudes.
Yeah, well, I mean, I feel like if he burned the Ignite, he could have potentially had kill pressure onto Enzo, especially if YJY was able to follow up with the arrow. Definitely a dicey play for sure, but I do like the direction he was going for with that, and he actually does manage to get his support item as well from that last little trade. And that's honestly huge value on his first base.
Yeah, it's pretty early, right? That's pretty good timing. I remember there was like a... I don't know what the earliest timing was, but I think I saw a tweet of like a Yumi hitting it and LCK very, very early.
Oh, really? Dropping very low. Oh, that flash order doesn't quite get him. Gonna be seething about that one. See if he can hit the shock blast.
Oh my god,
Relia still survived. The Doran's shield and potion sticking means that he is still gonna live to see another day. He doesn't have any jungle help with him though, so...
He's about to take 6.
Yeah, oh, he does still have the mana, and Arya is looking low on that himself, so Relia is actually going to be able to collect these minions up for now. And man, really unlucky from Arya, you know, flashing forward for the auto, and then hitting the shock blast as well and still not killing him. That's a tilter for sure.
Yeah, what a giga chat from Relia to stay not once but twice and actually not die at all. But pretty significant deficit for him. Even though the Jace has flashed, he obviously is falling pretty far behind in that 1v1.
Yeah, and TP already burned as well, means that he's going to lose even more minions to his tower. Harris gets bubbled up. Bruce is going to trade back in on him. That is some crazy damage on that trade. Carrie's dropping down to half HP. Calumnia looking for a trade onto Minji as well, but Lalva's in the area. He is. Wow, that is a tanky Zac already. You know, he's got the lucidity boots, which is a pretty good pickup. I mean, I'm surprised it's not the Merc treads, although I guess you don't really... It's not a necessity when you only really have to worry about the Sejuani for CC.
Yeah, I think also he probably has quite a bit of tenacity in his runes. I think if you have like Legend Tenacity and Unflinching, you can kind of get away with just building CDR boots instead. And then, you know, if you need MR, you can just buy that without having to kind of invest more gold into the Tenacity as well. So I kind of like it.
Oh, Minji -1 on the cannon there. Unlucky.
Now, bot lane remains pretty even. It is also going to be the poke Varus, which I think is sort of questionable against Sejuani, honestly. But maybe if you just kill her damage dealers, it's fine. What trade's coming out?
Yeah, he's managed to get a lot of these QEW trades, which is doing out very well for him against Minji. But yeah, as you mentioned, I am also worried about the Varus, you know, especially because it feels like without that, you know, DPS Varus on hit build or crit build or whatever Varus builds nowadays, they are sort of lacking in the damage department. They have a lot of setup, but if you don't have the damage to follow that up, it's going to look pretty rough for you when the team fights start rolling around.
Yeah, I'm pretty interested to see how they're going to navigate this game, because your split push Jax win condition, it's definitely not out of the game, but it's also not in the kind of place you'd want it to be. And the bot lane as well haven't really achieved anything out of this lane phase yet, so it feels like the only lane that's really going kind of in your favor currently is that mid lane. And Columnia, you can definitely have a pretty big impact on this game. They've actually brought Keras here.
Oh, they're missing a lot of minions on the bot side for this. Lalva does spot them out. YJY's in the area as well, so 5 members pulled up for the side of S9W. It feels like they should just give this up from the side of J-Team and settle for some plates instead. And the minion advantage as well. And yeah, S9W pick up the Rift Herald. YJY going to make that walk of shame back to the bot lane. He missed out on, I think, like two waves there, and he's going to miss out probably not on too much on this one. But definitely, you know, already being the lethality Varus, not having as much DPS threat, it's not good to fall even further behind on that regard.
Yeah, I feel like it wasn't super worth for S9. It depends how much you can get out of this Herald, because if you can end up knocking down a tower with it, then I'd say it's probably worth. If it ends up only being, you know, 2 plates shared between, say, Wukong and another lane, then that's really not worth it.
Oh, Lalva and Fear both in the area, looking at the blast cone for Fear. We'll have to see if they take it. Keras is in position as well. They are going to go for it. Lalva is going to spot them out. Throws out to Sejuani. Cyclone is popped already onto the single target of Lalva. Oh, flashes in for the second. Cyclone, but gets bubbled up. Bruce dealing a lot of damage on the backside. Fear gonna drop very low. Has got the Karma Shield to back him up. Bruce now dropping low as well. But YJY flashes forward. Doesn't quite hit the arrow. First blood going over to Bruce. Columnia and YJY looking to see what they can do. But Columnia is getting dropped very, very low. Minji is gonna get the final execution here. And gonna drop into the bloblet form now. I think J-Team are gonna be able to finish this off here. And that is a huge, devastating loss for S9W. 4 kills to 0.
Yeah, what an absolute unmitigated disaster. And also, in the meantime, Relhia got solo killed top. So, I hate to make it worse, but yeah, I feel like, I mean, we'll have to see in the replay. I feel like it didn't start out too bad, but Minji was down here first. YJY, I think, really took a long time to commit. And, I mean, that's a pretty big gold swing, I have to say.
Yeah, 3k gold lead for the side of J-Team. They don't pick up the Dragon, instead opting to base instead, which I think is definitely a smart choice. But now, you know, S9W really not put in a position to succeed. All 3 lanes behind their lane counterparts. And the Lucian Nami is especially scary.
Yeah, okay, so this started off not bad. You get quite a bit of chunk onto Lava, but I think this recommit from Fear here is kind of bad, given that Minji is here on the Akali so much earlier. I think also YJY probably needed to flash in way earlier into this fight before Fear was kind of taken out of it. But yeah, at this point, the fight is just completely over, and Columnia tries to salvage something at the back end, but it's just, yeah, a little too little too late.
Yeah, I feel like that last re-engage from Columnia was really not it. You could see even Keras, you know, he was very hesitant to even walk anywhere near that fight. Walks back a long way around and ditches the rest of his team, which I feel like it's honestly the right call. That fight was really just doomed. S9W, like right from the start when they blast cone into the waiting arms of Lalva, you can already tell it's not going to turn out well for them.
Yeah, and the shining light of yesterday, Relhia has fallen very far behind in this top lane. I think that the pathing from the junglers is definitely a big part in that. Oh, we actually might see a fight on this.
Oh, Fia started up the Dragon, but JT now looking like they're going to start taking control of that. Calumnia is still in the area, and Rift would pop for Fia, which is going to walk down to the bot side and create a little bit of extra pressure. It feels like they might still be looking at this Dragon, but it feels pretty difficult. You know, you don't have the mid priority either, and you're sort of all bunched around this bot side Tribush. Might just settle for the plates instead. I really hope they do, because this is going to turn out much worse for them. Let's take a look at how Relia died in this 1v1.
Yeah, what happened here? So he actually committed fully with the flash, and I guess just RUA has more items at this point, manages to just kite him out.
Wow, actually pretty well played from Ayo, you know, kiting it out, making sure that Relia isn't able to get any hits on him while he's running around in the cannon form. It did look pretty good for Relia during that, but Ayo seems like he knows his limits on the Jace.
Yeah, I think, honestly, that top gank, you know, 3 or 4 minutes or whatever it was, really messed up Relia's lane here. It's been difficult to recover from that, and Fia pathed towards the bot side, but bot side hasn't, you know, recouped any advantage as a result. Meanwhile, Lava, you know, solo started and pathed up, and definitely top lane has felt the jungle difference there.
Yeah, Lava seeming like he's one step ahead of Fia. At most points in this game, they have started up the Dragon as well, but Fia's looking for it. Oh, nice decoy, dodges that Sejuani ult. It's going to be a huge cooldown, and Lava now getting stunned up. Mike actually dropped very low, is going to get finished off by Calumnia. And Bruce now the second target for S9W. They're chasing him down. I think Fia might actually have him here. Flash for him carries, but Fia does end up securing that one for the side of S9W. 2 kills back their way, and potentially this Dragon as well, so good turnaround there from S9W.
Yeah, that was a really nice re-engage. I'm not actually sure what happened to the culling. I don't think it was used on the clone, but the culling kind of went missing in that fight for me. But yeah, I think after, you know, the Sedge ult is used and some other cooldowns are committed just onto the Wukong clone, really easy to just immediately go back in. And I think also, like, really nice decisiveness from S9 to immediately punish those cooldowns. If you wait too long, they're just going to be back up, right? And even though they've made a mistake, you haven't punished it at all. But yeah, really decisive. They get the engage, and they get the Dragon as well.
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of guts to do that, especially when behind. Let's take a look back at how this all played out.
Oh, the culling is actually down. Is it? Oh, no, it's bugged on the replay, I think. Okay, so I guess there's just no culling in here at all. Okay, so it's used here, but the culling just did very little damage. I think when you're this fed as Lucian Nami, you really need to get more value than that, right? Like, even though the first engage was kind of scuffed, you should still be able to win this fight, in my mind, with how far ahead you were at the time. But yeah, Bruce really kind of mismanages the fight, doesn't get much value out of his culling, and it's a lifeline for S9W in this game. Although top lane still having a few issues up here.
Seems like top lane is the lifeline for the side of J Team as well. You know, Arya, after getting that, you know, first initial gank from Lava burning Relia's flash, he's really been able to build his own lead on his side of the map, and it really shows. You know, he's already picked up the Eclipse, and J Team gonna be looking at the Rift Herald next as well.
S9, they get this bot tower in trade for the Herald, which is pretty decent. It's obviously quite a lot of gold on the Varus, which does feel good. At the same time, it's going to be pretty hard for S9 to defend their mid tower here. YJY and Kara's starting their recalls, but I'm going to be here in time. Wonder if this Herald will be used top. Maybe they just want to break it open even more.
Yeah, J Team spending a lot of resources into this topside jungle control, dropping some vision down. Not going to drop the Rift Herald quite yet, but you can see on the player gold Arya, definitely the defining member for J Team so far. Miles ahead of the rest of the competition. Lumnia and Fia sticking together for now, potentially looking to see what they can get in the mid lane, but Bruce has Gale Force and his dash and his flash and his cleanse available, so he does feel pretty safe despite, you know, that topside vision being cleared out. But, you know, good job on the side of the S9W, pretty much immediately clearing out the wards that Enzo had dropped pretty much a few seconds ago.
Yeah, and I think this Zac is, you know, Calumnia's Zac here is reasonably strong, but like you said, there's kind of, the targets aren't super easy for him, honestly. You know, the Lucian has so many tools, so does the Akali. Realistically, I feel like you have to go for RU's Jace or maybe Enzo's Nami. It's pretty hard to find an opening onto anyone else.
Yeah, especially when Enzo does have that tidal wave available to disrupt that initial engage. And it's not exactly hard to execute either. Oh, but it's actually burnt now, so Calumnia and Fia might actually have an angle for this on the flank. YJY dropping very low. Sejuani ult hits onto carries. He's gonna fall down to Arya with the TP and might chase down YJY as well, but I feel like the rest of the team are skirmishing back in the bottom river. Relia and Calumnia in the thick of it. Calumnia gets stunned up. Oh, Minji's back in onto Relia. focusing 3. Rel here does take down Lava, but Bruce is now on the chase. A lot of cooldowns burn for the side of S9W. Second Cyclone comes out, but Enzo is going to pick that one up. And Rel here and Kalemnia going to try and make it out of this one, but I don't see much hope for them here.
Yeah, this was a pretty clean 5-for-1, I think it was, at the end. Some people have respawned in the meantime, but yeah, that's how long that fight was. But yeah, I feel like at the start, if your Varus just dies so freely here, you really lack the damage at the end, right? Like, you've got a lot of beefy tanks, but you don't really have the damage to really, you know, get anything more than kind of low health bars, right? And especially when champions like Akali and Nami here, like, they're fine with having a long fight, you know, just keep sustaining, you know, kind of heal back up. So S9, I think it's a really bad way to start the fight, and then they decided for some reason to keep fighting it, and obviously did not work in their favor.
Yeah, J-Team doing a good job of finishing it. You can see the tidal wave dropped very early, and YJY on the run. But Lava picks up carries on the backside of that as well, and Arya TPing in the nick of time, manages to secure YJY in the end, as well as carries. And this 4v3 here, rather, for S9W, you have to wonder why they've opted for this. You know, Minji, he just waits out the stun, gets right in there, hits the shuriken and the perfect execution as well. And you know, at this point, it's really just doomed for S9W. They're running in the opposite direction of their base, which is, you know, not really where you want to be.
Yeah, I feel like it was pretty questionable from S9W to focus the Sejuani as well. Like, obviously it's the closest target, but at the same time, if you burn everything and kill Sejuani, it doesn't really matter, to be honest, right? Like, everyone else is still there going to do damage, and I think if a fight ever starts for S9W without getting some poke damage down before, it's already kind of lost. And in that fight, you actually ended up with your Varus kind of playing the role of like an on-hit Varus, right? Like, he was getting a lot of auto attacks off, but they just don't do as much damage.
Kalemnia does cancel that. That would have been pretty dicey for them. I'm glad he changed his mind at the end there.
Dragon is up, but J-Team, they have a lot more control.
Kalemnia's down on Lava, but does get interrupted with the Sejuani charge. Kalemnia stunning him up, does get locked down by the Varus Sword as well, and he's actually going to get picked off. Rel here getting that last hit there, but Minji's on the flank, hits 4 with the perfect execution. Let's see if he can get the second tick of that as well. Cyclone comes out from Fear. Oh no, Bruce is in a bit of trouble. Minji actually dropping to 1 HP, forced to run away here, and J-Team on the back foot at the end of that fight.
Yeah, I thought Minji, once he got that flank, would have been able to do a bit more, but just too much CC coming through. And I think this time, Lava died, but his death didn't really cause a whole lot else to go over. I'm actually going to try and maybe fight this still.
Well, Bruce is still here, but I don't think he has much else. He has already used the dash, and Rel here is jumping in with the counter-strike. Not going to have the flash available, but stuns up Enzo, who's now out of mana. Kalemnia jumping in as well. But Arya might find a window here, actually. Drops Kalemnia very, very low, and there's no Cyclone available to dissuade that re-engage. Minji TP's in as well for moral support. J-Team potentially going to pressure this tower, but I think it's hard for them to actually get close enough to hit it.
Yeah, what a crazy back and forth fight. Let's take a look at what happened in the replay. So the initial engage onto Lava. I think importantly, Sejuani has already used her Aftershock here, so now a lot of her tankiness is gone. You know, that's where a lot of that initial engage comes from. And Sej actually goes down without too much being invested. Minji has this insane flank, but yeah, just doesn't quite have the damage. And also, I really like how YJY played this fight. You know, is just completely out of it, able to just poke from a distance. So yeah, nicely executed from S9.
Yeah, Minji not quite at the point where, you know, his ult is doing a devastating amount of damage, especially when, you know, S9W members are relatively tanky, as well as having that, you know, Karma Shield on top to keep all of them, you know, safe from trouble. But still, J-Team firmly in the lead in terms of gold, and S9W, the question still remains as to, you know, what their win condition is in this game. They have got 2 dragons.
Yeah, I think you're definitely looking towards the drag win condition, and to be honest, you still have a reasonably strong 5v5 as long as you have the damage, right? Like, you've got a lot of CC, a lot of knock-ups, but will it be enough to actually close out the fight? Because it's one thing to just get the Sejuani kill every time. It's quite another to actually get anything more of it. You know, it's very hard to see this team actually doing a Baron or taking a lot of towers, and I think that's really what they need to actually win this game.
Lava sitting in the bush, might pick up Fear here, saves the Sejuani off for now. Culling drops down on Fear, dropping him quite low. YJY taking the second half of that as well, but Kalemnia dissuading any further engage by charging his elastic slingshot.
That was pretty insane value on the culling. I think almost all of them hit.
Yeah. Calamity still full HP. Gonna be looking once again. Arya and Bruce are the target. We'll see if he goes through with this.
There's no flash on
Ooh,
Bruce.
Dashed by Bruce, and Calamity are taking a bit of damage back in response for missing that E. And it's becoming a little bit more difficult for S9W to keep defending this mid-outer turret. It feels like the poke from the side of J-Team proving to be a bit much, but Fear is back once again. Sticking close to Calamity and making sure that they are covering their ults and abilities as much as possible.
I think this tower should eventually go down here. I like how low.
Oh, once again,
another Wukong clone gets destroyed.
Fear's reaction times are really on point. He's done that twice now, but Lalva still not giving up, making sure to maintain control of that bush and help, ensure that Enso is able to get into the jungle. I love that emote, by the way. Plus respect for that one.
It's kind of crazy though, because Lava, even though he walked in, okay,
Lalva's in a bit of a rough spot. Somehow manages to be on the wrong side of his W. Does get rooted up by carries and is going to get jumped on very shortly by Calamity as well. Flashes back over. Might have a potential escape route here. Cyclone from Fear hits a few members, but Rel here not going to be able to find anything to follow up with that. Minji dropped very low though, so J-Team definitely going to be on the retreat here. Lalva might get picked up here. Stun doesn't quite connect. Bubble manages to buy Lalva some time once again. YJY watches arrow, doesn't quite hit Bruce. Bruce is very low, but Arya, he's looking to get some damage of his own. Elastic Slingshot once again, gonna hit. Ooh, actually doesn't get interrupted. Pops the ultimate as well, but not hitting many members, and does end up dropping into his passive form. Rel here is trying to see what he can do to dissuade any further engagement. Minji's all the way in, he's got the perfect execution, he's got it all saved up. YJY looking like he might be the target here, as well as carries. Oh, Shuriken just goes wide. Means that Minji, while on a killing spree, isn't managing to pick up those last two kills, but overall still a very successful campaign for J-Team, surprisingly.
Yeah, will they actually start this? I think they will. There is still poke on the side of S9W, but Minji is doing a great job of zoning them out.
I think it's been spotted now.
I think, honestly, even if he can just get some cooldowns.
YJY's walking straight into Minji, trying to get the arrow, but that was so weird. I feel like he was really trying to play with fire there and, thinking he can maybe hit that piercing arrow or the empowered arrow before Minji can finish him off, but definitely was not the case, and Carrie's also copping a death because of that.
Yeah, now let's take a look at this. It was a really long fight, but I think that kind of favors the team that can keep just poking down, and also Lava's been doing a really good job of just disengaging Calamity every time he goes in, just cancels that Zaki. And then, yeah, too many cooldowns were used here, and Minji with a fantastic re-engage deals so much damage to the backline here.
Yeah, it really is the perfect angle for him. It's a shame that he wasn't able to hit that last Shuriken, because that would have meant those 2 kills, although, I mean, he picked them up later anyway. YJY decides, you know what, Minji, you deserve these. Let me hand them over to you on the silver platter. And now, J-Team with the Baron buff, definitely on the aggressive here. They have got the mid lane push and looking to move towards the bot side as well. Thea trying to fish for something. But I don't see what he can really do there. Does get stunned up. Lalva playing with fire as well, but doesn't... Oh, actually does get rooted up. But once again, it is the Sejuani, he's got the wall mogs as well, so not really too worried about the damage he takes.
Yeah, he is just so tanky here. I like the wall mogs versus the poke as well. You can kind of just...
Oh my goodness, Lalva's so on point, making sure this team is safe no matter what. Bruce, though, really feeling himself and moving up forwards, but does get knocked up by Calamity. Dashes out of that one, and that trade does end up pretty even. They have still got that sustain from Enso on the Nami, but JT now pressuring 2 lanes. S9W, I don't know how they're going to deal with this. It feels like they need to find an angle in one of these before they start getting pressured out too much. And even now, Arya also moving up to the top side as well.
Yeah, they're actually going to play 3 lanes, which is sort of risky, but a lot of the engaged tools have been used. There's no Zakar and no Varusar either. So perhaps you can look to do this.
Yeah, I think the 1-3-1 actually works out pretty well for them. They've got most people spotted on the bot side, and even if they try to threaten Minji, it feels like he can sort of fend for himself with his stealth and buy enough time. Oh, I'm not sure about that tidal wave. Lalva not able to follow up there. And so getting a little bit too ahead of himself. Shock Blast goes wide as well, but that inner turret from topside is down. And Minji still continuing to pressure this bot lane tower. Does destroy the inner turret, and the mid turret looking very low as well. Gonna go down pretty soon. The minions might actually finish it off here. YJY doesn't have much wave clear.
Yeah, they still have another whole wave of Baron. I'm not sure you can get anything else here. Maybe you can crack that top lane tier 3, and then after that just go towards a drag. Actually going to play for some inhibs instead to bring RU down.
Minji is looking... You know, it looks like he's playing pretty dangerously, but at the same time, he's not really in any real threat. Columbia jumps in, Fear dropped very low, same with carries, and Lava's just in the thick of it, but still very, very healthy. Columbia goes down, really looking to see if he can re-engage on that, but it's really not the play for him. Perfect execution, that closes the gap. YJY gonna go down as well. Fear and Carries the only two remaining members for S9W, and it looks like J-Team are gonna be taking out our first match for tonight, unless there's some heroic play. Cyclone hits 3, but he gets instantly popped by Minji. He's godlike. And that is definitely going to be the game. 27 minutes. Bruce might be to pick up carries here as well, but not quite. But overall, a very dominating win for J-Team for tonight's match.
Yeah, S9 unfortunately do not manage to pick up their first win. And I think Rel here, you know, we kind of said he had to be the shining light of his team, but I think the way the early game played out with the jungler pathing away from him, still tried to trade pretty aggressively and was ultimately punished for it. But I do want to say, the real loser of this game was Lava's KDA, because he died 3 times.
Oh no!
So that 37 KDA is gone now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he lived a hero, he died a hero. I feel like those, you know, those Sejuani charges to use to cancel the Zaki, you know, it's not something you see very often as sort of that disengage tool, but he pulled it off really well and really consistently as well.
Yeah, I think the consistency is really key because, you know, it's a pretty short cooldown. You know, Zach can just look for that over and over, but just, it was really good presence of mind to just hold the Q, you know, not to waste it, and just every time Columbia looks for that engage, you just cancel it. So that was really, really nice. I'd probably give the MVP to Lava or maybe to RUO. What do you think?
Yeah, Arya did do a very good job of generating his own lead, though I do feel like Lava, he impacted the map a lot more. You know, he saved pretty much all of his lanes, got Arya set up for success as well, which let him, you know, build his own lead as well as he did. So I would definitely give it to Lava. You know, he had the presence of mind to dodge, disengage those Zakis, and overall triumphing in the end.
Yeah, all right, buddy. But yeah, I mean, look, he lost his KDA, but he won the game, and he might have got the MVP as well. It was really nice performance from him, and I think Sejuani, that's such a disgusting champion. It goes in, it just tanks up the entire team, walks away, Warmog's back to full. Like, it's strange, right? Because he goes in, he gets all the cooldowns, but he still ends every fight on full HP.
Yeah, right, and it's just so important for them, and it feels like it really did end up shutting down Calumny on the Zac. You know, it felt like it was a pretty interesting pick into the side of J-Team, and potentially did have options for success, but when Lava is just so consistently shutting you down, and it's not really something you'd expect, right? You'd expect it to be more like the Nami tidal wave, which has a much longer cooldown, but the fact that Lava is able to do that every single time just makes Calumnia's game so much harder to play.
Yeah, and I think S9 as a whole, I feel like didn't have a great read on how they wanted their comp to actually play out, because it really feels like if you're pathing down towards that Varus Karma and they don't end up really getting anything off it, then it's kind of like, what's the point? You know, we could just be pathing to Relia. Instead, we could pick a different bot lane. So far, S9's bot lane has, I feel like, never really hit the mark. Although, to be fair, not a lot of the Varuses have done a whole lot, I feel like, into the Lucian Nami. It's been real interesting, because that first week, right, Lucian Nami was honestly not having the greatest impact, but let's have a look at some highlights here. So this was the engage. Yeah, that's right. So both the bot lane died very early in this fight, and it was just the 3 tanks that don't really have any damage left. They were just kind of getting kited around in circles, and you can see here that even though Lava, like, everything is used on me, I think he's Flash Wukong ulted here, but all 3 carries, you know, they're full HP here, right? None of them have been threatened at all, and so they can just clean stuff up. And that means there's also no pesky Sejuani to steal your kill.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, someone we also haven't mentioned, but has been, you know, a big star in these fights as well, has been Minji on the Akali. You know, he did have that one rough fight around the river, but overall you can see they're dealing the most damage. 2 champions on his team. It felt like a lot of those fights, he played it very patiently. You know, he waited for all the key abilities to go down, waited for most of the CC to be unavailable for S9W, and then, you know, that's when he strikes. That's when he really gets into the S9W backline and wreaks havoc.
Yeah, I think Minji did play a very clean game, and it was also nice of him to kind of not have any problems with the Zac mid, right? Like, it's somewhat an unexpected pick, probably not something that you practice against too much, but, you know, didn't have any problems handling it, kind of just went even in the early game, and then had a lot of impact in the team fights, so no complaints from me. And I think also it's really nice that they had the Akali as potentially a double flex. I'm not sure if they actually would have done it, but Akali is often picked into Jax, so the fact that they have that flexibility in their draft definitely bodes well for them.
Yeah, meanwhile on the, S9W, it feels like we have to mention, okay, you know what, let's mention the mid lane first, MVP going to Minji. An interesting one, I don't disagree with it. I feel like for me, I feel like Lalva deserves it a little bit more, but at the same time, I'm very happy to see Minji get it as well. As I mentioned before, he was just, so instrumental in making sure that J-Team were able to take out S9W so decisively in many of those fights.
Yeah, I think Minji was definitely flashier, in the game, and there was a lot of, 1v2s consistently cleaning up the backline. So yeah, definitely had a lot of impact. Also 78% KP is really nice, and 4,000 gold up on his opponent.
That's
definitely no slouch.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money.
Yeah, definitely asserting his dominance in mid lane. I do want to point out, S9W, it feels like their bot lane hasn't been able to find much success in any of these games, and it kind of brings the question, what's really going on with them? Because you'd assume that Carey's being the veteran player on that team, he should be leading by example, but maybe potentially that's a bit too much of a mental load for him and not able to, convert any results in his lane as well. Because it feels like they are sort of consistently losing out on their bot side, despite being in pretty favorable matchups.
Yeah, I think it might be something that's sort of like a bait from scrims almost, where like maybe in scrims, the Varus just consistently blows up bot lane and you just kind of snowball from there. So, okay, if it works so well in scrims, let's just pick it on stage. But the reality of playing on stage is that the enemy team and your team are both going to play just a bit more carefully, right? They're not going to take as many aggressive trades. They're just going to be a bit more reserved, and that definitely slows down matchups like that quite a lot.
Yeah, definitely. Feels like it's almost back to the drawing board for S9W. They need to figure out what they can do to get a win in this first round robin. In the meantime, J-Team bringing themselves up, one win further and closer to playoffs as well. Next up, we do have PSG Talon going up against the Hell Pigs. Don't go anywhere.
I'm sunning these dudes on my Usain Bolt. Yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark. I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant. My words is authentic. I tried to come clean. My heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living. The squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot.
Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offered an inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I've been knocked down but never out. I hit that canvas but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW.
Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
bad. No touching on me, I'm getting so good. Go write that check, cause I'm building too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been earning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, Greek God. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. Bet you wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win, that I win, that I win, that I win. I was born to be bad, so go 100%. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know. I got the world in my hands. I'm like a perfect diamond, I'm red. Cause all I do is win and win and win and win. You already know.
Come stand a little closer, I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head, yeah. So, darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime through in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life. So, darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you, when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been all my life when I was always down on the pavement? I was out waiting in my spaceship for you to lift me up and take me places. So, darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime through in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life. So, darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Need to know. Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down.
I gave my love like you asked me to.
Hello and welcome back to the PCS Week 2 Day 2 brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. We've got PSG Talon coming up against Hellpigs very soon, and this is a pretty important match for both teams. PSG Talon looking to be the first one to hit 4 wins, whereas Hellpigs trying to claw themselves out of the depths of 1-3 hell.
Yeah, and it's depths indeed. I think Hellpigs, they've shown a lot of interesting stuff. It's just hasn't really brought them the wins. But they've played stuff like, well, they played Darius versus Cassante. They're a big fan of the Varus Heimerdinger lane, you know, so a lot of early game pressure. And on the other side, it's actually PSG that are, I think, off the top of my head, one of the only teams that's had success. Like really, you know, not just a win, but actual success.
Yeah.
Playing something that's not, you know, your traditional Lucian, Nami, Zeri, and Yuumi, right? Like yesterday, they played Caitlyn Ashe, and they had a really dominating performance. I guess it was against Duish team, I believe.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. Will they still look for, you know, something kind of standard, or are they going to go more off meta? I'm not too sure.
Yeah, yesterday's game for PSG versus Duish team was a weird one because it really wasn't a standard game at all. We saw Duish team going up topside and pulling some shenanigans, which ultimately meant Waco on the Caitlyn pretty much just free farming for almost like 80% of the game, I want to say. So it was a pretty easy win for them. On the Hellpigs side though, I was really disappointed, and I guess have been disappointed actually for the last few games from Jungle Taco's performance. I stopped myself from saying Taco there, Taco. Yeah, it feels like, especially on the Wukong, he seems very lost at times, and he's often getting caught out, you know, where he shouldn't be. And it feels like when he does find engages, you know, his team isn't really there to follow up.
Yeah, I think what I do remember from that game is it wasn't just all on him. You know, like he is, I believe in that game, was the only real engage on his team. So most likely when you fall behind, you are going to be that one really racking up the deaths, right?
Yeah.
But I think, yeah, Hellpigs, they're kind of having trouble finding their style. I feel like they've got a lot of those creative picks, but it hasn't really meshed that well together.
Yeah, I mean, let's talk about a team that, you know, has been able to find their style so far. PSG Talon, we've got RG, Husha, Yubao, Waco, and Woody. Now, Waco and Woody, you know, on the Caitlyn Ashe, finding a lot of success, and Yubao as well on Rise, really dominating his game and really making sure that, you know, his win conditions all really played out to perfection.
Yeah, I think Yubao yesterday had, I can't even remember, I think he did get MVP for the 1v3 in the backline, but he had a really nice early game as well, just very controlled, I want to say, while the other team was, you know, kind of making plays towards the top side. He was just continuing to push in, secure that prior, really allow the Caitlyn and Ashe to play. And I think in the current meta, having mid priority is so important just because it allows your double range bot to push, you know, and if that doesn't happen, it can be a lot harder for those, you know, the Varus Karmas, your Caitlyn Ashes, etc., to really get enough done to actually make the pick work.
Yeah. Yeah, I also do feel like Yubao, especially when you're in a situation like the game was where it's really just mayhem, right? It's really not the standard sort of pace of League of Legends that you're really used to. I feel like it takes a lot of good decision making to be able to sort of, I guess, like quite literally stay in your lane and make sure that you're accelerating yourself. Because ultimately, you know, when teams are trying to play wacky stuff to try and chip you up, if you fall for that, that's exactly what they want. So he was doing a good job of, you know, staying consistent throughout the game and making sure that he is able to end up in 1v3 situations like he found himself in multiple times.
And on the other side of the roof, Hellpigs, they have Taco and Taco in their top jungle, Hong2 mid, Tide and IC8 bot side. And Tide's had some interesting performances. I feel like he's, you know, shown those signs of life, but hasn't really managed to get it over the finish line. And Hong2, I have a little bone to pick with his Azir build. He did go the Rod of Ages Azir, which I'm not a huge fan of. And to be honest, I'm just not really a fan of Azir in the meta because I think that while Azir does provide mid-priority, which is nice, he's so weak in the skirmishes against the other kind of meta mid laners that it just feels like you come online too late. You know, it's like, and it doesn't have the same payoff that something like Kassadin does. You know, I think when you're playing Kassadin, you're pretty consciously giving up a lot of that early game for, you know, pretty dominant late game scaling. And Azir, while he does do the damage late game, doesn't really feel worth it in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, I am a big fan personally of, you know, playing stuff that's sort of on the sidelines of what is the current meta, but it feels like Azir is one of those picks where it's hard to really find value. You know, I feel like when you're picking something that's, you know, outside of the boundary, you need to have a sort of clear condition for it to work, and it feels like Azir kind of just exists, and so far we haven't really seen it do much else.
Yeah, I just feel like unless you're a team that is going to really play for like that late game team fighting, just most the mid meta does just kind of range around having mid priority and early skirmishing. But here we have a stats comparison once again between the two junglers. And actually, Husha did play the Lee Sin, so something that we haven't seen from other players so far. And is this, what is this, support proximity on the bot side?
There must be support proximity, right? I think that's the first time we've seen that stat, but that's an interesting one. 32.3% support proximity for him. So definitely does favor, you know, running around with the support, making sure that him and Woody are getting stuff done on the ref. And I feel like that actually is an interesting one to track because it kind of, I mean, it's not a clear indicator of, you know, the communication between you and the support, but it's, you know, it's a good measure to make sure you're on the right track with that, I feel like, because I feel like most of the sort of early to mid game fights and skirmishes are sort of determined by which jungle and support duo are really, you know, onto it more than their opponents.
Yeah, and I think it might kind of tell more of a story of how your bot lane priority is going, because especially in the current meta, it feels often that whichever bot lane is getting priority is just getting it permanently, right? Like when you get ahead in those double range matchups, you can just keep pushing and pretty much never let the support leave the lane. You know, there's not a lot of kind of the roaming supports. Like we've seen a couple, you know, Nautiluses and Pikes and whatever, but it's definitely not the mainstay. And it's still really nice, the fact that a lot of these range supports, they can both like push and win their lane, scale pretty well, and impact with the jungler, right? Like a lot of the time, they can bring the damage, jungler can bring the CC, or vice versa, and just, you know, if you make plays as a jungle support, especially if you get your mid in there as well, it's kind of a roaming gang squad, and it's pretty difficult to deal with.
Yeah, definitely, especially with, you know, a lot of, I guess, skirmish heavy junglers, you know, like the Vi, like Sejuani, it becomes a lot more important, and it really does speak to Husha's success as a jungler. I feel like he's been pretty consistent so far in the split. Definitely doesn't hurt to have, you know, a strong top lane and mid lane by your side as well, though.
Couldn't agree more. Mid jungle support, very broken for their early game, I will say that. You know, I think top and AD, a lot of the time, feel like they provide more of the scaling. Obviously, it depends which champs you're playing, but I think those more top can't really get into a lot of the early skirmishes, and AD doesn't come online until some of the later dragons, but feels like mid jungle support kind of too important at the moment to end up falling behind it. And that always, you know, that comes back to, it makes me question when people are playing that kind of full scaling like the Azir, because even stuff like Kassadin, a lot of the times we have seen teams fall too far behind with the Kassadin to actually end up coming back. So it's definitely a choice that you have to make. PSG on the blue side actually banned Kassadin as their first ban. Helpix are respecting Waco's Caitlyn, do take it away, will not be trying any lane swaps. Vi is the second ban. I kind of like the Sejuani more, I feel like. Like both of them are really good, and Vi I think makes it a little bit simpler of just, you know, you can just walk in and press R, but I'm a pretty big fan of the Sej. It feels really, really difficult to deal with.
Yeah, especially when the jungler piloting it. Knows what they're doing. It feels like they can get a lot done, like we saw in the game we had just earlier with J-Team against SNW. One pick I am looking out for here, or ban rather, is the Ashe, because it feels like PSG Talon, you know, Waco has some proven success on it, and Woody looked very good on it as well, but the Ashe ban is going to come out. We'll see if Helpigs look towards the Ashe or not.
Yeah, so one of Elise or Maokai is going to be open here. Actually, both are going to be open here, so perhaps a trade. We might actually see some AP junglers in this game. I think I prefer the Elise over the Maokai, but here you actually don't really need to take... Okay, I was going to say you don't need to take one if you want to just trade anyway, but actually go for the Maokai. So Helpigs, yeah, going to match with the Elise. Kind of makes sense. And yeah, we might actually see some AD mids this game.
Look, I'm just happy I got one of the bans right. That's a big dub for me.
Okay, so Lucian, you could just drop Elise until third, but I'm not sure there's really anything to gain by it. Okay, perhaps there is.
Both the Lucian and the Nami together. Interesting that they're not dropping it for 3, but I guess they just want to leave the rest of their comp open. We'll see what they pick here. It's likely to be the jungle. We'll see if they go for the Elise.
Yeah, because if they don't pick up Elise here, it will get banned. But, you know, perhaps they feel like they have, you know, plenty of jungle options. Maybe they're happy with, yeah, several of them. Okay, so actually going to drop jungle. They pick up the Cassante, and they can probably ban 2 Cassante counters here. So maybe the Jax and the Gnar could be the bans, or maybe Jax Fiora.
You have to think that PSG should be compelled to ban that Elise away. It does feel like Elise gains a lot of value, you know, with Lucian Nami, a strong bot lane, especially against Zeri Yuumi, who are very, you know, dive prone. Elise is very good at setting up those situations.
Gnar is a ban. Now PSG, I feel like you should ban Elise Sejuani. Or maybe you can ban Elise Wukong, but I think it should be junglers. It's not often that you can drop your jungler in this meta. and get away with it. I feel like the meta junglers are quite a lot stronger than the off-meta junglers as well. There's a pretty big gap. What will it be? Will it be the Elise ban? Maybe they're kind of thinking about it. So actually the Sedge, okay. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Now, I still think they will ban Elise. I'm pretty sure.
I'd hope so. It feels very, very dangerous to leave that up. Face ban coming out second for Helpix. Making that Cassante lane hopefully as easy as possible. I wonder if we'll see a return of the Udyr because it does already have proven success on stage. And it would be interesting to see it again, although already PSG do have a decent amount of AP damage.
Yeah, okay, so it is the Elise ban, I think makes sense. Ooh, actually a Gragas jungle, I'm assuming, locked in.
Wow, okay.
So what do you take as your top lane answer here? We've seen Jax before, we've seen Fiora, we've seen the Udyr. Will you just go for a teamfight tank? Because I feel like Malphite can't stand up in the side lane. Obviously does do fairly well to Lucian, but I can't feel like the 1v1 would go well for you at all. Hovering the Cho'Gath as well.
Oh, that could be an interesting one. I actually kind of like that, but it's going to be the Jax.
I think it'd be too much AP.
Yeah.
Now PSG, will they go for an AD or AP mid? Ooh, the Zoe is hovered. Now this is before the Zoe buff. Perhaps will still be locked in. Thinking about it. I think I prefer Orianna, to be honest.
Yeah, they're hovering between a lot of different champions. Keeping us guessing, really. Maybe they're just randoming it and seeing what comes out. But Silas actually
okay, go for the Silas. So it has the Gragas and the Nami ults, which are pretty good. Now, what is your last pick here as Helpix? I feel like Talia is an option that's always kind of floated around in these situations. I honestly think they might go Azir just because that's what they've been picking. Okay, I actually like the Akali for more, mid-skirmishing. No, okay, I like
locked
it.
In for Hong too. Nice. Not the Azir again.
Yeah.
And I think this is the first Gragas jungle we've seen so far. So hopefully Taco 2 is going to be able to find a bit more success than he has in his previous games so far. Fingers crossed for him.
Yeah, I think a lot of this game does kind of come down to how well Taco on the Gragas can perform, because he's sacrificed quite a lot here, given that he has a somewhat weaker jungler, in order to get his team that Cassante, right? And so, yeah, I guess both the Tacos, they have a lot on their shoulders here to make sure they perform. What do you think about these drafts? Because I think Helpix, I like their draft a lot more than what they've gone for in the past. I'm still not sold on the Gragas. I feel like Gragas Akali is not a great mid-jungle, especially against Silas, who can very easily itemize MR. But they do have more options than they have around mid lane than they have had previously.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I mean, yeah, I definitely do agree that the Gragas is going to be a key point, and Taco 2 is really going to have to be able to find, or try very hard to find some value somewhere on the map. He does have the Lucian Nami to play around potentially. And I'm not too sure how the Akali Silas matchup goes, but I assume Akali gets prior in that?
Yeah, Akali normally wins this lane up by about like 10 or 20 CS, but Silas obviously isn't really picked for the lane, is picked for the skirmishing. And I think you're pretty fine with it as a blind pick, right? Like, you're always expecting to lose a little bit. But I think overall, I do prefer PSG's comp. I think that it's just, yeah, I feel like it's a bit easier. The scaling is a bit more guaranteed. But Helpix, I'm just glad that we don't see the Azir mid again. We really need some kind of early priority, some early destruction from there. And the Akali is good, right? Like, it offers kind of, in a way, what Azir offers of having priority in this matchup, but also you have the ability to just get a bit more stuck in with the boys.
We love getting stuck in with the boys. Overall, pretty standard team compositions on both sides in terms of the meta, but it's a bit same but different at the same time. PSG Talon up against Helpix for our second match tonight. Let's see if PSG can be the first ones to bring themselves to 4 wins. Now, already going into the game, I have to question Taco 2's skin choice. The Superfan Gragas, you can see the spectators zooming in on that. They're clearly not happy about it either. It feels like there are, so many better skin choices you can pick, especially on the tournament realm where you have all the skins available. What are your thoughts?
I've never thought about that before, honestly. The Gragas skin. I'm not sure which one is the best. I think the Scuba Gragas actually is pretty good.
Yeah, all the man, I can't actually remember the Gragas skins now, but like the winter one as well. I feel like that one's a pretty decent one. But I feel like regardless, this one is definitely not it. Critical blunder from Taco 2. Thankfully, Taco 1 has a much better skin choice for himself. But Archer actually gonna end up on opposite sides with Taco 1. Gonna trade pretty aggressively with the Counter-Strike available too. Gets a pretty good trade actually. Dropping Taco 1 to half HP. Still going for the trade as well with the lethal tempo available and proc. Taco 2, Taco 1 rather. I'm
spacing.
Oh my, Archer comes out way on top there. That is a huge trade for him.
Yeah.
Taco 1 does have the Doran's shield to be able to heal back up, but still, you know, makes him lose a lot of pressure in this early laning phase.
Yeah, amazing start to the lane. Now have to see what are the junglers gonna do here. Taco 2, he is in the area and the Jax is pushing, but I'm not sure there's enough health on the Cassante to really contest it. Michael and Woody, yeah, they're getting good trades down here.
Yeah. Very Yumi trading aggressively onto Lucian Nami. Now this is actually pretty clever. I've never thought about it before, but I have mentioned previously that, you know, the Lucian Nami, it actually finds its peak effectiveness at levels 2 and 3. So level 1 is actually a window for them where they actually are considerably weaker. So good on Waco and Woody to identify that and make sure they're taking advantage as much as possible before, you know, they start hitting those later levels.
Now both junglers might actually meet here.
Husha.
He has the bot priority but doesn't currently have the mid priority. Ooh, I think he's kind of in trouble here. He has the phase rush.
Yeah,
he
it's
can
trying to
just
run
walk
out
it
of there. Oh, but Taco 2 has the Predator as well. It does get popped. Heal expended for Woody. Taco 2 is still going in here.
He's still going.
I'm not sure why he's looking for an extended trade, but doesn't matter too much in the end, forcing Husha out of his own jungle and securing his blue buff for his own taking.
Okay. So I don't think anything really comes of that. There just wasn't enough prio in mid or bot to do anything more, but Husha, he did manage to get out without using flash, so can just reset and go back to that top side. The mid prio kind of going as you'd expect. Hong 2 is building up a little bit of a lead. And I think this matchup, it used to be that Silas kind of just outscaled Akali, and I think that's even worse now because the Rod of Ages makes it really, really difficult for Akai to kill in the side lane. And actually, this matchup was played at Worlds between Zeka and Scout. And in the side lane, Zeka and Silas managed to pick out like 3 or 4 solo kills. So it gets pretty insane if you do get ahead on the Silas. Actually looking for a gank here. Husha is in the area.
Oh, Archie gets the stun. Taco 1 on the run here. Does get rooted down, but is going to slide on out of there. Out of harm's way. Actually manages to save the flash as well. So good gank evasion from him.
Yeah, nicely done. Top lane CS is still pretty much even. It's kind of surprising given the low health bars. I feel like with Doran Shield and second window, it is pretty hard to ever actually kill people.
Yeah, it feels like Taco 1 already recovered from that, you know, devastating trade level 1. So yeah, nice item, I guess.
Yeah, I wonder what would have happened if he didn't get that level 1 trade, because this is actually kind of looking good for Taco at this point.
Ooh, Taco 2 trying to get revenge on Husha here. Has the Predator popped and gonna try and force him out as much as possible. It seems like the Gragas has been able to find some value so far against the Maokai, and actually going to be looking straight top as well. Archer's really far up. How does he not expect this?
He doesn't have a ward to jump to.
Might have been the flash. Gets stunned up and barreled. Burns the flash, but actually might actually...
Okay.
Wow, managed to get out with the Counter-Strike stun onto Taco 2 and the leap.
Yeah,
Flash
nice
still
escape.
used.
There's a little bit of trading coming in back and forth here. Nice dodge on the bubble as well at the back end of that. And Yubao, he actually just goes for the blasting one. So I think he still will be building the Rod of Ages, but picks up a lot of early game power here in the Oblivion Orb. Or Hong 2. Definitely pretty good for the laning phase.
Yeah, but does, you know, delay him from getting that prototype earlier a little bit. Yubao takes 6 first. But quickly matched by Hong 2. Surprise, surprise. Overall, though, pretty stable on the map so far.
Yeah.
Break from the excitement we've had. Oh, stunned up. Waco takes a pretty decent trade from Tide and IC8. Looking to see what damage they can get on the return end of that.
Yeah, the lanes so far, there has been a bit of trading back and forth, but ultimately, nothing of value has really been gained, and I think the stable lanes really favor PSG here. If there isn't too much chaos, I think the team with Zeri and Yuumi, like especially Yuumi, does just have that easy to execute late game team fighting. So I'm liking PSG's chances so far. We have to see, will Hellpix find an opening anywhere? They have the dirt completed on Ty's Lucian. So they might be able to get something done around this first dragon.
Yeah, Husha looking in on Hong2. Hong2 burns the flash, but actually gets chained up and it's rooted. Dropped it very low, but Husha, he doesn't want to be there at all. I think Hong2 might actually pick up a kill here.
Doesn't have any energy yet. I think he's got it though.
He's probably got the shuriken.
Yeah.
He's got the speed up. First blood going the way of Hong2. That's how you like to start that fight. Taco 2, meanwhile, on the bot side. Not able to get too much there.
Hong2 died somehow. I'm not sure what happened there. It started off really well, right? Like managed to get a kill in the 1v2. And then I think he died coming back to lane. I guess Yubao cheesed him from a bush, so.
Yeah, I mean, good heads-up play from Yubao, I guess. I hope we get to see that again because I'm curious how that actually unfolded. But in the meantime, bot side, Taco 2 trying to help Titan ICA get this wave in. Waco and Woody trying to fight back, but ultimately, they're going to be the first ones to base. Taking a look on the top side as well, Arja is actually struggling a little bit now into the Cassante matchup. Definitely a far cry from what we saw at level 1.
Yeah, and Dragon is actually not started here. Okay, let's take a look at the replay. So it's initially pretty well played from Hong2. I'm surprised that Husha actually commits onto this. Yeah, tries to get out with a phase rush, but can't. Does end up going down, and I guess Yubao, yeah, he just runs straight into this bush, I believe. And Hong2, if Stars isn't showing on the mid wave, like where is he going to be? Manages to cheese a kill off the back end, which is a really, really important pickup.
Yeah, definitely evens up the score, but obviously Hong2 did pick up first blood, so he gets a little bit extra gold. But definitely a good play on Yubao's side to get that return kill. It's going to get him that little bit closer to his Rod of Ages spike as well. Hong2 trading in pretty aggressively.
Yeah, pretty hard to trade into the Akali Shroud, but can just back away. Has a fair amount of sustain here. And I think PSG, they're down a bit of gold, but I'd say they're still winning, given their composition. Top lane's looking a little rough, though. Is normally pushed under tower. And Taco is actually starting up the Herald here. Does have the mid priority. And the Akali is nearby as well. Yeah. So this should be picked up.
Hong2 is pretty strong right now on the Akali, so Husha, not sure if he's aware or not, but is going to be rotating to the other side of the map. He should be aware, they have vision on it. Yubao trading in, hits the chains onto Hong2 in the Shroud, but Perfect Execution comes out. Does get rooted down twice actually, but with the second dash is going to be able to make his way out of that one. In the meantime, Rift Herald picked up for Taco 2 in the jungle.
Yubao.
Oh, Taco 2 might be looking here. Oh, flash is out actually. Probably a necessary flash. That explosive cask could have been pretty painful for him.
And actually, they might look again. They know the ults are missing. And I think Maokai and Saz, they have to feel like they're a bit stronger without these ults.
They're closing in on Taco 2 from different angles.
There's no flash.
Barrel is dropped. Ooh, the explosive cast actually knocks him to safety. We'll see if they can finish him off here. No, Yubao. Critical misplay from them means that they won't be able to pick up that kill. And now it does feel like Hellpigs, at least for the meantime, are in control. Waco and Woody trying to disrupt that on the bottom side. On the Zero Yumi, but hard to find trades that are, longer than a few auto attacks against Lucian Nami.
Yeah, Yubao maybe needs a bit more Gragas practice. I think that definitely should have been a kill picked up. Unfortunately, was not. And another kill going over to Silas would have been really, really good in this game. At the same time, though, you're still happy with the game going slowly. It just would have been a nice little extra on top. And this Dragon still hasn't been picked up at 10 minutes by either team. So a lot of scaling just been left off the board, but neither team really feels like they can commit the resources for it. Xante finishes the Jack show already.
Well, that is really early, and already, he's already been very dominant in this matchup so far. So you can only imagine it's going to get a little bit worse for Arjun until he's able to pick up his Divine Sunderer. And it seems, yeah, Hellpigs, they're winning on top, they're winning in mid. Bot lane's going alright. This is playing out pretty well for them. Oh, has to actually flash the final chapter, IC8. No flash available. Now Titan and IC8 both actually dropped very low. Wake and Woody on the other side, full HP. Somehow they managed to find a very favorable trade, but they do burn both ults as well. So you have to imagine for this Infernal Drake, might be a potential opportunity for the Hellpigs. Yubao has the Akali ult available now again. They're going to be walking down.
Yeah, they do have that mid-jungle priority. They can look to control this river and maybe look to start drag. Hellpigs, I don't feel like they can find anything here. Their bot lane is just a bit too weak. Lost a lot of health.
They do have both their ults available though, which is going to be really important if they can play their distance properly. But so far, no team really committing too hard to the Dragon. Arju finding a very long trade onto Taco. Ooh, Taco actually might be in trouble here. Leap Strike will be up soon. Does hop back in, but Taco sliding out, as you like to see from the tank DPS champion Cassante. But IC8 taking another hefty trade, and Husha now is in the area. Taco 2 is opted to go top side, so these guys are left all alone. Malco does come out, is going to root him up. Cleanse popped. Namio.
Okay, the TP does come out, so decides to disengage. Top lane, Arju picks up a solo kill and gets.
I wonder if he did that on purpose.
No, I think he thought he stepped out of the tower range, but unfortunately didn't. But still pretty good.
I feel like it's not too bad for him. You know, he denies the assist goal from Taco 2 at least. You know, maybe there's
it's a good death.
It's a good death. But good play from Husha, I think. You know, making sure that as soon as he sees that Hong 2 TPing in, doesn't go any further, because it did look pretty juicy. And honestly, if it was me on the Maokai, I would have gone for that 10 times out of 10. Clearly why I don't play jungle. But Hellpix actually picking up the first turret of the game on the top side. Most of that gold, or all of that gold, going to Taco 2.
Yeah, so he got a really good trade before, and then he fully commits on the Cassante, and I think he had it here. I think he just thought the aggro was reset, but unfortunately not. Does snipe him at the very end.
Yeah, you can see him standing still at the end there. It's the express of shame. Oh, Taco 1 actually coming bot side now. But they are maybe, I'm not sure what they're doing with their lane assignments here. You know, Titan and IC are still on the bot side. Taco 1 potentially feeling like there's not much he can do on the map until his waves start coming in. Seems like Hong 2, oh man, they seem, I don't know what they're doing. They're committing 4 people down to bot side, but because of this, Arj is able to push out top side completely uncontested. They will pick up a couple plates here for Tide, but I don't know if they can sustain it. Taco 1 actually spending TP to go back up top side. It's actually not too bad for him, I feel like.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good use of TP there. I do think that Hellpix, they've managed to pick up a lot of gold, but it is pretty much all on Taco's Gragas, which is, I feel like it's decent to have gold on him, but it's not the most valuable member of your team for sure. And I think having that long lane is actually probably better for Arj on the Jace. So there's definitely pros and cons, I think, to taking that top tower so early. Did get a lot of plate gold though.
Yeah, you can see Hellpix 2k gold ahead. In the meantime, the PSG have picked up 1 dragon. Yeah, lots of tower plate gold actually. Almost 1k more than PSG were able to pick up. So this definitely is the window in the game to, you know, try and accelerate their lead. Something that they have had a bit of trouble before in the past. PSG really just biding their time and waiting until they can hit more considerable spikes on their key champions.
Yeah, they have. Hellpigs have this lead, but I'm not sure if they can actually use it for anything. Maybe if they can pick up this next Herald and use it to break the mid tower, we could see something happen. But otherwise, Drag's not for 3 more minutes. And realistically, Drag is not a win condition for Hellpigs this game. I think by the time they'd be able to stack 4, they'd probably be pretty significantly outscaled. So gonna have to play just for fights and kind of towers and stuff instead. Actually commit a lot of members to this. Yeah. They definitely want to fight.
Hellpix committing 4. Tide is on his way up to the mid lane as well. And I think PSG should probably give this one up, but Husha is trying to see what he can gather from sitting in that bush. But I think for the most part going to be conceded. And Hellpix doing a good job so far of accelerating their lead and making sure that they're still picking up stuff and denying it from PSG Talon. But they definitely do feel like they are on the clock. They need to keep this sort of pace going. Hopefully for the next 10, 15 minutes or so. Try and build that gold lead up even more.
Yeah, now that...
Ooh, Yubel looking in. Has the Tidal Wave available and the final chapter as well. Tidal Wave... Oh, Tide on the backside, dropping the killing as well. Husha coming in to support, but there's going to be a disengage. Both ults burn for the side of Hellpigs.
Yeah, a lot of stuff used across the board, but I kind of like it for Hellpigs. Hong2 doesn't feel confident enough to go for this tower, but a lot of CS is lost on the sideline, and Hong2 actually has built up a pretty significant mid lane lead now, although still doesn't have his first item, and hopefully can pick it up now. Still doesn't have enough gold for it, actually.
On the top side, Arju has picked up his Divine Thunderous, so having a lot more luck in these trades against Taco. I wonder where this Rift Shield is going to be dropped. You have to imagine it's on that mid tower to try and take that one down. Yep, Taco 2 looking to try and open up the map even more. good looks for Helpigs. Definitely good looks. That bot lane outer turret is also pretty low as well. Hong2's going to be pushing into that pretty quickly.
Yep, this tower will go down. I think they can use this to start opening up the map, try and knock down that bot tier 1 as well. You don't want to give too much gold to Arj's Jax in the side lane. So are going to send Taku's Cassante up to clear this out. Now, Dragon's in 40 seconds. I think that if you're Helpigs, you still want to fight these. Obviously, you don't want to give the Dragon win condition to PSG, but I think it's pretty unrealistic to stack Dragons up at this point. You're probably just using the Dragon as an opportunity to fight rather than actually caring about who gets the Dragon, which I think does kind of give you some options, right? It means you can go for some really wide flanks. It means that you don't have to fully commit to stealing Dragons away and stuff like that. You can just play completely for winning that fight, or even just taking the fight afterwards.
Definitely do agree. Meanwhile, for PC Talon, feels like their options are limited for now. They have all hit their first full items, but you have to feel like Helpigs are a little bit stronger in the current moment. Despite that though, Husha and Woody looking to see what they can get onto Hong2, forcing him to take some damage. Will probably hop over the wall here with the Shuriken.
I think
no,
his E was
doesn't have it
cancelled.
used. Yeah, so actually going to be dropped down to half HP, which is going to be pretty important if there is a fight soon. You definitely don't want your Akali to start with that fight, you know, with less than full HP.
He has TP soon. I think maybe you just delay and then look for a TP flank. Actually, he has a Nami to heal him up.
Yeah, Hong2 actually now has a very good flank angle. TP coming in from both top laners as well. Dragon drops the 3k. Explosive cast dropped by Yubel. Definitely better than his last one. But Cassante has gone unstoppable. We'll see if he goes all out as well. Tidal Wave hits 3. Yubel stunned up. Waco now on the chase. And Helpigs definitely on the retreat now. Taco to see if he can do Cassante things on the back end of that. Leading them away from the rest of his team so they can get down to safety. But Waco going to chase this one down. Will likely get the kill here. Meanwhile, Hong2 finally acts on that flank that he had, but Arja is going to spot him out, and Husha, that route chases him down. Kill picked up for Husha, and really, really well played for PSG Talon. They don't pick up the Dragon, but somehow come out on top in that fight.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure what went wrong in the whole of the team fight, but I think Hong2 really mis-executed on the side. One problem of going for the flank as Akali is if you end up behind a wall, it's that you have to use your E just to get over it, and E is such a big part of Akali's damage that oftentimes it's better just to flash and then use your E for damage, you know? But here, just kind of ended up not finding anything. And I kind of want to take a replay and see what happened to the rest of the members, because it kind of felt like without the Akali to get in there and take out the Zeri or Yuumi, they just kind of stalled out of damage. Here we see Hong2 can't quite find the angle, and it looks like there just isn't really any threat onto Wako. Once Hong2 is kind of disabled on the side, like Wako just ends this fight pretty much at full HP as the Zeri, and Yubao as well. Just doesn't take enough damage to really ever be threatened.
Yeah.
PSG just as a whole positioned a lot better and just, yeah, kind of took the fight that way.
Definitely pretty rough for Helpigs. Taco trying to do as much as he can, you know, at the end of that fight, going all out on the Cassante, but by then it's too little too late. Definitely do feel like a big point for why PSG won that fight was Yubao's explosive cast at the very start. Kind of, you know, spreading Helpigs out, making them disoriented a little bit, and also just the extra damage it pumps out as well. Really forced Helpigs back. And, you know, if you reach the point in the fight where Waco on the Zeri is just chasing you down and you have nothing to do, or nothing available rather to turn around with, it just feels lost for you at that point.
Yeah. Now, Helpigs, they did manage to pick up the Dragon, but it does feel a bit like a consolation prize. I don't think it really does a whole lot for you here. And gold lead is basically the exact same. Now, you actually might look for something in the side lane.
Or pops perfect execution. Hong2 still has his available as well. It does pop it out, but he goes straight into the waiting arms of Husha. Roots him down. Bramble Smash goes down, and Hong2 goes down.
Yeah, I feel like Husha has been on top of Hong2 pretty much the entire game. I've just constantly seen him W. Maybe after he died under the tower, he's got something out for him. But they have a lot of control in this jungle. Probably can just look to start taking that tier 2 top. Now, the tier 1 is actually still up mid for Helpigs, so that kind of has to be broken before PSG can get anything too crazy.
Yeah. Well, you have to feel like this game is gradually starting to slip from Helpigs' grasp. They have lost their gold lead now, instead swinging it in the favor of PSG Talon. And we mentioned this earlier, but Taco, you know, picking up all that plate gold, after doing that, it feels like the onus is on him to, you know, start carrying these fights, where he hasn't really been able to find much impact. Actually, might even go down to Yubao here as well. Pops the stopwatch. That's not good. Hong2 is here, but he doesn't have anything available really. He does have the shuriken, but would definitely not be advisable to go in on that one. And Taco 2, once again, getting caught out when he shouldn't be.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Ooh, actually engaging on Wako, but can't quite find him. Yeah, so much gold went onto this Gragas, but just hasn't found anything at all.
Oh, Arju jumping in, does hit the does hit the counter strike, but the root comes down as well. No cleanse available anymore. Culling drops down on the backside. Who just dropped very low, but Arju tanks the rest of it. True team player Yubao popping the explosive cast and taking out ICA. Taco has gone all out on the Cassandre, but Yubao is taking all of that up. No sweat at all. And once again, PSG Talon not only getting that kill on ICA, but also taking the tower as well.
Yeah, really nice flank at the end there by Yubao. Has been practicing his Gragas ults throughout this game. He's gotten a lot better.
Gradually getting better, yeah. Hong2 looking for a trade, but yeah, very, very good for PC Talon. You know, it feels like they should have been in a bit of a power trough. But now you can see Yubao almost hitting his 10 stacks on the Rod of Ages, and the Shadow Flame competed as well. And of course, the gold difference has swung in PSG's favor. Now 3k ahead from 1k a couple minutes ago. I'm not sure what Hellpigs are meant to do now. It feels like a lot of the onus is on Hong2 and Taco to find some sort of miracle flank, but when you're up against Zero Yumi with 3 defensive combat summoners, it seems pretty rough.
Yeah, I think this next fight is going to be very tough for Hellpigs. You don't have any sums on Tide, and I think he is facing so much threat on the enemy team composition that you probably just have to give this one up. Now, you don't really have to contest dragons, but at the same time, there isn't a whole lot you can trade for it. You know, you can't really... You're not strong enough to go for enemy jungle camps. There's no side lane towers up that are, you know, kind of accessible here. So Hellpigs are just going to give this and kind of buy more opportunity to farm, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They're going to have to find a pick onto one of the carries here, but picking a Silas that's building magic resist, and yeah, like the Zero Yumi with so many combat sums, it's going to be really, really difficult.
Yeah, especially because it looks like Woody is occasionally opting to hop on Yubao as well, and that can just be really scary. You know, you've got a Silas, 10 stacks on Rod of Ages, 2 full items completed, with a Yumi, with flash up. Seems pretty hard for him to fight. Yubao going to be looking in with the chains, but doesn't quite connect. Archie as well, looking for a stun. Tide doesn't have cleanse or flash available anymore, so he's going to go down to Archie. IC8 now the next target. Yubao chasing him down, hits the chains, gets stunned up. He's on a rampage. IC8 falling down like it's nothing, and Hong2, he's got the widest flank of all time, but I don't know if they're going to be able to do anything here. Taco and Hong2, see what they can do here. Taco 2 as well is in the area, but I don't see how he can really do much here. He does get spotted out by Arjun. Yubao going to try and turn their attention to him as well, but wait, Taco hasn't gone all out quite yet. He's going to drop it very soon. You have to hope, but flashes looks for Waco, but he's already too low HP. Taco 2, now the next target. Waco going to slowly chase him down. He has to dodge the body slam here, but wait, he's going over the wall. Definitely not what you want if you're Hellpigs. Double kill for Waco, and now Hong2, the last surviving member, not going to be surviving much longer, it seems like. It does get slowed, but actually is going to make it out with the use of the perfect execution and the flash.
Ooh, might actually get chased.
He's a bit thirsty for it. If he checks this pixel bush, Hong2 might actually be in trouble. I'm not sure what the move speeds are, but well, I'm not sure what you guys are trying to do here. Maybe just trying to dissuade.
Yeah, maybe just stop the reset so you can't TP back. But that will be the Baron going over to PSG. And I think, yeah, really nice punish, especially to kill Tide with no sums here. RG managed to find the angle onto him, and Lucian's just trying to cull him off him, but it really just doesn't do anything at this point. And I think, you know, this went from Hellpigs having that 3k gold lead or something like that, maybe 2k in the early game. But like we said, it was never really blowing the game open enough for it to actually mean anything. And I think now you really see PSG is both their superior scaling comp, but also just their superior team fighting skill really showing up here. And they moved to 12-2 with a 6k gold lead and a Baron.
Yeah, definitely feel like PSG are starting to run away with this game. Let's take a look at how that all unfolded.
Yeah, so the initial engage was kind of kited out fairly well, but I think the TP from Arjo on the Jax was really, really good, and that kind of sealed the deal up there. Did end up taking Lucian down, and Hong2 can't really find anything here. There's honestly just no one that's squishy enough for him to kill. IC8 caught out as well. With the Lucian already dead, isn't going to offer much to the fight, and I feel like the rest of them here, at this point, you're kind of feeling desperate. I feel like realistically you can't contest the Baron, but you also sort of have to, right? Like the game is so far behind if you give this up and just get engaged on, and yeah. it's a tough decision. I think ultimately you're probably better off just pushing out waves and resetting, but the game does look really rough if you give that Baron up.
Yeah, it was a good engage from Husha, being able to, separate the key members of HPS. But wait, Husha's going back in again. Roots up, Tide, and IC8 as well. They're forced to run away. IC8 jumping very low. It's going to get picked off. You have to assume that Hong2 is in with the TV, dropped to half HP. Husha actually gets shut down by Taco with the explosive cast. Taco, picking up his first kill, looking pretty good. But IC8 and Tide very low. Same with Hong2. We'll have to see if PSG, they might still be able to capitalize on this despite Husha going down. But the members of Hellpigs looking to go back to the fountain and regain their HP.
Yeah, I think it was a bit ambitious from Husha. Could probably just play this a little slower, but really wanted to force the issue. And it was actually interesting because IC8 just pretty much walked out of there on 1 HP and no one really looked at him. So it was a bit of a heist, and I think that does slow down PSG's game a bit. Probably just going to have to wait for Husha to respawn, but they still have a couple waves left of Baron, although now with everyone in the base, you kind of feel like can't do a whole lot with it. At the same time, PSG, they really don't need to rush the game. Like, they outscaled, they're really far ahead. They've got Dragon coming up in a minute. If they just play it slow and steady, there's pretty much no chance they win, or sorry, no chance they lose this game.
Yeah. Something interesting is that you guys actually opted for the Banshee's Veil. I feel like that's not that great in this game. Like, it feels like it can be very easily procced by like a stray Lucian W or like a little barrel roll from Taco 2.
I think normally when you're buying Banshees on Silas, you're not really buying it for the shield at all. You're literally just buying it for the magic resist. And I think kind of makes sense here, right? Like, to be honest, there just isn't a lot of damage at all on Hellpigs, but I think a lot of it will come from their Gragas Akali. So I like it, especially if you opt not for going the Merc Treads against the Akali and Gragas early. Definitely lowers his damage output, but I think it's probably worth it at this point. Like, you're not, as long as you don't get one shot, you're just going to win, right? And I think, yeah, smart itemization out of Yubao. Maybe a little insecure, could just buy a Medjay's and a Rabadon's, but also might lose the game, so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair choice. Definitely would prefer winning the game over losing it. Something also to note is that PSG, they have got 3 stopwatches on Arja, Yubao, and Waco. So even if Hellpigs find a really good angle, it's hard for them to win this next fight. Yubao might actually find Taco 2 here. Somehow, Taco 2 keeps managing to get caught out in every game. I'm not sure. Maybe, I don't know. They've just got like GPS tracking on him or something. They just know where he is on the map at all times.
Yeah, that was actually really weird. Like, I wonder why Yubao even found him there. Okay, I think we will definitely be kind of chilling here for at least a couple more minutes, but I do think once this next Baron goes over for PSG, they probably should be able to break the base and probably win the game off it. And even if they don't, 4th Dragon will be coming up in 4.5 minutes. So lots of win conditions here for the PSG. You really kind of have to find a way for them to lose rather than the many ways they can win, right? And I feel like on the other side, Hellpigs are sort of destined to lose at this point unless they can find something really crazy.
Yeah, they need some sort of miracle from Hong2 or Taco. Tide is still doing quite a lot of damage, but it feels like it's not really enough to melt through the tanky bruises on the side of PSG. Especially when they have stopwatches available. You have to imagine it's not easy for them to step up against team composition that PSG have for themselves.
Yeah, the 3 stopwatches really just give an extra bit of safety to a comp that's already so safe. You really don't have a lot of options as Hellpigs here. I think you kind of, you almost can't do anything proactive. You just kind of have to hope that PSG mis-executes somehow, but I really don't see it happening. Maybe if we see another big dive out of Husha, you know, he's had some trouble diving towers this game. It's happened a couple times.
Yeah, Hellpigs trying to wrestle some control in the jungle, but it's just so difficult. You can see how much fog of war they're playing with. They have absolutely no vision pretty much anywhere on the map. Husha gonna try and see how far in he can get. With Woody has his pocket Yuumi.
Yeah, and with this full topside control, you probably can just start the Baron on spawn if you want. If Hellpigs come to, ooh, actually maybe looking.
Waco does have the option of sliding over the wall, so not in too much there. Husha, on the meantime, forcing IT to flash with the flank that he has. Archer taking turns, soaking up that killing. Protect Husha as well. But they're still going to remain relatively healthy. Taco 2 is in the area now, but Waco and Yubao going in. They're going to turn it around onto Waco, but he's still very, very healthy. Taco goes all out here, going to see what he can do, but ultimately not going to have enough damage. Hong2 is here now as well. This might be what they need to turn it around, but Hong2 has already dropped very low. Tide and IC8 doing a lot on the back end of that. Actually, Waco might be in a bit of trouble, but no, he's not. He's got Zeri Yumi, level 16. They're chasing him down. Tide forced to flash away. Oh, might actually pick up. Oh, the stopwatch coming in handy there for Waco. Emote popped for Tide, and Hong2, where is he? He's on the other side of the map. He's doing some sightseeing on the rift. Might get chased down here. Oh, the sampling!
He doesn't get him.
Quite connect, but Husha. Oh, no, that's not it. That's not it.
Yeah, she got him over the wall.
Yeah, oh, Hong2,
okay,
yeah.
He goes down to the burn.
And that is actually even worse for Helpix, because now his time is just so out of sync with the rest of his team. And PSG, once again, coming out extremely on top in that fight.
Yeah, I think the fact that PSG can just engage that with pretty much the Zeri face checking everything, and they still manage to win the fight is, it's just a sign of how far ahead they really are here. Gonna pick up this Baron and could honestly just reset, probably pick up the 4th Dragon as well. And I really just don't see a way PSG lose at this point. I feel like they have the superior comp. They have basically everything they need. Let's take a look at this replay. So, yeah, it starts off, honestly, I feel like kind of good for Helpix. Barker's like in the middle of the team and takes so much damage, but with the Yumi, just refuses to die. And now all the damage is gone. Helpix are a very cooldown-based team here, and with all the cooldowns gone, there's just nothing left.
Yeah, Taka 1 really not able to do, the typical Cassandre things that we've seen. He's just a bit too far behind and not really able to make a dent into PSG's tanky members. And you can see Waka here just, diving right into the tower. That's when you can tell the game is in a very rough state. He is level 17 now, got the Guardian Angel 2, as well as the Yumi, as well as, an abundance of summoners when they do come back up, available to help protect them. And it feels like Waco is really just unstoppable now on the Zeri. Taylor trying to be unstoppable on his own, doing the all-out, but there's not much coming out from that. Waco,
wow.
Oh no,
wow,
Hong2, you just can't find an angle. Tide drops the killing as well, and there's just no more key abilities left for the side of Helpix. Explosive Cast goes down, and Arch is just going straight into the tower, doesn't have a care in the world. Tide 98 might try and pick him up, does pop the stopwatch, but is going to leap strike out of that one. Thumbs up from Husha.
Yeah.
I'm actually getting a lot of damage back on Husha, but does get rid of that Cleanse. He's just evaporated from the map, and with him IC8, and with those two, likely the game for PSG Talon. That's an interesting emote. I haven't seen that one before. But it is a bit of a slow bleed. Ultimately, 34 minutes into the game, PSG, they turn it around. It was a good early game for Helpix, but it's just not enough to stop PSG from claiming their 4th win of the split.
Yes, they ended up picking up the game 21-3, and there was only that little bit of the early game where they were behind, and that was kind of to be expected just based off the draft. Now, I do think Helpix, the thing they tried where they kind of pick Cassandre into 2 bans and drop the jungler, I think that's, definitely nice creativity, but it just didn't really seem to pay off. Now, that being said, there is a pretty big skill difference between the teams, so how much can we really say from draft? I feel like a lot of those team fights, especially early before it, got to the point where they're just getting stat checked, were just played better, right? Like there were times where Hong2 couldn't really find the flank. There were times where people just died way too early on the engage.
Yeah, I feel like PSG Talon, they drafted themselves a team comp where, they still have options for skirmishing, but at the end of the day, they know they're going to eventually outscale Helpix anyway. So Helpix, despite doing a good job in the early game, trying to build up that early lead, ultimately it feels like one misstep means that the game swings heavily back in PSG's favor once again.
Yeah, I think we've said this before, but playing against Yumi feels so punishing. It's like you have to do so much to shut this champion down, and if you just don't manage for that to happen, she's got the sustain, the engage, the poke. She just offers way too much, and I feel like if you're giving over Yumi, you really need to have either enough scaling of your own that it's not too much of an issue, or just a strong enough early game that you can take care of it. And I think teams kind of tend to pick the stronger early game into the Yumi, but then it just never really finds anything, because Yumi, while she is weak early game, she is still difficult to dive. She has a lot of sums. She also has sustain. So it's like, it's not just a champion that, okay, you can just pick whatever you want to and dumpster her, right? It just doesn't really work like that.
Yeah, especially when you have such a confident bot lane like Waco and Woody. We even saw in those early levels, they really weren't afraid to step up and challenge Tide and IC8 on the Lucian Nami, really just making the most of their matchup, I feel like, and really pushing it to its limits. And you saw that, return dividends for them in the later stages of the game. They were just completely unstoppable once they reached, those higher levels, those item breakpoints. That's just so rough to deal with.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think the Jax, it was pretty good that game, I felt like. It did, I would say, wasn't like a huge impact on the game, at least in the 1v1, but did find some really nice angles in the team fights, found some nice flanks. not even sure who I'd give MVP to this game.
Ooh.
What do you think? Any predictions?
I would. Oh, that's a tough one. Either Husha or Yubao, I think. You know, Wake and Woody, they did a really good job of cleaning up those later fights, but it feels like a lot of it was set up for them by the rest of the team. Let's take a look at some of the key moments from that game.
Yeah, so this was the fight where Hong2 just couldn't really find the angle in there, and there was just a lot of damage that comes out early from PSG. There was a nice explosive cast from Yubao. Here's the other fight where Wako just engages, and actually, like, everything is used onto him, but at this point, Hellpigs were just so far behind. If you can't kill the Zeri that's engaging like that, who can you kill at that point? You just ran out of cooldowns, ran out of damage, and ran out of hope.
Ran out of hope indeed. I like that one. Feels like in a lot of these fights, Taco won, always trying to do what he can do on the back end of the fight, but it really is, you know, too little too late. He doesn't have quite enough damage to be able to 1v9 like he'd like to. And as we can see from the damage here, Husha actually doing a lot of damage by himself, but Waco topping the damage charts, as you would probably expect.
Yeah, just across the board, quite a lot of damage. I think one kind of disappointment for me is that the Gragas damage is so low. Given that he picked up all those top lane plates, you know, what must have been a lot of the gold lead would have been purely on him, and just never really seems to find the impact. It feels like maybe just giving over the Maokai and not taking Elise for it is just a bit too much.
Ultimately though, MVP going over to Yubao in the mid lane, definitely well deserved. 21.1% damage percentage, actually not that much, but the gold difference is definitely a lot, and he really was instrumental in a lot of those early to mid game skirmishes, you know, finding those chains in consecutive fashion multiple times, and really just opening up those fights for them.
Yeah, I think definitely Yubao, I think he deserves that. One thing that like really amazed me about that game is not only was he getting good at Silas, but he was also getting way better at the Gragas as the game goes on.
Even better than Taco too, you can argue.
Yeah, kudos for him mastering 2 champions at once is quite impressive. But yeah, really, he did pretty well. It's a matchup early game, the Akali versus Silas, where you kind of just have to neutralize. You got to just be a bit careful against the Akali. But actually, that one kill that he picked up, where he kind of hid in the bush and Akali walked past, that was really, really important, because I think Akali could have snowballed the lane quite hard off of that. But just giving over that kill onto the Silas snowballs so hard.
Yeah, definitely stabilizes it a lot for them, and it's rough, you know. Hellpigs dropping down to 1-4, but PSG, first team to hit 4 wins. Not too bad showing for them. Next up, we do have Deep Cross Gaming going up against CFO. It's going to be another very close game, and a very important one for both teams. We'll see you guys back here very soon. Very soon?
sell all that you had before you. And you don't need a bell when you're on the ropes too. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. I don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now. I never get enough. It's not gonna always fine. I feel like I'm in a dream. You feel the rages burning up inside. It's contagious. Begin to recognize. I know you're jaded. Get up in the vibe. Intoxicated. Get ahead of time. Inebriated. It's time to rectify. Don't tell me to wake up. It's not enough. Asleep on a wheel, not attempting to feel. You don't know who you are, but I feel like I'm in a dream. I'm in a dream now. I'm in a dream now.
Bring it back, bring it back, oh, bring it back to me. Living on the edge, somewhere in the in-between. I'm in full circle. Just when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Whoa, bring it back to me. Whoa, crashing like a wave, looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface, and when I let it go, you bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 3 for tonight. We've got Deep Cross Gaming going up against CFO. Now, this is one of the two matches we've picked to be... What's the word? What's a really good adjective?
Exciting.
Exciting. we need better adjectives than that, like on fire. Exhilarating. That's a good one.
Yeah, I like that one.
This is going to be an exhilarating matchup between the two teams, both of them sitting at 3-1, I believe. So going to be the second team to pull ahead to 4 wins tonight. I'm Amel, joined here by Shock. What are your initial thoughts on this matchup?
Well, I think a lot of it will come down to the mid lane matchup. So Deep Cross Gaming, Nesty has shown some pretty dominating performances, right? But the one game that they have lost was up against Impunity, I believe, where they put, I think it was Impunity? Now I'm second guessing myself, but I'm pretty sure it was Impunity. They had a really tough time in mid lane, and it really showed, right? Once I think Nesty kind of loses the ability to pressure the map as much, it's rough. I feel like he is such a just important part of their team, and in the meta, right? Just like mid is obviously important for helping enable bot lane. So I think if CFO can take away Nesty's ability to pressure the map either through bans or through counter picks or just like jungle pressure or whatever, I think that's like really, really key. And then CFO as well, they have a lot of strong laners across the board, and also the champion pool to back it up, right? Like we saw Rez playing the Udyr, we've seen Shin play stuff like the Draven, not the split, unfortunately, has been banned a lot. But yeah, I think CFO in general have more options and should be the stronger team, but if Nesty can find a way to impact the map, then Deep Cross have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really exciting matchup because, you know, we've seen Nesty being such a key member, as you've said before, and we've already seen the effects of when he's not. You know, it feels like DCG are lost without him being a key player in those team fights. You know, making sure the map is really opened up for the rest of the lanes to succeed. On the side of CFO, though, I mean, we saw in yesterday's game, they found an answer finally to the dreaded Cassante.
Yeah, and the answer looks good. I mean, the Udyr has looked really, really good, right? In the one sample size we've seen of it. Admittedly not the greatest, but yeah, I think it's really important to have some sort of answer to Cassante for your team, because I think something that a lot of teams have struggled with is like, okay, it feels like you can't really give Cassante, but also to pick Cassante, you have to ban a lot of champs, right? But a lot of the time, it's like if you ban, say, the Gnar and the Jax or Gnar and the Jace, like that's their team's answer's gone. But I think against Rest, he's got too many options for those to be banned away. But also, can you pick the Cassante away from him? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this draft is going to be around, you know, working around that Udyr pocket pick that DCG will know that CFO have in their back pocket. And I wonder what the top lane matchup will end up being. I feel like there's a lot of still, you know, question marks and the gray area around that. But let's take a look at the bot side, because I feel like both bot laners have proven themselves to be pretty strong.
Yeah, I think that CFO definitely, they love the early game, right? Like they've had success, you know, in previous splits playing stuff like the Draven and the Kalista, and I think they have also looked really good on the Lucian Nami. I think that one shaky game they had to begin with was on the Zerayumi, from what I believe. So initially we had some kind of questions about whether or not they could play their scaling style, but I think those questions have kind of been answered now, that they can both pick, you know, scaling comps and still execute the skirmishing quite well. Yeah, and on the side of Deep Cross Gaming, I feel like their bot lane has been a bit quieter, but I feel it's more because they're in Nesty's shadow at this point. But yeah, I would expect this mid bot to kind of be a 4v4 almost, just with how much the teams kind of play around them.
Yeah, it does feel like Cascada and Orkla, you know, generally are pretty quiet. They have, you know, shown some fire in the laning phase, and they definitely are a solid bot lane in their own right, but I feel like they really are at their peak when Nesty is able to really enable them to grow their lead and make sure that they are able to play out the team fights to their full effectiveness, because when they're able to reach that point, Deep Cross Gaming, you know, they are the Deep Cross Gaming that we've seen be so ferocious in these early games.
Yeah, I think that's actually a good point to bring up, is that when their early games get going, they look amazing. But if they can't, you know, get a lead in the early game, it does feel like, yeah, they're not really the same team in that case. So if they can pick something that will win the early game, I think it'll be good for them. On the other side, though, winning early game against CFO is not the easiest, right? Like that's a team of pretty strong laners across the board. So Deep Cross Gaming, they definitely have their work cut out for them.
Yeah, let's take a look at their roster for tonight. We've got Hanabi in the top lane, followed by Hana in the jungle, Nesty, Cascada, and Orca. Wow, that screen disappeared pretty quickly, but we got through all of them this time. And you know, I am a bit of a fan of DCG myself, so I remember all their names anyway. That's all good. But DCG, they've got their game faces on this time. I feel like they had some smiles last time, but looking
this is a big
more,
match.
This is a big match. They're looking a lot more focused. And I wonder, we saw in that day one game, Orca, he did have that. What was it, sup gap, sup diff, something along those lines written on his forehead, and he hasn't shown us anything new so far. But it is a new week now. I'm hoping that he'll bring with it a new him and write some more stuff on there. That really made my game. That just seeing that for that one moment.
Pretty good.
It shows so much personality as well. Definitely an instant fan favorite for me. But Hanabi as well, I wonder if he does have anything in his back pocket like Rested, because if he does, that can make the top lane draft even more interesting than it's already proving to be.
Yeah, he did have that really good Nara game into the Cassante very early on, so it's obviously, at least sort of comfortable playing against it. I wonder if Cassante will just be taken off the board early though, so no one really has to, deal with either picking it or countering it.
Yeah, let's take a look at CFO's roster. Rest, Gemini, Jimmian, Shun, and Slay True. Now Shun, we're going to be seeing him very soon. But of course he has been ever so dominant in that bot lane. Obviously CFO had a very rocky first game, but it feels like since then they've really quickly managed to sort of figure out what was going wrong and reshape their identity, because in that game one they were very much focused on scaling packs, and they didn't have champions that offered them a lot of control in the early game. But it feels like in every single game since then they've given themselves options, and it really does seem like what they excel at. They excel at driving themselves to those early advantages and making sure to extend those and let them close out the game relatively quickly.
Yeah, and credit to them with how quickly they've bounced back as well. Here we have the bot lane stat comparison. Actually, take a look at the gold difference at 14. So even though Cascada's been putting up a lot of damage in team fights, is consistently falling behind in the early game. And Shun, you have to say, he's kind of the king of bot lane right now, at least in that early game. So yeah, it will be really interesting to see. Also with what picks they go for. Because so far the Zeri and Lucian obviously are kind of picked a lot, but we see the Ashe there as well for Cascada, so perhaps is willing to play, I don't want to say they're off meta, but just kind of the more fringe meta picks.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like my mind is especially drawn to the gold difference between the two players, because Shun, it really does show that he prefers to focus on himself, make sure he's cementing himself an early gold lead so that he can put out that DPS in those later fights instead. And both these teams are on the same win-loss record, so there's nothing really skewing it in that regard. It does feel like Shun has the upper hand in terms of that bot lane matchup as we head into the draft.
Deep Cuts Gaming actually banned away both the Lucian and the Zeri, so they're saying, okay, we don't really want to verse Shun on the meta. Perhaps we'll take him into the off-meta territory. This could be reminiscent of what they did when they played against Mission. They just kind of, identified Mission as a problem of the team, levied a lot of mid-bans towards him, which didn't really work out. Now, will they work against Shun? The Elise is banned. Maokai is still open. I think CFO will probably just ban that away now. Also, the Rise target ban up against Nesty, I think, is a great choice. The Maokai is banned away. So, could take your choice of jungler here. Ashe is open as well. Vi is open. Sedge is open. A lot of power picks still. It'll be really interesting to see what the bot laners go for here. Will it be the Ashe?
Oh, the Ashe is a good one. Can be piloted by both Cascada and Orca, so bit of a mini bot lane flex for them. And also, very strong on this patch as well. Varus locked in response.
Should be Varus plus a jungler. I'm thinking, yeah, Sedge makes a lot of sense. So here, I think you might just want to keep your Ashe flex alive unless you have an AD or a support you really want to take away. Maybe you could take away the Heimerdinger if you're scared of that. Ooh, a Silas hovered very early here. Does have very good ults, but not often that you see it taken so early in the draft. Vi does seem like the best jungler available still, other than the Sejuani here. I think it'll be locked in. Now I'm interested, will they just reveal this Ashe flex straight away? Or are they going to try hold it? Perhaps take a different role. Xante's still open as well. But might have to be a little scared of the Udyr counter pick, which is still on the table.
Yeah, definitely no ban expended for that. So DCG looking like they're going to play around it. Nah, hovered for Hanabi. He has seen a lot of success on that, as we've stated before. So definitely a good pickup for him. It's going to be locked in. We haven't seen that locked in blind very often. But he seems comfortable enough on it, so going to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, so CFO, do you just take a pick into Nara here, or do you take a support and just ban out other supports? Given the Ashe is still a flex, I feel like it might just be better to take your top counter to Nar here. Will it be the Jax? I think Jax, Aurelia, Jace, all pretty solid options here.
Looks like it is going to be the Jax for rest.
Jax Sejuani, pretty strong combo already. CFO, I think there's probably no point putting bans bot lane just because the flex is always there. Maybe you could ban away some ADs, but I think it might just be better to ban out more of Nesty's pool. You know, try and stop him from getting anything done here in the early game.
Yeah, it feels like no matter what you ban on the bot lane, it's probably still going to be roughly the same sort of laning phase outcome. CFO, you know, the Heimerdinger is still available for them as well, so I feel like they're pretty okay with whatever DCG do end up picking for their bot lane duo.
Kassanen is banned away, which is obviously a pretty nice choice. Now DCG, I think you also, I think you ban supports here, and let's, I don't know, it's kind of hard because you don't want to ban out your own supports. Okay, so actually ban the Sylas. I think it's sort of interesting. I guess Sylas with Gnar and the Ashol is pretty strong. Therefore, will they look? I think you might just want to pick your mid 4. It's hard to say because against Nesty, I think having counter pick is really nice. Ooh, the Talia banned away. Ooh. So this is definitely Nesty's early game options limited quite a lot with the Ryze, Talia, and the Sylas all gone. Curious actually what he goes for now.
Yeah, it does feel like CFO have a pretty solid draft strategy of trying to shut down as many of Nesty's picks as possible because, you know, he is known as that player who will pick the weird champions. But CFO rapidly limiting those options.
Now, CFO, yeah, I think having support counter pick seems too important here. And Akali blind, I think Nesty might actually struggle to counter this with both Kassanen and the Sylas banned. So I actually like it, and also it further limits Nesty's champion pool. I'm really curious to see what he picks into it, and also where is this Ashe going?
It's a good pick also because Jimian obviously very comfortable on the Akali himself, so the game is definitely set up in a good position for him to carry it. Ziggs hover, I like that.
Okay, so Ziggs Ashe bot lane. It's interesting. Or I guess it could be Ziggs mid too, right?
You know, to see if this last pick. No, it's going to be the Galio. So there's actually still some options, but I have to assume it's going to be the Galio mid and the Ziggs Ashe bot lane. So lots and lots of range for the bot side of DCG. Nautilus hover as well. See, I honestly, I like the Nautilus better. I feels like the bot lane of DCG are just so squishy, but regardless, it's going to be the Jhin locked in. So double ranged bot lane, both sides, and both very squishy as well.
Okay. I have to say, I think I like CFO's draft a lot more. I feel like DCG, you're very, very reliant on the Galio, Ziggs, and Ashe getting ahead. And I think without having that reliable like late game ADC, it definitely does make killing the Sedge very, very hard. So yeah, I think CFO's draft is a lot easier to pull off, but there are definitely pretty big win cons here for DCG. You've got a really strong mid jungle 2v2. You've also got a bot lane that should be able to pressure a lot. And Ziggs is one of those champions where people kind of think of Ziggs as like a strong late game scaler, and it's not that he falls off, but it's more that Ziggs actually snowballs insanely hard. If you can get ahead and start like taking plates, blowing up towers, he scales insanely well from that point. So I think on the side of DCG, they do need to get a lead given their comp, and I think CFO, they have the tools to stop that from happening, and I do like the comp a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean CFO, I mean, we've seen the Varus Jhin already. It hasn't had much success, but it has been piloted by some of the teams that are ranked lower on the standings so far. So it will be interesting to see how they perform in the hands of, you know, some, I guess, better overall players. Maybe that's a bit harsh, but that's what it is.
Yeah, I can't say I'm the hugest fan of the Jhin support, but I think all the rest of the champs are solid. And I mean, I think Jhin, if your team doesn't fall too far behind, at least provides a bit of utility, right? But obviously, when you fall behind on Jhin, you do quickly become useless.
Yeah, we've already seen that before with the Caitlyn support, and Jhin, not going to be too much different. Regardless, though, this bot lane matchup is definitely going to be very volatile, so be interested to see where both junglers end up passing, especially early on. Feels like there's going to be a lot of defense needed. But Deep Cross Gaming versus CTBC Flying Oyster. Third game for tonight, and the first exhilarating matchup. That's the one. That's the word we used. CFO Sitting in the bushes for now. Jimmy copying a little bit of poke.
Okay, so Nesty actually opted for the Spellbook Ghost on Galio. I think these days, most people do opt for the Aftershock because it allows you to get a lot tankier, just a lot easier. But Spellbook Ghost Nimbus, it gives you this window of just, you know, every time you have Ghost up, you can engage from some pretty crazy distances just with the insane amount of movement speed you have. So high risk, high reward.
Oh, Orca stepping very far up. CFO going to be trading at exactly the same time. 2v2, both range bot laners burning their heals. But they're both level 1s. Not too exciting, but DCG do burn both the heal and the barrier. So a small win there for CFO.
I feel like health-wise, though, it is quite a bit better for DCG, and they can really start to leverage control over the lane with that. So I think it's pretty decent for DCG, honestly. I mean, it is just relatively even, right? It's not like super one-sided either way. Rest getting a bit freaky here up in the top lane. Take some orders on the way out.
Yeah, actually, Shun has had to burn all of his potions already. Is now pretty healthy, but you know, he's not going to have that extra backup sustain in case they cop a bit more poke. Cascada on point so far with the bouncing bombs. And he's also been weaving in autos pretty well as well. Channeling in that inner ADC. And really making sure he comes out on top in these early trades. Rest. Ooh. It's an okay trade onto Hanabi.
Now both junglers are starting bot side and clearing up. So will there be a 3 camp here? Gemini might actually look for it. He is here way before Hana.
DCG are going to ward. They're going to catch out Cascada. Cascada does still have the flash available, but Gemini going to look for the stun. Let's see if there's a follow-up route. And arrow from Shun. First blood secured for Gemini. That is a big pickup for CFO.
Yeah, I think, honestly, even just beyond the kill, shutting down Cascada, you know, stopping him from really just spam pushing this lane is a super big win. And also the kill under the sedge, I think, is actually pretty good. There just really aren't tools to deal with a tanky Sejuani here. There just isn't a lot of tank busting potential. So I'd say, yeah, massive win there for CFO.
Oh, the pause curse.
First one of the day, though.
Yeah, first one of the day. You know, we made it to game 3. Not too bad. Can't complain too much about that. Hopefully this one is a quick one. And we do get back into the game shortly. But, you know, lots to talk about already. It feels like CFO, you know, as you said before, let's take a look back at this replay. They were, you know, already quite low from this early trade. And the Hawkshot just barely misses.
That's rough.
Just barely misses Gemini. That's why they feel so safe. Face checking this to go and get more vision, but Gemini is here. And Cascada gets stunned up. It's good that he doesn't opt to burn the flash because, you know, ultimately he is going to die here. Good route follow-up from Sledgehammer as well. Very quick on the reaction there. And Shun, of course, with the flash forward on the arrow too. Overall, very coordinated from the side of CFO. I feel like they did get a bit lucky not getting swatted out by the Hawkshot. Overall, still DCG's loss.
Yeah, I think it is really important because as we were saying, this is another one of those bot lanes that kind of needs to get ahead. Not so much because the enemy bot lane is going to outscale you, but just more because you just fall off in the enemy composition, right? Like it's very hard to play Ziggs into something like Sejuani and Akali because there's just a lot of threat on you and you just don't really have the damage to deal with it. But we are back in the game. And this mid lane matchup, you should expect Nesty to get a lot of priority in the early game, but if he has nowhere to use it, then it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Gemini entering this top side, so actually going to be here in time in order to stop Hana from trading anything on the top side.
Yeah, Gemini all over the map. Has only got 3 camps to his name so far, but give it a feel, as I said, Juani, he doesn't care as much about clearing camps. He's already accomplished a lot. I'm going to put that one down on the CV.
He's got the kill as well, so he's feeling pretty good about himself. And yeah, the mid matchup, I mean, again, you're not really expecting it to be too bad in the 1v1. I'd actually say Akali starts to win in the 1v1 after first base. But at the same time, Nesty can still get priority. And obviously can just ult to skirmishes as well. But if your side lanes end up losing and you have nowhere to go as a Galio, that feels very bad. It's going to be like sitting there getting outscaled slowly.
Meanwhile, in the bot side, DCG getting a good amount of poke onto CFO bot laners. So still, you know, they haven't reached the point where they've completely lost control yet. They are at a bit of a deficit. But actually, CS-wise, not doing too bad.
Yep, hanging in there. Which is nice. Gemini Is he going to look for something here? Kind of don't think there's anything to look for, honestly. Might just look to reset. Seichu does spot out Hana here.
Yeah, I think interestingly enough, the Ashe Hawkshot actually missed Gemini again, so Hanabi might feel a bit more safe than he actually should be in this scenario. Rest looking in with the counter-strike, takes up all those minions. Hanabi forced to win the flash, but now Gemini, actually misses the flash charge, but he is going to get the stun down here. Might be a kill picked up for Rest. It would be good on him, but Gemini will be the one picking it up in the end. And Hanabi burning his flash very early there. Another kill needed for CFO, and Gemini doing a great job on these early ganks.
Yeah, Gemini time and time again is just finding the angles that his team needs, and even giving over a dragon for this you think is completely worth it. And he's actually gotten both kills, so...
Yeah, that is going to be one tanky early game Sejuani, definitely. Yeah, successful gank bot, successful gank top as well. You know, he's only got mid left for the trifecta.
Yeah, now Hanabi probably can cancel the base here. Actually not going to go for it. Just going to keep pushing in. Now the first drag does go over, but they still need more than that as ECG. I mean, they're actually falling behind, I feel like, as a team that sort of needs to get ahead. Also, I think Merc Tread's rush for CFO can be really, really strong here. There's a lot of APCC. Maybe looking bot again as Gemini.
Oh, DCG is so far up despite spotting him out with a hawk shot. The Jin W does go wide, but Gemini just needs one more order for the stun, isn't quite able to connect it. And DCG, thankfully, are going to make it out of that one alive, but it almost feels like that could have been disastrous for them.
Yeah, Gemini, I think he tried to predict Orc's flash there, but Orca just like wisely holding on to it, so can't actually get Ash's flash at all. There's some high-level mind games going on here. But yeah, I really want to see those Merc Treads come through. The problem I think you have here is DCG is your only AD threats really are the Vi and Gnar. I don't think Ashe really counts as an AD threat anymore. And yeah, like just between those two, they're not going to be able to put up enough damage, especially with both of them behind their counterparts here. So if you go Merc Treads, can the Galio, Ziggs, and Ashe really do a whole lot? I don't think so.
Yeah, whereas on the opposite side of that, Shun is actually opting for the DPS build over the lethality build, which is an interesting one. I feel like he could still have a lot of success with lethality, but I guess they do want a little bit more ability to be able to take down, I guess, Nesty specifically on the Galio.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because I feel like Galio with Spellbook is not really that tanky. I'm actually not sure why he went for that. I think this is just a build of the lethality game, to be honest, but it could also be that he feels like he just needs the Vamp Scepter for lane, because it is a lane where you're going to get poked a lot, right? So yeah, maybe he just thinks that if he can get through the lane, it doesn't really matter what he has as long as the Ziggs doesn't snowball too much. But interesting choice nonetheless. The Herald is up here in 20 seconds. Will DCG look to fight this? I feel like, honestly, they probably can't. I think the Sejuani is just too strong here. Gemini can kind of just 1v5 any fight right now. Like, he's just really not going to take any damage.
Yeah, I do think he hasn't actually quite cashed in all of his gold yet. He's only sitting on a Kindle Gem and a Ruby Crystal. Obviously still pretty tanky at this stage in the game. They are going to start with the Rift Herald, but jumping over the wall. So, Rest actually... I wonder why he did that. I feel like if they had just stayed in the pit, they wouldn't have gotten spotted, and now DCG have the info to work with. You can see already bot lane starting to play a lot more aggressively, and this is a bit bad for CFO because Cascade is going to get very close to his Ziggs W.
I think he can probably get it, to be honest. This is interesting because I think, honestly, even if Rest doesn't show, you can probably know that Gemini is doing that, especially because you have the Ashe, right? And I think Herald just isn't that important in this matchup. I think you just, as long as you don't let Ziggs get the Herald, it's completely fine if you just ignore it. But actually, losing so much bot lane here, if you can keep up this tower, it'll be really good. But you have to feel like in just a few more waves, this should go down.
It's definitely a bit too close for comfort to the Ziggs execution range. But yeah, CFO definitely going to need Gemini to take a better look at bot lane and make sure that that tower stays up for as long as possible, because it's still, you know, very early on in the game, not even 10 minutes yet. You really don't want to be losing your bot tower that early on.
Yeah, I think you probably want to play pretty aggressive here around bot, like really try and catch out Ziggs and Ashe, because if you can instead herald the enemy bot tower, potentially you can keep your one up for a pretty long time. And perhaps, I thought we were going to see a replay, but we did not. I wanted to see how many plates they got bot. I think it started off at 4 maybe, and they got it down to just 1 plate remaining.
Yeah, and CFO did have a bit of a gold lead, but I feel like that is going to be closing up until Gemini finds a place to set down his own Rift Herald. But yeah, that kind of gives the DCG bot lane a bit of a way back into the game after getting caught out early on and getting ganked a couple times by Gemini. That gold swing could be what they need to stay in the game.
Yeah, I am kind of surprised there was so much priority put on that Herald, because like, just bringing a couple members to do it is probably fine, but they actually brought up support pretty early, right? So they were pretty committed to getting it, and I think really you can just keep it warded and look to match. If the enemy team goes towards Herald, CFO can match, and if they don't, like, you can just keep standard lanes, which you're winning right now. So interesting choice. I feel like overall it's probably not worth it, but it does depend on how much they can get done with this Herald.
Yeah, definitely a big question mark. Hopefully Gemini has something in store, has a plan to make sure they can get a lot out of it, but it is hard for me to see an avenue for that, because you can't really see. I mean, maybe if he ganks again topside, he can drop it and get a lot more gold onto rest. But in terms of the mid lane and bot lane matchups, they're not really able to get, even close enough to the turret at all.
Now, CFO's bot lane has to reset, and also Nesty has mid priority, so this should be bot lane tower dying in the next 30 seconds or so, which will be a pretty big gold swing over to DCG. Yeah, they're definitely setting up for this. They have the bot priority. They're controlling this bot side jungle. I think it should go down.
So much vision and control for the side of DCG. It means that Cascada is just going to be able to waltz up to this turret, and it is going to get destroyed before 10 minutes. First turret going the way of DCG, and now the gold lead is just a little bit back in their favor.
Yeah, a lot of that gold though on Cascada, more than 1k ahead of Shun. The 30 CS lead, as well as all these plates and the tower.
Yeah, the fact that he picks up the solo plates as well and the solo first turret gold is really big for him, because as you can see, he's propelled straight to the top of the rankings, most gold in the game so far. Beating out Gemini, who's got 2 kills to his name.
Now DCG, do you actually want to fight this first dragon? I'm not sure you do. I think it might just be better to give the dragon and maybe swap your Ziggs into top or mid lane and just try and take more plates here.
Yeah, they do already have the first dragon insurance policy.
Yeah, exactly. It's really not too bad if you give it over. Yeah, I'd maybe like to see Ziggs going towards top here, but they're actually bringing them out towards mid, and I think there's just no chance you can contest this in time.
Yeah, they're coming so late. CFO pretty much already got it done. Yeah, dragon is slain, going the way of CFO. And that's just, a little bit of extra sort of wasted time that could have been optimized. But regardless, Cascada finds himself in the mid lane now, going up against Jimmian.
Yes, they are going to swap lanes, but I'm not sure they can actually make a lot of headway into Akali, just because it's quite scary to actually hit the tower. Oh, actually getting a lot of chance.
Does connect with Jimmian, gonna get stunned up. Oh wow, that really didn't do as much damage as I was expecting from Cascada. But it is gonna force Jimmian off that turret for now, and another play picked up for DCG.
Yes, that was really good. Nice arrow as well. I think if you can't poke out the Akali early, it is very difficult to walk up to the tower. But they get a chunk, and she doesn't have TP, so can actually look to take some more plates mid now, although Shun is rotating to that mid lane.
Definitely good looks for DCG, despite finding themselves a little bit behind in the early game, have found their own way to bring that gold deficit back up and in their favor. They're not crumbling just yet. CFO haven't been able to do much else beyond the first few minutes.
Yeah, I think CFO, they're kind of fine with this slow game state, right? If they can just stop Ziggs from accelerating further and further, they're doing pretty decent. The Herald actually will go down mid. Interesting choice. I think, yeah, it probably is the best spot, given that sieging this later on is going to be pretty much impossible. Hana might actually be out of position here.
Rough spot. Yeah, there's 3 members of CFO, but actually Gemini is going to be the one who backs out of that first. Eventually worried about Orca, but wait. Lots of CC going down onto Hana. He can't move at all. Does have to flash out, and the Nesty coming in with the Galio ult to protect his fellow teammate. Regardless though, flash expended for Hana, and really not much investment for CFO. Sure, they use 3 of their ults, but that's that's what they want to do with their ultimates at this stage.
Yeah, Jimmian can use this as an opportunity just to kind of get ahead on the side lane. Does feel good. If you can get that one item as Akali without Galio having really affected the map, you're feeling pretty good about the game state. And also the top lane matchup, I feel like Rest has been kind of quietly scaling up, and is going to be a force to be reckoned with the Sejuani here as well.
Yeah, definitely has the potential to become a menace in the game. Has picked up the Sundra now as well, so significantly stronger than Hanabi on the Gnar. Both junglers finding their way to the top side, sniffing out a potential dive. The rest still trading very aggressively onto Hanabi.
Yeah, Nosy has this jungler in the area, but Gemini is actually going to start moving back towards mid. The side, there isn't really going to be anything too much going on around top. Ooh, an arrow actually comes through and it's flash.
Forced to flash.
That's both ults down. Shun doesn't really have any mana here though.
Yeah, Cascada ulting a little bit too late and isn't able to, you know, change his mind before it's already come out. Rest, once again, he really is coming out on top of a lot of these trades. Seems pretty comfortable on the Jack so far.
Yeah, he has the Sundra already completed, so it's pretty hard for Nar to trade back at this point. Cascada is potentially going to get some more damage on this mid tower here. Next Dragon isn't for a couple more minutes, although plates have now fallen.
I would really like to see CFO make use of the ults that have come back up again. It feels like they do have a window. Gemini has picked up his Radiant Virtue already in this game. So you have to feel that their sort of mid lane 3v3 is going to be a lot stronger than DCG's.
Yeah, and I think I have to see CFO's items at this next drag, because there aren't Merc Treads completed except for on the Sejuani so far. But I think they are just stronger in the fight right now. Galio has yet to pick up his Mythic, so Nesty going to be significantly weaker than Jimmy in this team fight. They do have Mega Knight on Hanabi, but it's swiftly running out.
Both teams committing a lot of members, 5 whole members from each side. They really want this Rift Herald. Seems like a lot of commitment for, you know, honestly not that big of an objective, especially considering the Dragon is coming up in a minute. But DCG, they're making their way in. Stun does drop onto Nesty. Pops the stopwatch as well. Rest. Stunning someone up. Hana is already down. The curtain call is still active, and Jimmy finding his way into the backline. Orca drops down. Hanabi is next on the chopping block. Jimmy manages to avoid the biggest center damage from Cascada's ultimate, but CFO picking up a couple of easy kills.
I think it's kind of insane that DCG tried to contest that, honestly, because you don't even have your completed item on Galio. You would just run out of the Mega Knight, and the enemy team is so much stronger than you right now. Feels like it would just be... Oh, Rest actually going for it.
Oh, actually does pick up the kill. Is going to fall down in return. 1 for 1.
But yeah, DCG, I feel like they were probably better off just pushing down mid and maybe getting something with the Ziggs. Instead, they opt into a fight that just... I don't really think they can win it. Like, you really need poke to land before this fight starts as DCG. But CFO, they started with all 5 members at full HP. And there's just, yeah, there's just not enough damage here, really. Especially with Galio not even having his completed item. And Jimmy plays it pretty well on the backline. Zones out 3 members and deals a ton of damage and still gets out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was on purpose or not, but Gemini... Oh, arrow goes wide. Gemini actually, in the last fight, he interrupts Nesty's taunt animation almost instantly. And without that, Nesty really isn't much of a champion. You know, he's relying on that AoE taunt to provide that CC for the rest of his team. Gemini going in very aggressively onto Orca. Doesn't find the last auto for the stun. Oh, does. No vision, though. But DCG are on the Dragon. They might find themselves a little bit stuck here. Jimmy is on the back end as well. If they try to get out of the back of the pit, he jumps in with the perfect execution. The Galio ult is popped in returns. Jimmy's going to get knocked up, but still, no, not too vulnerable. He is dropping a little bit low now. Gemini's ult goes way wide, but Rest now on the back line. Cascada's got no mana. Gulping up some fruit while he tries to fight for his life. But DCG managing to narrowly escape that one with 0 casualties.
Yes, they do manage to pick up the Dragon. I like how at the end of that, Rest was kind of debating in his head whether or not he should go for the 1v4 or not. And he was pretty close to taking it, I think.
Yeah, and now DCG, oh, actually, you know, kill that Rift Herald pretty quickly. So CFO not finding much value from the Rift Herald itself. But of course, it feels like earlier the main objective was that fight. Arrow. Looking for Jimmy, but I don't think it's on target. Good attempt, though. Jimmy is definitely quite vulnerable right now, especially considering Hanabi is in his mega form. But DCG forced to cop a few bases because, you know, they lost so hard in that early fight, and it means that CFO are likely going to be picking up this mid turret. The Ziggs ult is available to try and clear the wave, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough.
Looks like it will go down here. The Ziggs ult does come through. Actually, a lot of damage. Maybe they can't go for it.
Wow, actually, turret surviving just barely. Cascada saves its life. CFO, though, still feels like they're slightly on the front foot.
Yeah, Rest is quickly becoming an issue in the side lane here. Oh, actually, a flash forward.
Flashing forward, rooted. Curtain call drops, but it's not even needed. Cascada drops almost instantly, and Orca is next. Double kill picked up for Shun. Rest is here as well. Doesn't quite connect with the counter-strike.
Yeah, that was very decisive from CFO. They just noticed that Cascada too far up on that mid wave, an ADC classic without sums, and it's just caught, and they pick up 2 kills, and the game is really getting away from DCG here. I don't think you can afford to fall behind as Ash and Ziggs, and here you are, down 3k gold. You do potentially have Dragon win conditions, but it gets harder and harder to contest the more you fall behind.
Yeah, may need to introduce Cascada to Praetor from the LCO. You know, getting caught on that mid wave, feeling a bit too comfortable. Very ballsy play from Shun, flashing forward and securing that initial CC means that Cascada is pretty much as good as dead. A good coordination from Shun and Slaytru to make sure that the CC is chained, leaving him with no escape. And Shun now pulling ahead just slightly in terms of the overall gold. Has got a shield bow to his name so far, so not at a big sort of power spike for the DPS Varus, but gradually making his way there, is building towards the wit's end as well.
Gemini, he is around mid, could just look again. Won't find anything just yet. And next Dragon is in 2 more minutes. And CFO, you have to be thinking they really want to fight this. They can extend their lead here pretty hard, and as long as they don't let Cascada and Orca poke before the fight starts, they should have no trouble winning a 5v5. There really just isn't enough damage right now. It's pretty much all poke damage, very little sustained damage, and Sejuani with the Merc Treads with the magic resist, she's going to be virtually unkillable.
Yeah, triple Merc Threads. Merc Treads. Picked up for CFO. Hana is going to vault break out of this. Oh, Ashel just barely goes wide again. And CFO, it feels like at this point in the game, all they really need to do is keep finding those picks with Shun and Slaytru, because they definitely do have the damage to follow it up.
Yeah, and worth noting, this is, I think, the first time we've seen the successful Jhin support. So it is pretty nice when you get ahead, you get the Umbral Glaive, and you can actually control a lot of the vision.
Jimmy, and looking... Ooh, never mind, just a bit of a... I don't know what that protobot really was, to be honest. Doesn't even chip through the Nesty's shield.
It's just asserting dominance. Cascada actually completes his Archangel, and he's pretty close to fully stacking it as well. Now, it's going to be hard. I feel like your poke really doesn't stick. There's just so much magic resist. And the one member that doesn't have it, Shun, he has lifesteal.
Yeah, and he's going to be very close to his wit's end already. As soon as he picks it up, you have to imagine life gets that little bit harder for Cascada, even though he is hitting those key item breakpoints that he wants to be hitting. It might not be enough with him sort of as solo damage threat at this point in the game. We're just gonna wait out those minions. Dragon is up in 30 seconds. Hana's making his way down now. Rest might be in a bit of trouble actually. Hana is close to Mega as well, so Rest really needs to watch himself here. He's gonna get vault breaked by Hana. Pops. Doesn't pop the counter-strike just yet, gets stunned up. Ash Arrow just barely goes wide. TP comes in as well, just for good measure. Nesty providing that extra bit of moral support, and Rest is going to get taken out. Doesn't get the flash over the wall. It is going to go down, and ooh. Yeah, Jimmy and trying to get some stuff on the top side as well, but shut down by the Ziggs ult. And DCG going to have control over this Dragon, it looks like.
Yeah, I think they might just be able to start it. It's up to Ken, CFO 45.
Oh, Hana gets stunned up. Gets CC'd down as well, and as we've seen before, gets... Ooh, actually survives on 1 HP, but Shun now is the target. Nesty dropping him very low. She gets shut down by Orc, who picks up the kill. Galio comes out to dissuade any further engage from Jimmy.
Okay, I think the 1-for-1 might actually be good for CFO. It buys time for the TP to come through from Rest.
Jimmy's still looking. He might be in a bit of trouble here. Does Shuriken out of there, but Hanbi's still on the chase. It's close to Mega as well. Definitely feeling fearless. Yeah, definitely do agree as well. You know, it looked like DCG were a bit caught. I'm not too sure actually. It feels... I mean, you can break it down in this replay.
Yeah, it starts off well because Shun, he doesn't have flash here, even though he has the cleanse. So like, yeah, Shun going down so early, I feel like there isn't a whole lot he can do about it with the insane engage coming in from Galio. I feel like this is almost a fight you expect to lose as CFO, given that you're 4v5, you don't have sums in your AD, and the fact that you come out with a 1-for-1 and you pick up the Dragon is extremely good for them.
Yeah.
BCG, they can't, yeah, I feel like they just can't really get anything more, and there's so much magic resist coming through. It's really difficult.
Yeah, gradually looking scarier and scarier for DCG. They're looking on Jimmy now on the top side. They've got a big wave built up. Arrow just barely goes wide again. Handling the Vault Breaker. Jimmy is going to just walk that one off, but Tower likely picked up for DCG. Another protobot for dominance.
Yeah, they have a pretty good 1-3-1 at this point. I think both CFO's side laners are reasonably safe and are probably probably requires like at least 2 people to take them down. Shun could be in trouble here.
He's in trouble. Season this comes down. Zigzag piled on top, but actually flashes out just before it connects. And now, yeah, Hana goes down, gets rooted up. Gemini unstoppable.
With Hana dead, I think you could look to start up the Baron. A lot of the ults are missing from DCG as well, so it's not as easy to contest. Although at the same time, CFO's Baron DPS isn't insane.
I think they should look to start it, but just, you know, to force DCG to respond and look for the fight, because, you know, Cascada, he doesn't really want to be in that river area where he can easily get flanked on. You can already see Jimmy and on the side there in the tri-bush, watching and waiting. Hanabi is onto it though. He knows, he's got the experience, understands that Jimmy will be looking for a flank and chases him out. And now CFO, they're taking the Baron very low actually. Arrow comes out, connected with Gemini, but red team picks up the Baron Nasher. Hanabi stunning up, gets rooted. And now CFO in the back of the pit. It looks like Shun is going to go down, dishes out a bit of damage, but double kill picked up for Cascada. But the Baron ultimately goes the way of CFO.
Yeah, I think still pretty decent for DCG. You know, like we said, they have that very good poke comp. And so once you're kind of committed to the Baron, it's a bit more difficult to turn. They get a lot off the back end of it.
Wallbreaker just barely doesn't connect. Cease and desist is not available for Hana. Zig's ultimate committed as well. Mega Inferno Bomb. Not feeling too mega this time around. But let's take a look back at that Baron play.
Yeah, so Jimmy's chased out on the flank, and everyone's kind of in the pit, and it's looking like not too bad. I think Gemini, though, the problem with getting stunned is that you can't proc this Aftershock until you're, you know, basically dead. And then from there, I think Shun kind of gets stuck in the pit. Once again, used the flash in the previous fight, and is immediately punished for it.
Yeah, it does feel like CFO didn't really fully think that one through, you know, because when you've got Shun sitting in the back of the pit with no flash, and you know that DCG is coming to contest with a poke composition, you know, it feels like there's no real way he's going to make it out of there. Bit of an oversight on the side of CFO. Even though they pick up the Baron in the end, I'm not sure how much they're going to be able to get with it.
Yeah, I think they still have Baron on both their side laners, which means they should be able to at least create a lot of pressure. But I'd be surprised to see any tier 2s go down. I think Ziggs, even against Baron, does just have a bit too much wave clear. But perhaps this tier 1 top, maybe the tier 2 bot ends up going down.
Yeah, it feels like at this point, oh, CFO connecting that root as well as the stun, but not enough damage quite yet. Not the lethality Varus, so Orca is going to survive, gets body blocked for by Hana. But Rest is here on the flank, unstoppable. Gets dropped down very low. Rest is now on the run. Let's see if he can leap strike out of that one. Does make it out alive. Dropping very low actually. Zig's dealing a lot of damage now. Hanabi on the chase. Nesty as well, flashes forward with the taunt, does connect. Rest dropped very, very low, but Leap Strikes once again, gets the heal from the Sunderer and ultimately does live to see another day. CFO looking for that pick initially on Orca, but a lot expended to save him for the side of DCG.
Yeah, on the other side though, Rest, what a maniac. He just runs like 1v4 behind their tier 2 tower. Does pretty much a full circuit of the map, but manages to get out. And now that he's TP back and a lot of these cooldowns are gone, could actually look for tier 2s here.
Oh, TP is actually expended to keep that minion alive. Ash ult once again goes wide, and Jimmy and Rest chipping away this tower is probably going to go down. Shuriken does connect. Actually follows up on that as well. And Nesty dropping very low, forced the E out of there, and that means that CFO have even more room to play with. They're pressuring this inner tower with the Baron buff as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of cooldowns missing. The Zigzag comes through.
Not having that for damage is going to hurt. Gemini actually is the target now. Gets knocked down very low. Sigil comes out to make sure Hana doesn't keep trying to engage. Cease and desist is available, but Hana, now below half HP, probably doesn't want to go in on that. And now the Dragon is coming up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, both teams on this second Dragon here. I think DCG, you have ults up here. If you can keep Meganar, you could maybe look for a fight. CFO, they're not super healthy here, and they're missing Sigil as well as Varus ult.
Yeah, you have to feel for DCG. This is the moment. Double Meganar ult comes out from Hanabi, followed up by the knockup from Nesty's ult. Slayshrew drops the curtain call, but he's a little bit too close. Jimmian not able to find much damage either. Does have to flash out, but he's out of the fight now. Doesn't have TP available either, so CFO going to be looking to retreat for now. Does have a little bit of Ocean Soul ticking over and has the Honey Fruit as well, so is that enough HP to potentially find an angle? But it is definitely very dicey still for CFO.
Yeah, I think CFO should just give this. They might try and contest, but I really think Jimmian's a bit too low. I honestly think to send Rest towards the top side, or sorry, the bot side. Maybe you could actually trade something for this, but instead just kind of standing around and then deciding to give it anyway. Definitely not the most efficient game coming out of CFO.
Does feel like a little waste of time. They are still going to get to their mid and top waves in time, so they don't miss too much CS. But once again, you know, just that little bit not optimized. Ashel doesn't connect. Man, Orca's having a hard time hitting Jimmy in. Not quite in his head just yet. But 3 dragons now for DCG. Let's take a look at how Hanabi started this all off.
Yeah, so it's kind of crazy by CFO, I feel like, to just... I think here, you've already got the Mega Gnar proc, you can just leave, but they actually stay to try and poke. Instead, they just take so much damage on the way out trying to disengage, and it's pretty difficult for Shun to really get some meaningful damage here. He gets a few auto attacks, but it just doesn't really convert into anything.
Yeah, DCG, when their 3 topside champions are up close and personal, it does become a little bit scary for CFO, especially when Jimmy and Gemini locked down and sent, you know, very low HP. It seemed like they were trying to CC chain Hanabi before he could get his Mega Gnar off, but it was pretty ambitious, and ultimately doesn't work out for them.
Jack's Rest is actually gone for the Force of Nature, so really becoming quite the magically resistant unit.
Definitely resisting a lot of magic, that's for sure.
The Void is completed though.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of magic, yeah. Void Staff completed for Cascada. He did have that completed a little bit ago. Now working towards likely his Rabadons or Horizon Focus.
If it's not a Rabadons, we riot.
Yeah, but Cascada, you know, he's made it over that initial harm, and now having that Void Staff available is going to mean his damage is a lot more significant against the magically resisted units of CFO.
Yeah, now if we go ultra late game here, Ziggs can do a lot, but I still feel like it's going to be troublesome to actually get meaningful damage dealt. I think CFO should be winning fights at this point. I really think they've just mis-executed the last few. Also, look at this. Shun's level 15 against Hana's level 13. ADC is 2 levels up over the enemy jungler.
Yeah, it definitely is a little bit rough. Gemini, oh, Rest actually is the one who looks in initially. Nesty trades the taunt in response, but look at Jimmy, and he's got an awesome flank. Does get spotted out now by the Hawkshot, so forced to retreat. CFO looking for a fight there, but not gonna get it. DCG really not interested, but that does mean Rest is able to skulk back to that bot lane and get it pushing once again. Someone's gonna have to go to respond to that, and he's got the Frozen Heart Force of Nature, so he's definitely not easy to kill by yourself. DCG might have to send more than one member here. Hanabi is gonna be here to clear the wave. But it feels like Rest is still able to propel himself even further ahead of his lane opponent.
Yeah, and DCG, if they can pick up this 4th dragon in 2 minutes, that would be a really good spot for them to be, and they need a little bit extra in order to contend in this ultra late game, not having an ADC. And CFO, they have pretty good Baron control, but I'm not sure they want to start Baron given that they don't have a lot of DPS. There's still a lot of poke coming in here from DCG. Dragon's in a minute and a half, so if you don't start Baron now, you might want to start swapping your vision back to the bot side.
Yeah, Hawkshot comes out and spots everyone on CFO. And we're starting to see the drawbacks of not having that lethality Varus. You know, you don't have that ult on such a short cooldown. It means they're not able to, you know, they're a bit more hesitant to look for those picks consistently. Baron dropped to 6k. Hana does have an angle here for a smite steal, and CFO trying to be careful around that, not taking it any lower. Waiting to see if DCG step too far up, but they're playing it very patiently, and Hanabi is very close to Mega as well. It does get engaged on by Gemini, rooted, but the Galio comes out, buys some time for Hanabi to lock in the Mega form. Mega Inferno Bomb comes out, Hanabi dropped very low. Jimmian looking on the back line, Rest doing the same thing. Jimmian dropping so many people low. Shun is down for the count. Cascada now on the run. That is not where you want to be as a Ziggs. DCG separated now completely. Nessie's on the other side of the map, and Cascada all left on his own. Tries to blast off the map, off the rift, but gets locked in by the game mechanics, and now CFO turning their attention back to the Baron Nashor.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty tough fight for DCG. They kind of fumbled the engage, and also think Galliot was used way too early. And that, on top of not being able to land any kind of meaningful poke before the fight starts, just makes it really, really difficult. And I think Jimmian as well played this fight just really damn well. We'll probably see in the replay, but he had a really good flank. He played it patiently, and then he just got into that back line and pretty much killed everyone.
Yeah, it does feel like DCG, they expended so much to keep Hanabi alive on that angle. We'll have a look at how it all unfolded. You can see here he starts off with a really good flank, but as you said, gets shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah, so Hanabi, I think he just loses a bit too much by getting caught here, and the Galio comes through, but now there's no threat onto Shun. The cease and desist goes on to him, but he still manages to flash out and keep dealing, and in the meantime, Jimian is just kind of all up in the back line. I think if the Galio ult had been kind of... Oh, Shun actually got sniped by a Comet in the fight, but I think if the Galio ult had instead just been used with the Vi, they could have maybe won this fight. But yeah, Hanabi getting picked ultimately was kind of their downfall.
Yeah, it does feel like DCG are very much dependent on that Vi Galio combo because, you know, without that, it's really not enough to lock down Shun. You can see as soon as he flashes out, there's really no more threat left of him on the fight other than, I guess, stray comets from outer space. Mega Infinite Bomb gets thrown to try and steal the dragon, but to no avail. CFO considerably ahead in gold and with the Baron Nashor as well, looking to pressure both mid and bot.
Yeah, I think CFO, if they can somehow find and engage onto Ziggs, the game pretty much just ends there and there. But it's pretty hard.
Oh, Ash ult. Oh man, so many of these are going wide. It's a bit rough for Orca. They've been close, but definitely no cigar.
They can just slowly siege this mid and bot down. I think unless some random engage happens, the game will probably not end here for a bit. Maybe you can go for 2 inhibs, but most likely we'll just have both teams playing towards that 4th dragon instead. This could definitely be a long one though. We got the Ziggs wave clear.
Doing a good job of deleting those minions, and as well Hanabi in the mid lane, making sure the minion wave doesn't hit the tower at all. CFO though, looks like they might have a window here. Curtain call is dropped to try and provide some zoning, but DCG are not having any of it, making sure to hold their ground. And hold their ground they do.
I'm surprised they're just playing 5 people in one lane here, because I feel like you should... Rest doesn't have TP and neither does Jimian, which is I guess why they're sort of struggling to pressure the other lanes. Because I think if you could get someone in top, you know, really try and pull the enemy team apart, it's much better. But without having TPs, it is just kind of difficult to get stuff done.
Yeah, CFO now really trying to bang their head against the spot tower, which is now even lower than it was before. Gemini walking forward to try and dissuade that wave clear. The cannon minion is still alive. Hana looking on the Gemini, drop down to half HP, drops the stun in return. Varus ult barely misses, but the Ash ult does connect on Gemini. Mega Infinite Bomb is dropped, hits 1. Rest is trying to buy some time as well. Make sure that CFO have enough space to play with. Jimian is now here and available. CFO gonna back off. Baron buff is likely about to run out as well.
Yeah, Baron is now gone, and they really didn't accomplish a whole lot with that. Obviously, it is difficult when you don't have TPs, but I think they could have gotten a little bit more done.
Yeah, they do end up around about 2.5k gold off their Baron power play, but Hanabi now might be caught. No Sejuani ult available though, so it does get rooted up, but not much available to follow up.
Rabadon's is completed here for Jimmy and gonna be pretty insane on this backline. Neither Ash nor Ziggs have any MR. So gonna be pretty much 2 free kills if Jimmy can get on them.
Yeah, Cascada does have his own Rabadons as well, so definitely competing for a lot of DPS. Cascada does have to be very careful in these fights, not to get caught by, you know, a stray Jinru to a stray Sejuani ult, or even like a stray Jimian on the flank. Definitely, as the main DPS member, has to be very patient in these fights.
2 more minutes on what is going to be the 4th drag for either of these teams. It's not often we see this many drags picked up before the soul ends up going over. And honestly, you can maybe steal this with Ziggs ult. It might be doing enough damage at this point where you can actually outsmite with it.
There would be a way to take out the 4th dragon. ECG making their way into the river. It's still early days before the dragon spawns in 1.5 minutes.
They do have a lot of control, but it is very difficult for them to contest the side lanes. They don't get priority on either side lane, which does mean they kind of just have to react to these and then sort of come late, which should mean that CFO can get all the control. You have to feel bad for a poke comp. If you start a drag without control, it's definitely going to be difficult. So it's not really what you want here. Maybe, I was going to say, maybe you can Ziggs ult a side lane, but not having Ziggs ult for the team fight seems just too difficult to win.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are actually indexing a lot into, those 5v5 team fights. Rest, you can see what his build.
He's got his Zhonya's.
He's got his Zhonya's. On top of the Frozen Heart and the Force of Nature, his split pushing definitely takes a hit, but in return, his team fighting is definitely a lot more powered up, and having that Zhonya's as well helps him potentially be that initial engage for CFO. It definitely helps a lot when you've got people like the Varus, like the Jhin to follow up on that.
Gemini's actually
Sage ult hits Hana. Oh, Ashe ult hits Jimmy in return, means that he isn't able to follow up with his damage. Curtain call. Gonna hit a few people, but as the support, it's not gonna do too much. Hanabi might be caught out. Oh, that's it's a misplay from CFO. Rest stuns up Hanabi, but Shun not expecting it. Pops out his Varus ult, and it unfortunately misses without any effort required from Hanabi. And that is a key cooldown. It is gonna be back up, in time. Ooh, actually no, I don't think it'll be back up by the time these teams start fighting around the dragon. DCG have a small window here.
Hanabi doesn't have Mega Gnar right now. Like you said, there are cooldowns missing, but I think without the Mega Gnar, I don't think you can contest this.
Yeah, he's shown as well. Stefan knows that they... Oh, Jimin is on the flank. Hanabi is the target. Forced to flash out. Ashe ult connects with Rest. Mega Infinite Bomb dropping down on 2, hitting the outer ring. Jimin forced to pop the Zhonya's. Nesty is on top of him with the taunt. It's going to get dropped down. Shut down from Hana, and now DCG, they're looking to see what else they can pick up. Slaytree flashing over the wall. Nothing going to be chasing them. But CFO down 1 member now, and that's the biggest member of their team you have to feel. Ocean Drake is available, and it is potentially the soul for DCG. CFO, they need some sort of angle here. Hanabi does get rooted up and takes a bit of damage. It is actually a bit difficult for DCG to find this dragon. They don't exactly have the best DPS onto it. They need the Ziggs for the poke onto CFO, and in return, he's not going to be hitting the dragon himself. CFO still very much, healthy health bars.
Okay, actually pushed him out.
Comes out. Dragon is on 2k. Who gets the smite? It is going to be Gemini. They pick up the Ocean Soul. Hana goes down as well. Shun chasing down Nesty. Does stun him up on the backside, but Rest is going to pick him up slowly but surely. And now Cascada, the only surviving member, he's out of mana. He's no longer a champion. Dodges the root. But Gemini pops the ultimate just to make sure that Cascada doesn't waste any more of his time. DCG. This is actually really good for CFO. They're delaying the respawn times even more. Not that it even matters. Kind of just playing around with his food. CFO, they've got the Ocean Soul. They're hitting on the Nexus Towers. Gemini finishing off Cascada, finally putting him out of his misery. CFO putting DCG out of their misery, out of the game, propelling themselves to those 4 wins in the split alongside PSG Talon.
Yeah, Gemini at the end just kind of taking Cascada for a walk around the rift, but wow, I mean, CFO, they managed to win that fight with Jimin pretty much just dying for free, so basically a 4v5 on that. Obviously some cooldowns were used, but yeah, pretty impressive. At the same time though, I feel like the game as a whole should have been CFO's most of the time, and it was pretty messy. I think there was a lot of just like random deaths and stuff that happened, so yeah, CFO ultimately they do pick up the win, but I think it should have been a lot cleaner. I think the draft difference is pretty big as well.
Yeah, definitely is still stuff to improve on for CFO, especially in sort of like the mid to late game area. The stuff that was bringing them success earlier on, like, finding picks with Shun, with the Varus ult and Slaytree to follow up on the Jhin, they didn't really find as many of those opportunities. And it feels like that was really what was driving them to accelerate their gold lead. So not having those options continually available did definitely slow down their ability to close out the game.
Yeah, I think also they didn't use their side lanes that well. I think there was those times where they kind of had the Baron and it didn't really, again, just didn't really convert into anything. And I think they could have done quite a bit more with that. I mean, it was hard with not having TPs, right? But I think that when you've got 2 winning side lanes, you've got the Akali and Jax, like, you should be able to do something with it. I can kind of respect being like, okay, they were just really scared of the enemy team's hard engage. We just want to try and be grouped up. But it slows down the game a lot and potentially gives Ziggs the opportunity to get both the Void and Rabadons completed. And at that point, he is dealing quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, he definitely was like a huge threat later on in the game. Not quite enough though. It feels like ultimately DCG, they were lacking the damage, and we saw that especially in that final fight, right? Despite having Jimmy completely wiped out off the map, DCG, they weren't able to convert that even to that last dragon. It feels like they were getting forced off 4v5. Or 5v4 rather.
Yeah, I think Nesty's Galio also kind of struggled to find a lot of impact this game. There were times, I think there was like that one time mid where he did find the angle onto Shun where he didn't have flash, but I think the Galio ults for the most part were kind of mediocre. That being said, well, I don't know. I feel like the combo is certainly there. I think if you Vi ult and Galio ult and Ziggs ult, like that's kind of how the fight should work.
Yeah.
But I think what ended up happening is that too many members on the enemy team got fed, and so it wasn't enough that you could just commit everything onto Shun and then win. And I also think kind of like an underrated point is that you had just so much AP on your team, it makes it too easy to itemize magic resist.
Yeah, it definitely did get rougher and rougher for them. I don't know how Gemini avoided being spotted here, but this was what propelled CFO to their early lead. You can see here, he hops over the wall, DCG phase shaking them completely, and Cascada gets CC'd and locked down for an eternity. Gemini picking up that one in the end as well. And this fight as well was a bit of a disaster for DCG. You saw Hanabi with a decent angle on the fight, but shows a bit too early without having his Mega Knight quite ready. And it forces, it really just forces Nesty to drop that ult way earlier than they would have wanted.
I'm not even sure if the Galio ult was necessary there, honestly. I think it might have, I mean, it's hard to tell in the moment, but I think it would have been better just to synergize it with the Vi anyway. And look at the damage. I mean, Ziggs was doing some pretty crazy DPS.
52,000. It really didn't feel like it. And that's, I guess, the main problem with having that Ziggs as your main DPS, right? Because it is one of those sort of slow burn, literally slow burn champions with the Leandries. But ultimately, not having enough of an impact on those fights to turn it around for DCG.
Yeah, definitely pretty decent effort, but...
Decent? Pretty good.
Well, I feel like a lot of the damage is just done when it doesn't really matter, right? Like, if the damage is put over and then just lifesteal back up, it really doesn't mean anything. And I think, sure, like, he did pretty well, and I think the team comp isn't exactly set up to facilitate him, but... Yeah, I don't know. Admittedly, I think he positioned pretty well. Like, not often did Jimmy manage to get onto him before the fight was already decided, which I think is pretty impressive because Jimmy, he was extremely fed on the Akali, but didn't actually pick up a ton of kills on the Ziggs. I think actually only ended the game 4-1-0, even though there were 18 kills, so didn't get a lot of KP there.
Yeah, doing the least damage on this team as well, so it does mean the MVP award is going to be going over to Gemini. This guy was so instrumental in CFO's early game, getting those kills bot and on the top side as well, setting up both side lanes for success.
Yeah, 83% KP and also picking up 8 kills on the Sejuani, you know, definitely not slacking there. And those first 2 kills were basically both set up by him, just avoiding hawk shots. So I'm not sure how he managed that.
He's a magician.
Yeah, he's a jungle king. He just knows exactly where they're going to go, pass around them, picks up 2 kills.
Yeah, ultimately it is going to be CFO taking down DCG, you know, that one pick further. It does feel like DCG, they are still missing some elements. Like, there were points where they were playing out fights pretty well, but there definitely were a variety of mistakes in the majority of the team fights, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, I think neither team played this game super clean. I think, honestly, DCG didn't do themselves many favors in the draft here. Like, clearly, the play could have been better. Like, they could have synced the Galio and the Ziggs ult up more, you know, just press Galio on the Vi ult. So there's ways to play it better for sure, but I think it can't be understated how important it is not to have too much AP on your team because the magic resist items are too easy to itemize and they're too strong at the moment. I think that just makes so much of the game really difficult for you.
Yeah, it is definitely a roughie. I do want to shout out Shun and Slater in the bot lane, you know, fighting so much value on the Varus and Jhin. And, you know, it's exciting to see a bot lane that's not Lucian Nami doing stuff. It's always a sight to see. But next up, for our 4th game, Impunity versus Frank Esports. It's going to be a very good game as well. And, you know, we'll see you very shortly after this break.
Your skin, I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering. Oh, girl, you can find yourself somebody else to go do it. Feel the way it's crumbling. Oh, your fairy tales never look like this. And know your heart's kind of troubling. Oh, yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so tired of it. Yeah, you're so tired. It makes me nauseous. All of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me. flying, rocking all around the world. Feel the waves coming in, oh. Feel the waves coming underneath your skin. I'm sick of lonely nights and suffering, oh. Yeah, you can find yourself somebody else can go through it. Feel the waves coming in, oh. Oh, the fairy tales never look like this. You know your heart's kind of troubling, oh yeah. Oh, your little lies are so full of it. Yeah, you're so caught up, yeah, you're so caught up. It makes me nauseous, all of the wrong things. That was the only time when you showed me I'm doing well now, 'cause you don't know me. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made. First to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen
and welcome back to our fourth game for tonight. Impunity Esports going up against Frank Esports. Again, both these teams sitting at 3-1 on the standings, and it's going to be a tough fight to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, I don't even really know what to expect from this game, honestly. I feel like both teams are relatively strong, relatively stable as well, so yeah, we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, both have obviously showed signs of weakness. Both have dropped one game. It feels like Impunity in yesterday's game against CFO really just looking a little bit outclassed by Rest on the Udyr.
Yeah, I think also that was kind of, I felt like the attack mission strategy actually working this time. So there's perhaps the potential to look there again. But I'm not sure how viable it actually is, because I think a team like CFO, they have enough like strength across their lineup that they can afford to just like take out mission and the rest of the team will kind of, you know, do the work, right? But it's not like the rest of Impunity are weak players, right? It's just that mission is probably the strongest one on that lineup, so it's going to be difficult. If you're closer in skill to Impunity, can you really just afford to put everything in mission and let the rest of the team run free? I'm not sure you can.
Yeah, I mean, on the other side though, Frank Esports, it feels like they have sort of slowly been scaling up, right? We saw them yesterday against Megabank Beyond Gaming, pulling out a pretty decisive win. I think solo kill especially on the Cassante versus Camille matchup, showing a lot of strength, and you know, he's really renewing that energy that we have and our belief in him, I guess.
Yeah, solo kill's been popping off. I'm a big fan as well of seeing some top laners that aren't just like the standard. So I mean, I feel like GP is honestly like pretty standard, but no one else has really played it, so I'm happy to see it, and I would like to see it again because he had a really crazy performance on it, was dealing millions of damage with those barrels. Yeah, he's more of a carry top player, I think, but he can play the Cassante if necessary, so it's nice that he has that kind of flexibility as a player there.
Yeah, it does feel like he is going to be the biggest key going up against Impunity. Of course, Driver, Alex, and Mission in the top side, followed by Atlan and Nature in the bottom lane. Now, Mission, of course, as you mentioned before, did look a little bit shaken up after the draft in yesterday's game, so I wonder if Frank Esports are going to take a similar approach to try and shut him down straight from Champ Select.
Yeah, I feel like they might. At the same time, though, it's a bit more difficult, I think, to just put all your bans here onto him on the red side, because there's a lot of power picks that you might potentially give up. You know, stuff like the Elise Maokai trade. There's also like obviously a lot of strong bot lane picks like Ashe and stuff in the meta. So on blue side, I think you can be a bit more free with your bans. I suppose you don't have to worry too much about some of those power picks. But I mean, hey, if it's worth it to put 5 bans on Mission, then maybe it's the play. But at the same time, I don't know. It's not like the rest of the players have really been lacking. And I think Alex especially has had some pretty good games too, like alongside Mission. But I don't know. At the end of the day, the strength does come out of that mid jungle. So if you can put, you know, some sort of pressure there, whether it's, you know, counter picks, bans, or whatever, it's probably going to pay off.
Yeah, I mean, it's not to say that, you know, Driver isn't solid and Atlan and Nature haven't been doing well, because, you know, they have been solid, but it does feel like the main driving force for that team is going to be the jungle mid-duo. But let's take a look over at Frank Esports. We've got Silico once again back in the top lane, followed by Hollow and Pretender, as well as Eminem and Kaiwing. Now, yesterday, we saw the cat picked by Kaiwing, and he really took the game into his own hands. And it was pretty... it was devastating to watch.
Yeah, that was like full AP Yuumi, top damage on his team. Obviously, pretty dominating performance, and you kind of expect that from Kaiwing. You know, he's pretty experienced, pretty accomplished as well. And the rest of the roster, I mean, we haven't talked about them too much. Pretender, I feel like, has been kind of all over the place in terms of impact. Some games he's been doing really well, and other games he's been sort of invisible. But here we will take a stats comparison at the 2 top laners. Now, pretty different champion pools here. The only ones shared so far is Cassante and Driver.
It's funny that solo kill hasn't had any solo kills so far. It's a bit unfortunate. Which is weird. I feel like, you know, he's been such a solid laner that it's surprising to not see him actually pick up any solo kills so far, but maybe that speaks to his stability as a top laner.
Yeah, and also Driver, down 600 gold at 14, but has 300 solo kills nonetheless, so probably just farming them in the side lane, but hey, lose lane, win game, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I mean, gold is just a number, right? Who cares?
Alright. Support brain.
Oh man, but Frank Esports, it feels like they have a lot of tools to back them up. Like if even Kaiwing can carry a game on his back, it feels like anything is possible for them, and they do feel like they are on a bit of an upswing. They did have a bit of a rough game in that first week, but other than that, it's been pretty consistent from them.
Okay. So, actually, Frank Esports, I mean, they're starting their mid bans nice and early. Azir is the first ban from them. Maokai and Nautilus taken away on the other side. A lot of respect towards Kaiwing's Nautilus every time. And that's 2 out of the 5 mid bans for Frank Esports. I mean, they're racking up. The Kassadin is taken away as well. At least still on the table. Okay, actually banned out. So this is real interesting. Impunity, they don't seem to value the strong AP junglers at all. Actually just banning them out on blue side. Perhaps prefer to take something like the Sedge or the Vi instead. That actually gives Frank Esports the opportunity to just keep throwing bans at mid lane.
Yeah, I think Frank Esports' mission and draft has become pretty clear pretty quickly. We'll see if they drop another third. Then it is going to be Victor, another control mage. Definitely mission's comfort, so it does make sense. Although Victor we haven't seen too much of.
Okay, the Vi is taken. You have to feel like it should just be matched by the Sedge, maybe the Lucian. I think people are starting to kind of prefer take the Lucian over the Zeri. At least that's like seems to be how it's going right now. Also, Ashe and Varus up and available as well. So yeah, I guess we lock in Sedge and then we kind of see from there where we want to go. I honestly kind of like taking the Ashe and just flexing it again. Ooh, will actually be the Yuumi. So Kaiwing,
okay.
After yesterday's performance, he's not messing around.
Yeah, he really is feeling himself. 50% win rate on the Kitten. Gonna be picked up alongside.
Surely Sedge, right?
Yeah,
could be a Wukong, I suppose.
Yeah, both are pretty solid options. I feel like the Sedge overall has seen a bit more success, but both. I'll be happy with both. Sejuani is going to be the one locked in for Hollow.
Yeah. I like taking the Yuumi there and not the ADC, because even though they can take away the Zeri, there's still lots of other options, right? Like, you can play Lucian Yuumi, you can play Sivir Yuumi, and I think Zeri Lulu or Lucian Nami will probably be the takeaway here. I'm always not sure about this Lucian versus Sedge. Obviously, if you get ahead, it's fine, but if you ever fall behind, you quickly do become useless, and we've seen a lot of invincible Sejuanis with Yuumis on them. There should be Lucian Nami taken away here.
Definitely can quickly become a problem figuring out how to take down the Sejuani. Impunity are going to need some other damage threats on their side, but you know, Mission, we already know he prefers those control mages, so not going to be much help in that regard. Zeri picked up for the side of Frank Esports.
Is it really going to be 5 mid bans? I mean, that is a lot of respect. So what else is up? There's still the Silas, there's still the Syndra, Ryze. Yeah, there's still enough mid champs available for me to get to pick something.
Yeah, potentially might see Mission pushed onto the Ryze. I mean, not the Ryze, sorry, the Silas yet again.
Ooh, okay, so actually banned the Jax, maybe setting up for a Cassante 4th pick or something. Solo Kill has had pretty good performances on it. I wonder, do you wait for another ban before you ban the Cassante, or do you just take it away now? Oh, actually the Jays. Interesting. Okay. What will this last ban be for Frank Esports? Really another Cassante counter?
Yeah, a lot of options. I feel like it has been weird for them to switch tech from those mid lane targeted bans to the top side without, you know, without Impunity having picked that mid laner. I'm not too sure what the strategy is there, but regardless, going to be a Fiora ban. So two champions that I would have thought Solo Kill would be good on. So it's interesting to see it banned out from the side of Frank Esports. See what Impunity respond with here.
Surely you ban the Cassante. There's so many counters banned unless you have another champ that you can pick into it.
Yeah.
We hope. I feel like just matching it with a Gnar probably wouldn't be good enough for me.
Yeah. Like Udyr, I don't know, it feels like he...
Ooh, okay. The Cassante is up. Surely it's just taken away by Frank Esports here and then give last pick to mid. Does look like it's gonna be the play. Does that kind of suggest that you have something into Cassante that you're happy with? I really hope it's not the Gnar though. I feel like other than that one Hanami Gnar game versus Cassante, it's been pretty mediocre.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like a strong enough answer into it, and when it happens so much, you have to wonder if it really is the right call. Please give me an Udyr, please. I feel like it might be hard to execute into the Zeri Yuumi who can cut you out, but potentially with the Orianna as well, give him the extra speed boost, and Mission does seem like the kind of guy who would be comfortable on it, but does end up going for the Ryze instead. Gragas Hoffer as well.
feel like Camille could... I mean, we could maybe see the Camille again. I think it was played before, but it just didn't really get off the ground before their team lost. I think it could be an option. Oh, I don't think we'd see a Gragas here. It doesn't seem particularly useful against their comp.
Wonder what the answer
will it
is.
just be the Gnar?
Oh,
I mean,
Resident
it's fine.
Sleeper. Okay,
so the
Gwen is a bit
yeah,
more
I like that.
interesting.
I like that. Gives them pretty good tank killing potential.
Yeah, they have a good spread of mixed damage as well across the lineup. So overall, pretty well-rounded from the side of Impunity. Anivia, Hover, okay.
I mean, it's kind of a banger pick, honestly. It's really good versus both Ryze and Lucian. Oh, Swain. I hate the Swain. Don't go to Swain. yeah, that's it, baby. Log that in.
It is going to be the Anivia.
I think it will.
Oh,
okay,
I like that too. Yeah,
yeah.
Boys offering a lot of options for sort of zone control, giving the Zeri and Yuumi space to play around with. So I am a fan. I think it's the first Cassiopeia we've seen this split as well. So very exciting stuff for Pretender.
Yeah, I think it's pretty good. I'm really glad they didn't go for the Swain, honestly. I think it would have been quite bad, but yeah, both the Cassio and the Anivia, solid options. It's really important that Lucian Nami doesn't get so fed that you can just kind of one-shot Cassio from the other side of the map. Because obviously Cassio is very good against the short-range Lucian and the Ryze, but if you fall too far behind, or rather if Lucian gets fed enough that he can kind of just dash in with a million movement speed and shoot you, then it doesn't really matter too much. But yeah, I'm liking Frank Esports' comp. They got a just insanely strong front line. They got a Cassio Zeri backline and a Yuumi on top of that as well. I'm a big fan of that.
Big fan, eh? So what's your prediction for this one then? Because usually you're a bit of a Mission fanboy.
Yeah, I predict Frank Esports. I feel like the Gnar, I'm not a huge fan of it. The Ryze is good, but it is a little difficult, I feel like, to execute into the enemy composition. What were the bot matchups again? It was just Lucian, Nami, Zeri, Yuumi, right?
Yep.
The classic.
The classic.
Why am I even asking? I knew what it was. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot will come down to how fed this Lucian Nami can get. If you can get out of lane and, you know, put a lot of hurt on the enemy team, you can definitely do stuff. But at the same time, if you ever fall behind as Lucian versus Sejuani, Cassante, Cassio,
it's so rough.
Good luck dealing damage at that point, right? So I would be looking at Impunity's bot lane to really blow this game up.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, Impunity, they still have options for sort of damage fits, especially the Gwen can get scary if it ends up ahead. But obviously, you do want that early lead to be on the Lucian Nami to sort of propel yourself forwards in the early to mid game. And yeah, especially to deal with that Sejuani as well. You don't want to fall too far behind. But fourth game for tonight, 3-1. Each of these teams, Impunity versus Frank Esports. Who's going to be the one to climb up to 4 wins? A little bit of a... Okay, this is nice. Yeah. I like this. It's very wholesome. I feel like we haven't seen this kind of stuff for a while, you know? Just a good old top lane camaraderie.
Yeah, I think most of the time we just see people starting out brawling to the death because they want those level 1 wards.
Yeah.
But yeah, okay, so we have said a lot that Lucian Nami do need to get ahead. But I think they do have the tools to get that. Like Ryze versus Cassio actually can get quite a bit of priority. Maybe not so much like super early into the lane, but once you hit level 6, your wave clear is just so much better than hers that you can get prior. It is a little scary though, obviously once Sedge hits 6. But yeah, I think if they can transition their pressure down the map, there is the potential to kind of blow up the Lucian Nami lane. At the same time though, if nothing happens, I feel like Frank Esports have just an amazing front-to-back teamfight competition. Basically as easy as it can get to execute.
Yeah, once again, Eminem and Kaiwing have 3 defensive combat summoner spells. So it will be a little bit hard for Impunity to take them down, especially since they have, you know, such a bulky front line. And of course the zone control from Pretender as well. Feels like Eminem is going to be the key player in those late game team fights.
Okay, now they confirm that Alex did start the Raptors there. Cassio getting priority kind of as expected, at least in these early levels, but has taken a lot of damage just to the spam Ryze Ws. Nothing like point and click damage, am I right, fellas? The bot lane. I feel like we've seen this matchup played out so many times now. The Zeri Yuumi, they get priority in the first few levels. Lucian Nami, they hit their Dirk, they take it back. It's a story we've seen many, many times. Something we haven't seen though is a level 3 top gank onto a Gwen who does have the Ghost, but obviously does not have Flash.
Yeah, Driver doesn't suspect this at all. Hollow is moving in. Ghost is popped for Driver. Hollow connects with the charge, but nothing much else is going to come from that. Aftershock procced. But Ghost down for Driver. You know, not as valuable as having the Flash down, but regardless, Still a good win for Hollow, although now he ends up like very far away from the rest of his camps.
Oh, Alex might actually look for something mid. They have the Rise point and click
I love
gank
this.
set up.
This is a great window. Hollow's not quite there. Oh, good reaction from Pretender. Mission flashing forward as well. So actually not too bad in the end for Pretender. They could have ended much, much worse for him.
That was pretty nuts. I don't think Pretender had any vision of that. So I think he just flashed the Q from Fog.
Yeah, he had the Spidey sense.
Yeah, that was. He was probably thinking that like, okay, maybe Vi's here, but that was still really, really impressive.
Yeah. On the other side, a little bit dodgy from Mission. You know, he was just a little bit too late with that flash follow-up, because if he had that a little bit earlier, that probably would have been at least, I don't know. I don't know if I can even secure the kill there, but it would have been close.
Yeah, I think you've still got a pretty decent win here, though. Casu won't have flash for the next 5 minutes, and that's still another window that Alex can either come with the flash or perhaps even the ult if he gets it in time and looks to punish that. Although ganking a Casu after 6 is a bit more difficult, does have the potential to kind of just turn those around. So far, some peaceful farming. Mission is starting to get a little bit of priority back. Hollow might actually get a ward here. Will he take the Raptors away? Doesn't have mid prior, but has the bot prior. This is a little cheeky, I feel like, but he probably knows that Mission is like relatively low mana. Should be able to take this away.
Yeah. Small dub for Hollow. Mission doesn't know that he's waiting on a ward right now. And so Pretending just gonna pretend he doesn't know. Wasting Mission's time a little bit.
I think Mission really trying to greed for probably the tier and the catalyst, but hold on.
Oh wow.
Trade going down. Wasn't as much damage as expected actually.
Another Lucianami trading in on the Zero Yumi. It's getting more and more difficult to be excited about these trades when you know that both sides are eventually just going to heal it up anyway. Top lane is a little bit more interesting though. Not by much.
And both mids probably will look for the reset here. Mission actually rushes the Merc crit. So interesting choice. Obviously it's very good versus the Sedge and the Casu, but opting even to not go tier yet and just go straight for the Merc threads. So obviously giving a lot of respect over the enemy mid jungle. Meanwhile, Cassio, be interesting. Will she go to the Liandry's or will she just go for the Catalyst? I feel like it's more of a Liandry's game, but actually, okay, does opt into the Rod of Ages.
Unity looking for the first dragon, but Frank Esports are here. Alan's low on mana, so it's a bit of a rough fight for him. Alex is going to be forced to probably give it up. I don't think he's going to blast him over. That would be a little bit too risky. It means that Frank Esports get this dragon nice and plump, leashed up for them.
Yeah, Oliver just comes in, TY for leash.
So decent one for Frank Esports. Pick him the first dragon. And overall, feels like Hollow is getting just a little bit more done than Alex so far. But Alex is looking to change that.
Mid.
Yeah, Alex keeps finding himself these interesting angles and Pretender.
Could be in trouble.
Oh, Realm of busy here as well. Pretender, we'll see if he drops down the ult.
I think this is good for Frank Esports.
Alex forced to actually flash away, but Hollow follows as well. And he's got so much damage, actually, just one more hit, but doesn't quite manage to get it. That is a very close one. Pretty well played from Alex, I feel, but also by the side of Hollow and Pretender as well. Making sure to react, you know, with enough power.
I'm surprised they actually went for that. I felt like Cassie was just always too tanky to kill there. And they invested the Realm Warp as well, so that's a big tool down.
Especially when you know that Hollow is already in the area, you know, like you spotted him. And you know he's going to turn around as soon as he hears the Realm Warp and his mid laner screaming for help. But not too bad. A lot of flashes burned. It does, maybe it's a little bit promising. Maybe we'll see a bit more action in the next few minutes. Or maybe we won't because they don't have enough ganks set up. Well, I guess we'll see in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the most exciting thing I feel like this game so far is that Rise didn't buy a tier yet. But he will soon. He will soon. He's going to be a bit delayed on his scaling though, so has kind of, you know, gone for the stronger early game here at the cost of, you know, scaling later. Which is an interesting choice, right? Because you feel like they kind of do need to do something around this bot side, but nothing's really happened. And in fact, they're getting bullied out a bit by Eminem and Kaiwing.
Yeah, I wonder what the health bars will look like in, you know, 60 seconds when they've healed All the way back up to full again. Oh, Hollow is actually level 6, so he's looking at Alex. Oh, he does have the ult as well. Mission is trying to save him. Alex dropped very low yet again, but surviving on a sliver of HP. Hollow, he's fuming. He's pissed.
Yeah, Alex just can't keep getting away with it. He just keeps living on 1 HP.
Pretender now low mana, forced to get Hollow to help him shove this wave in. Mission is also equally low. It doesn't have the tear available either, so not really an optimal situation for him. He's going to pick up the rest of that wave. Frankie Sports actually have a small window here. They've hit 6 before Impunity.
Now Hollow looks like he's going to be taking away this red. Does have the bot priority and both mids are reset, so I think he should be able to get this away. Yeah, Eminem opting to stay on very low health here. Just kind of facilitating this red, and I'm not sure if Alex even knows this goes down.
Yeah, Hollow. Actually, he's quite a few camps ahead, really getting the better of Alex in this game. Pretty well played from him. That is a solid CS lead, especially for, like the Sejuani v Vi matchup. You'd usually expect the Vi to be up in camps. Especially considering how much each of them have been ganking.
Mission has got his tier in the Catalyst, so we'll begin to scale up here. The next dragon won't be for another minute and a half. Herald as well is on the table. And I feel like Frankie Sports' top side is much stronger in this 3v3 right now. It's pretty hard for Impunity to one-shot anyone, which is kind of what you need as Rise and Vi.
Well, Frankie Sports, they've heard your cry, and they've sent Eminem and Kaiwing as well.
Oh my god, the whole map's coming.
Yeah, everyone, all the Avengers are assembling around this Rift Herald from both sides. Helen is sort of going on a path of his own. I'm not really too sure where he's walking, to be honest. He's a bit lost in the Rift. But is going to start making his way towards the Rift Herald. Still plenty of time to contest this. Impunity, though, they have to walk through these tight chokes. It might be difficult against Zeri and especially the Cassiopeia as well. Looks like they're actually going to forfeit it and move back down. That's a lot of wasted time.
Yeah, so I guess they realized too late that they've brought everyone as... Ooh,
Mission does dodge the final chapter, but doesn't... Oh, actually dodges most of those abilities somehow. I'm not sure how he managed that. It feels like he was just walking the straight line and dodges the Hollow Sejuani ult as well. Manages to make it out. Does burn his flash though.
Yeah, not too bad. Did manage to avoid the drive-by. Lucian will be picking up a little bit of plate gold here, but Eminem is going to be able to clean up most of the CS. Now, where will this Herald go? I feel like Heralding...
Oh, Eminem's going straight in. Drops the lightning crash. He's going to be slowly chasing down tanks. They're killing like it's nothing. Flashes the bubble as well. Hollow is here. Has the flash flail. First blood picked up for the side of Eminem.
Wow.
Atlan as well. Gonna fall down double kill. Wow, I'm allergic to good plays.
Yeah, that is insane for Frankie Sports. 2 kills onto the Zeri and really nice play from Eminem just to go straight in there. And Hollow as well can drop the Herald here. I mean, this is just a massive gold swing. Driver.
Solo
a bit
kill.
of trouble.
Yeah, he's gone all out underneath his own turret. Driver, you have to wonder what he's doing here. I don't see any way he survives. Solo kill. Nope, there's the way he survives. Solo kill not managing to get that third Q. Driver really playing with fire there. Rift Herald doesn't quite take down the turret. I wonder why they've left it there.
It's the local gold.
Oh,
smudge.
That is so odd. But anyway, let's take a look at how this all played out.
Yeah, Eminem, very Chad play. Just kind of goes through the wall and is pulling up on him. Also, just flashing forward here. I think you know that the enemy jungler is not here, given that, they did kind of show on one of those topside wards just before. And I mean, 2 kills going over the Zeri Yuumi as well as all that plate gold. It's pretty insane. They're picking up a very good lead here, and they've already got such a strong team fighting composition. And we were saying that if Lucian falls behind, dealing damage into Cassante, Sejuani, and Cassio is not really realistic. And they're more than just behind. What is he down here? He's like down 1,000 gold already.
Yeah, it's really rough. I am still kind of scratching my head a bit as to why they didn't stick around for that first turret gold, but regardless, Frankie Sports still in the lead, and their decisiveness in that moment really paying off for them.
And the second dragon will go down as well. I mean, Frankie Sports, they're in a really dominating position. I think also Rise, like obviously Rise scales well normally, but Rise doesn't scale very well into this comp. It's just a bit too short range and hasn't really been able to find anything with any of the mid-pro early. So Frankie Sports, they're just scaling up a storm right now.
Yeah, 2 dragons under their belt. It's starting to look better and better for Frankie Sports. Impunity, they have to start figuring out how they're going to try and shut down Frankie Sports, because they are definitely on a tear right now.
Yeah, now they've brought their bot lane mid, so Pretender will probably walk bot. Yumi hasn't completed her item yet, but should be getting close. All the other mythics have been picked up. And Alex, you know, he's been farming up a bit. Does have the sword already. What was that called? Chemtech Chainsword? Is that the one?
Chempung Chainsword.
Oh, that's the one.
L.
So he has
Reposer.
that. It's kind of difficult though, because like if you're your team's main source of healing reduction until Nami completes the Putrefier later in the game, it's quite difficult for you to actually reach them, you know? If you're playing a melee auto attacker, it's quite difficult to get hits on the Zeri and the people that matter.
Yeah, and even overall, it does feel like Impunity definitely lacking in item strength for now. And Frankie Sports, they should be trying to make the most of this temporary advantage they have with most of their mythics completed. Gold difference has reached the 2k margin. And Hollow with Kaiwing, once again, looking to see what they can do on the mid lane. Atlan gonna potentially get looked on by Hollow, doesn't choose to expend the ultimate just yet. Alex is AFK in the Dragon Pit, as you do as a jungler. I'm not even sure what he was doing there.
Trying to summon the drag early or something, I don't know.
Pretender and Mission in the bot lane now. Both have picked up the Rod of Ages, but Pretender a little bit ahead on the stacks.
In top lane has pretty much been completely isolated, and they both have even CS, so I'm sure these two are having fun. And
sure looks like it.
Starting to move up the vision. Dragon's up for another 2 minute 40, but Mission could maybe get engaged on here. He does have the Murky Boys, so I don't think he'll be too CC'd. Though he might just face check here.
Ooh, getting a bit too comfortable with the Murky Boys in his back pocket. Hollow gonna miss the flail though, and Mission's gonna phase rush right on out of there. And they do have the info now that Hollow is on the bot side. We'll see what Impunity choose to respond with. Alex doesn't seem like he's wandering too far in, and there is still a lot of vision set up on the top side for Frankie Sports. So I really want to see Impunity try and clear that out. But ultimately, Hollow's already back. He's wandering around the map, really asserting his dominance globally, and Frankie Sports just have so much control right now.
Yeah, now Herald is up here in another 40 seconds. I think if you're Frank Esports, you can just kind of fight and take everything here. You've got such a strong front line, and your back line is already at the point where they can put out damage. So I think you just take every objective at this point. You know, you don't need to worry too much about getting the tier 1 towers.
Solico looking onto Mission. Is he going to expend the ultimate? Mission is just going to run on out of there. It's a bit rough for Cassante having to deal with that move speed, but it is going to be on cooldown for now, so we might have another window very shortly.
Herald is spawning in a few seconds. Frankie Sports actually might look mid instead.
Oh, Atlan might be the target.
He has cleanse up.
Yeah, loses a bit of HP, but Hollow mainly focusing on getting that mid prio for now in preparation for the Rift Herald.
And I think this will just be Herald going over to Frankie Sports. Maybe they can try trade something on the other side of the map, but I'd be very surprised to see them contest it. Then they're actually also getting good damage on the driver under the tower. It looks like they might just move down the bot side and try and trade, but trading into a Cassante feels very, very difficult.
Yeah, Impunity really just not able to find something of equal value on the other side of the map. They do have pressure on the spot side turret now, but I don't know if they'll actually be able to take it down. It's still very, very healthy, and now Hollow are going to be looking to drop their Rift Shield in mid. 3 members of Impunity moving in. Pretender might get looked on by Driver here. Does get hit by a lot of the Gwen needles. Drops the ult as well. Is going to get chased down and actually is going to get killed by Driver solo. That's another solo kill for the board. But wait, Alex is in. Tidal Wave dropped as well as the final chapter. Hollow and Eminem on the run now. Eminem trying to kite out as best he can. TP is coming in from solo kill. Does get the stun down on Mission. Goes all out. Mission does get stunned up as well. Going to get finished off by solo kill. Huge kill for him. Really great TP. Forcing Impunity to back off. And Mission just isn't able to get out quite quick enough.
Yeah, Mission really struggling to have the impact that we kind of need him to have on this roster. And I think, you know, obviously it is hard for him. There's a lot of bans put towards him and he's counterpicked. But if you're the star player of this roster, you've kind of got to get a bit more done. Driver, though, did manage to pick up the solo kill onto Pretender and played it pretty well. Pretender actually just has 2 items and that's it. no components, just 2 big items. The Frankie Sports, they are going to pick up this dragon. At least Driver manages to trade that kill and the top tower on the other side of the map. But 3 dragons at 18 minutes already for a hard scaling composition. And you're not expecting to lose some of these drags as Lucian Nami. Let's see what happened on the engage. So I feel like started off not that great, to be honest. Like, I think Atlan took a long time to get out of the CC and not a whole lot of damage goes on to M&M. I think here, yeah, it kind of looked good, but Mission just overextended and does not have flash. And then, yeah, the Nami bubble was mistimed on the TP as well, so ended up going down at the very end.
Pretty good fight there from Frankie Sports, making up for that death of Pretender on the top side. Gold lead still hovering around the 2k mark for Frankie Sports.
Now, next dragon will be in 4 minutes, and that's going to be pretty much the make or break. Driver's got himself kind of sufficiently scaled to do something, but there's a lot of magic resist already coming in on the front line.
Oh, Silico getting looked on, cease and desist drop, and you have to wonder what they're exactly going for there, because Silico doesn't die in any world. Then Eminem looking to see what he can get on the backside here. Final chapter drop, but doesn't find anyone. Hozo doesn't find anyone either. And Frankie Sports potentially looking on Driver now, who is trying to kill down Pretender. Driver dropped very low. Pretender trying to get his revenge from earlier. Isn't able to quite connect the Q, but Hollow is here as well. Trying to find the angle, trying to find the chase down onto Driver. He's going to be forced down. No, he's given up. No. Kai Wing actually picks up that kill as well, because he wants a little final for himself too. Doesn't hurt to have that Chemtech Putrefier slightly accelerated as well.
Yeah, I think Chemtech Putrefier is by far the best healing reduction item. So if you can get it earlier, it does feel good. This might be the start of Kai Wing's Yuumi destruction again. He's not going for the full AP, but can still put out a little bit of damage. Yeah, exactly. And yeah, I think Driver tries to go for the 1v1 at the back end, but the thing is, Pretender can buy so much time with his tanky build that you really have to have, you know, both a lot of kind of like length in the lane, as well as all that time to really chase him down. And there, the other members of Frank Esports were able to get there in time.
Yeah, and Eminem and Kai Wing really just repeatedly asserting their dominance. You know, they saw a small window of opportunity there, and they immediately took it.
Yeah, so I'm not sure why we're trying to engage on a Kazante. Honestly, it feels way too ambitious, and they used 2 ults as well for it, and I think they did have to flash out. Yeah, okay, so they did have to invest flashes to get out. I'm just not really sure what they're thinking, because honestly, I think even if the Vi and Nami ults connect, I don't think you kill them, and then off the back line here, Driver was trying to get the repeat 1v1, which doesn't really have the time.
Oh, wait, but now they're engaging on the Sejuani instead. They figure they might as well engage on another tanky member, and it actually turns out well for them. Hollow does drop down. Eminem dropped very low as well. Realm Warp coming in, teleporting 2 to the back line, but Pretender is there to make sure that Eminem has the space that he needs. And Atlan and Alex both pretty low now. Silico in the back line by himself, does go all out onto Driver, and Eminem picks up Atlan off screen. Silico dropped very low now. Eminem trying to do the best he can. Pretender ult finds one. Mission now on the run. Is going to sprint on out of there. Silico doing the best he can, but also still very low HP, and Eminem has to be really careful here. Alex is waiting on the side. We'll have to see if Silico can pick up Mission. Does manage to get it. That champion is disgusting, but now Nature is the target. Pretender and Eminem gonna slow down Driver as well, but gonna make it out of there.
Yeah,
ultimately,
I think
pretty good for
Frank
Frank.
can just get Baron straight after this. Like you said, very good for Frank. I mean, Yuumi just offers so much staying power in these fights, right? Like, there was like low health bars there, especially on Eminem, but Yuumi just manages to top them all up.
Yeah, now
contest.
TP is coming in. Alex is really, I don't think he can even get into the pit. Pretender offers so much control here. Alex can't even force his way through, and now he's going to get turned on, making sure that the Baron is completely secure. Cease and desist comes out. Oh, Baron is actually very low. Alex, a very good attempt, but not quite able to get close enough. Baron is picked up for the side of Frank Esports. Mission has TP'd in on the flank, but he's by himself. Driver gets rooted down. Pretender going to finish him off. Hollow actually picks up that kill, and Mission now in no man's land gets spotted out, and it looks like Hollow might actually be able to chase him down here, but the rest of his team is baiting. It looks like they're more just trying to force him away from the turret. Pretender somehow picking up Atlan on the back end of that as well. Disaster for Impunity. Eminem picking up Nature as well. Impunity are completely out of sync. Mission now getting looked on, does get the route down onto Eminem, and they are going to finally disengage. But wow, what a turn of events for Frank Esports.
Yeah, I feel like Frank Esports are just making a montage right now. They're just kind of flexing all over them. And I think, I'm not sure why Impunity tried so hard to contest the Baron. I think it's just really impossible. And they bleed so many kills off the back end of that now you have to give over the 4th Dragon, the Baron, you're down a significant amount of gold, and you get outscaled. The win condition here for Impunity is really that they have to find some sort of engage onto Zeri or Cassiopeia, but both of them are not the easiest champs to pick, at least at this point in the game.
Yeah, Alex was actually dangerously close to stealing that Baron, but as you'll see here in this fight, this is how it all started. Alex looked onto Hollow. I really wish we'd go back to the Dragon, to be honest. It does get picked up. But Hollow actually does drop down despite being the tanky member of Frank Esports, and Eminem drops very low as well. The Realm Warp comes in, but luckily Pretender is there, drops the Miasma, and really just forces Impunity to back off. And now, you know, Eminem and Pretender, they have so much space to work with, and Impunity end up sort of separating themselves. Solo Kill comes in, Alan dies on the sideline, and Solo Kill doing so great of a job, you know, making space and even getting back into the fight despite being so low HP. And this is how Pretender wow, that was really... Wow, that was like the last tick of poison, I think.
Yeah.
But back to the game at hand. Frank Esports, 11 kills to 2. Infernal Soul in their pocket. And almost 9k ahead in gold.
And lots of towers starting to go down. I think Impunity are sort of delaying the inevitable at this point. It's very hard for them to actually defend. And there's still another 30 seconds on this Baron. So potentially can even knock down 2 inhibs with this. And if they get an engage, can definitely end the game straight after it.
Yeah, Frank Esports. Oh, Eminem just immediately drops the lightning crash, knowing that the fight's going to break up, but does get stunned up and hit by the bubble. Has a stopwatch with Driver, who's trying to wreak as much havoc as he can on the back end. Eminem does fall down. No, not quite. Picks up a kill, but does actually fall down. And now, somehow, Impunity have done a vanishing act to Realm Warp into the Death Realm. And all of them are down for the count. It means that Frank Esports, they're looking at closing out this game, knocking on the doors. Only 1 minion alive, but slowly but surely, we'll be taking out these towers, and with it, likely the Nexus. It's taking them a while. But Frank Esports, they're going to be 4-1 now, taking down Impunity in, again, very, very convincing fashion.
Yeah, and I think we've got to start wondering, Impunity, they ended week 1 undefeated, but now... are we
actually taking a while? They're pending the KDA.
We are.
The game is over.
Yeah, so Impunity, I mean, they entered this week 3-0, but now they've lost both their games this week, and I honestly think both of them have been pretty rough games, right? And I think Frank Esports, this game kind of outclassed them pretty much everywhere. Like, I think the draft was really, really good, and then they played it out, you know, really textbook, right? There was very few random deaths, maybe just a solo kill on the Cassiopeia, but yeah, just across the board, really well executed, especially Eminem. I mean, this man was going like really deep every time. And I actually saw, I don't know, we'll maybe see one of the replays of it, but in that fight where Hollow got picked at the start, he actually just flash ulted to kill Lucian, right? Like, he just popped him on the sideline. Not often do you see that. So yeah, they better give my boy Eminem the MVP.
Definitely Chad behavior from him in that game. Obviously, it wasn't just a solo mission though. I mean, they definitely were supported by the rest of the team, creating so much space. Pretender on the Cassiopeia, you know, just providing that threat and making sure that the threats to them on the side of Impunity aren't able to find any way into those fights.
Yeah, I mean, I really like Frank Esports draft. It's a classic, you know, just get a couple DPS threats in the back line, put a bunch of tanks in front of him, and just, you know, let him cook, basically.
Yeah,
is what we're saying.
He definitely did cook. He was cooking up a feast. Kaiwing as well, you know, it's hard to see the impact that the Yumi gives, but I feel like especially when you have the Shirelias to like further improve your kiting ability in those fights really did pay dividends for them.
Yeah, I think having both Yumi and Cassante on the same team feels like a no-no for me right now, right? Like, both of those champs, they seem to kind of defy what is possible in League of Legends. They just keep fighting, they keep sustaining, and they just offer too much. And I really think, yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Gwen, honestly, Driver did pretty well, and the rest of the map just kind of collapsed around them. So I'd actually maybe be down for seeing the Gwen again. But I don't know. I feel like Lucian Nami this game really did not perform. And I think we can't really complain about the pick because Lucian Nami has shown plenty of times if it does get ahead, it's great. But this game, Impunity's bot lane, they just don't really find anything with it and just end up getting double killed by Zeri at 10 minutes. And you just know that you're going to have no impact pretty much from then on.
Yeah, we've said it every other time Lucian Nami's been picked, but we'll say it again. You know, as soon as they fall behind in the matchup, it becomes so much harder to claw back from it. Obviously, they get ahead, it's so much easier for them to accelerate their lead, but when they're behind, it's so difficult to find a way back in.
Yeah, 100%. I think just the whole comp was kind of set up to counter short range, and I think the Rise, I don't know, I feel a little bad for Mission because he has to blind peck and there's a lot of mids banned, so like you don't have a lot of options, honestly, right? But at the same time, I think Rise is just very difficult to play into that comp, and they didn't manage to get anything done on the map with it at all, so yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, Pretender at the same time did a great job of, you know, not only neutralizing their matchup, but also providing so much flexibility for Frank Esports to play these fights out and pumping out a lot of damage as well, you know?
Yes, I think this was that fight where Hollow, he gets... Oh, this is a different one. He got picked a lot this game. He got picked at the start. And yeah, I think this was really where the Yuumi kind of came in clutch, right? Like Eminem's very, very low, but just with the Yuumi is able to sustain him up and go back in, because you feel like if you didn't have the Yuumi sustain, perhaps the fight would just end there. But Eminem, he gets the flash ult on the side, executes a Lucian, and then they just have so much kite back potential. It's just insane. And they, off the back of this, they did end up picking up the Baron as well.
Yeah, not only kite potential, but chase potential, as we saw in that fight. But Pretender doing the most damage in that game, 21k.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty impressive. 100%. I'm actually surprised he did so much damage, because it felt like, you know, Eminem really looked like the kind of star of the fights, but obviously, yeah, Pretender on the caster must have been putting out a lot of damage. And I just want to kind of look back at the score sheet over here. It was 4 dragons to 0, 9 towers to 2, and 16 kills to 3. I mean, it was pretty one-sided. And if you look at the gold difference, they were ahead for probably like 99% of this game, right? Like, there was really just not a window for Impunity to do anything. Perhaps some of those early mid-jungle 2v2s could have gone a bit better if Impunity had executed them perhaps just a little cleaner. But yeah, ultimately Frank Esports, they picked just the safe, scaling, strong composition and comes out on top.
And I have to say, MVP-wise, I would definitely have to give it to Eminem, and I am right this time. I can't predict draft, but I can predict these ones. Eminem really just, I can't even remember a time where he made a mistake in this game, to be honest. I'm sure he didn't play perfectly, but it seemed pretty perfect to me.
Yeah, I think when you play with Yuumi, you get a lot of extra chances to make mistakes, you know? But yeah, no, I think he played very well, and I think one thing that Yuumi really kind of enables is like, yeah, on one hand it allows you to make mistakes, but it also allows you to do plays that wouldn't be possible with other champions, right? Like, you can really get pretty crazy with the Yuumi on you, and yeah, Eminem, he really made the most of the Zero Yuumi combo.
Yeah, also, small shout out for Solokill as well. I feel like he was mostly overshadowed by the rest of the members of his team, but, you know, in those fights, especially that one we saw in that last highlight, you know, finding a flank and really just causing enough disruption in their backline to provide, again, even more space for Eminem and Pretender to play with, definitely was crucial in its own way.
Yeah, 100% agree. I mean, top lane did just kind of feel like they did their own thing for most of the game, and that's sometimes what happens with top lane, right? Like, if the rest of the map collapses before you're able to have impact, it's rough. I feel like most top laners don't really get to impact the game too much before, say, like, second drag. And yeah, I mean, by that point, the map was kind of already exploding, so yeah, neither of them really got a lot of potential impact. Again, Driver honestly did pretty well with the Gwen counterpick. Like, he got the tower, he got a solo kill onto the Cassiopeia, but the entire rest of his team were just too far behind. He could never really take off.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a bit of a weird one, right? Because it is a counterpick, but it feels like it's not quite finding enough value into the Cassante as you'd want, but Cassante, he is just that champion. Hopefully we don't see him next game, which is DWT versus Megabank Beyond Gaming, our final game for tonight. Definitely don't want to miss that one. See you guys soon.
Mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you could do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back, are you ready? 'Cause I'm coming back, knocking down the door. Coming back. Are you ready for more?
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain boat, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say about to go. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show.
I got champagne wishes and caveat dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs will try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
You know, say my
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the PCS Week 2, Day 2, brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. We've got our 5th and final game for tonight. DOH team going up against Megabank Beyond Gaming. Now, both these teams sitting not in a great position on the ladder right now.
Yeah, they've both been struggling a bit, and I think it's really weird because both teams, I think, well, yeah, that very first game that Beyond Gaming played, they came out the gates, just destroyed CFO. And then Doish team, I feel like Doish team has had great drafts against the good teams, but then they've lost because they've been outskilled, and they've had really bad drafts against the bad teams. Like I think their yesterday draft, where they just picked like the full like engaged team composition, with like the Diana, the Ornn, etc. I think that actually has potential to beat teams that really can't take advantage of the weak early game that has, right? But if you play it against some of those stronger teams, you're going to get exploited for it. So I'd like to see Doish team maybe go the way of Frank Esports and just pick something, very standard, very solid, that provides you with some scaling. It has some engage options, nothing too fancy. Like I don't think, obviously they've got some kind of like sleeper picks, like their Diana or whatever, but I'd like to see them kind of stick to the meta and just pick something sort of like that.
Definitely, Doish team seem to have been building their own sort of personality, but let's take a look at Megabank Beyond Gaming. Likai, Kongya, 1116, Finn, and Kino. Looking dapper on the Rift as usual. But BYG, they're definitely no stranger themselves to picking like slightly less conventional stuff, like the Camille we saw yesterday, as well as the Swain mid as well. But really not finding too much success on it. As you mentioned before, they did come out of the gate swinging. They beat down CFO in a very convincing manner on day one. Flawless game for them, but it feels like they've just run out of steam since then.
Yeah, I feel like honestly, in this meta especially, the meta has been like this for so long and so figured out that it's really difficult to play some of the more off-meta picks. Obviously, we see some coming through sometimes successfully, such as the Udyr or whatever. But I feel like on the whole, the meta is it's the meta for a reason right now, especially because it's been that way for a long time. When the meta just shifts, suddenly there's a lot of changes, right? And you can have something new, but we've had this meta for a long time now. It's been well figured out.
Yeah, Doish team though, they're a team that doesn't seem to care as much about the meta. Lakunai, WSL, Xiaotu, Pepero, and Enhao. Now these guys had, as you mentioned before, a very interesting team comp, especially I think the biggest point for me was the Nyla Yuumi bot lane. It feels like they were investing a lot into trying to get that going, and opted for that lane swap strategy into Waco on the Caitlyn as well, trying to avoid those tough early levels, especially in that sort of double range matchup. It didn't really pay off, but I think it's still bold of them to go for that play, and it's one that not many teams would even think of, to be honest.
Yeah, I honestly don't hate it. I think if they were against a team that couldn't quite punish them as hard in the early game, they'd probably get away with it. And I also think there's an argument to make that if you don't think you can beat those top teams, maybe you do have to go something risky, something that isn't standard, something that if they make mistakes, maybe you can punish them for it. So I think Doish team, they've definitely got some interesting options in here. We're looking at the mid lane champ comparisons. So Swain, Syndra Stars, and Diana cast and Rise. So a bit off meta for both of them, I would say. In stats, relatively similar, though KDA is pretty different. I guess damage percentage is pretty different too. Jungle proximity, okay, the stats aren't different. I don't know why I said that. The jungle proximity at the bottom, so a lot more pressure from the jungler for 1116. Which kind of makes sense. He has played a few champs that have a bit more gang setup than Zhao2's champions here, but yeah, I'm pretty excited to see what both of these mid laners pick, because they're definitely willing to just pick a bit differently,
Yeah, definitely very much happy to sort of explore around the boundaries. I think it does come back to the point you made where the meta has already been figured out to a certain degree, so it can be hard to find success on these other picks when people have likely already tried them and show that they don't work as well as you'd want them to. But regardless, I don't think either team, based on the overall team spirit and the way they've played so far, it seems like they're not willing to give up on that and really just trying to push the boundaries of what they can consider meta, because I guess ultimately the meta is the meta, but you still want to try and sort of mold that to what your team wants to play as well.
Yeah, and here we have it. Our final game of the day, BYG on blue up against DWT on the red side. Cassid and Lucian, Yuumi and Silas all already taken away. Yuumi ban early on is pretty interesting. I guess it's just a response probably to the Lucian, so they just want to make sure that all the combinations are gone. Maokai is banned as well, which suggests an Elise first pick if it's not banned here by DWT. There's the Elise. Okay, so now Sedge is probably the highest priority pick. There's also Ashe, but ooh, okay, so it actually goes for the Rise. Interesting. I feel like there's still quite a few options into the Rise available. I'd like to see the Sedge or the Vi picked up here. Varus is also good. I think having range is nice, and also lockdown for Rise is good as well. And also it might just be one of the stronger bot laners left available now that, you know, a significant amount of bot lane combos are gone. So this Varus will be locked in. I think your options here, I guess, are just Ashe or jungle. You could maybe take Ashe and just pick your jungle on 3, but no, it looks like the Sejuani is hovered. Will it be locked in? I imagine it will be, yep. Okay, so BYG, you'd probably answer with Vi, I would think. I don't think you really want to let your jungle drop. I think the jungle picks rapidly run out, especially because oftentimes Elise and Maokai just get banned first 3 anyway. So maybe take the Vi, it's obviously pretty good with the Rise. And then we take, or do we just take 2 bot laners of our choice? Okay, the Zeri. Could just be Zeri Lulu here, I suppose. But we would be opting into a pretty bad jungle matchup, most likely.
Oh, Volibear. Okay. Now the mid lane is already picked up for the side of BYG. We haven't yet seen 1116 on the Rise yet, so I'm interested to see how he's going to be performing on that.
Udi are actually being hovered. I think they're playing with us.
No, they
Will it be the Vi?
are.
It's going to be the Vi, isn't it? Yeah, okay, so the Vi is locked in kind of as expected. Ashe is still open. I think Ashe Varus or Heimer Varus could both be pretty good here, and you also have the option of banning out the Lulus. So BYG, I feel like they might have drafted their bot lane into a corner. It'll be interesting to see how they end up playing it out.
Yeah, picking up Zeri on 2, but then dropping the support back until after the second ban phase can potentially, you know, put your bot lane in an even worse position, especially when DWT have already picked up the Varus, have set up for that bot lane already. Varus does have, I feel like, a lot more options to play with as opposed to the Zeri.
Yeah. So they take the Jax. Pretty interesting. I wonder then, will they still go for the support bans, or do they need to ban stuff in order to protect this Jax? Stuff like Akali or Jace could be on the table. Otherwise, maybe you do just target the support, something like Lulu. Yep, taken away. I'm not sure what else you ban with Zeri. I feel like after Yuumi and Lulu...
Those are the 2 big ones, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what you play with after that. Maybe... Yeah, I'm not even
I can't even think of anything.
Neither.
Hopefully BYG have something up their sleeve, because otherwise this bot lane is going to end up in a pretty dire situation. And we saw that, you know, in yesterday's game where they ended up with, you know, Kino on the Ashe support as well, really not having a good time at all, falling behind far too early and having next to no impact on the game itself.
Hey, now what would be the second ban? I wonder if you just ban the tops instead, because it kind of feels like with Lulu and Yuumi gone, there isn't a great support to play here anyway. Okay, yeah, ban Saphira instead. So this should be an Ashe ban, I'm thinking. They've already banned the Heimer. I have to think Ashe will be the other one. Although, there is still Karma available as well. So even if you ban out the Ashe, it's not like Varus doesn't have a pairing. Okay, so they ban away the Azir. DWT, they probably should actually just pick mid here and kind of pick their support last. There's still, as you said, a lot of options that can be played with Varus. What is the pick into the Rise here? Syndra? I would like the Syndra. I think it does work. Yeah, okay, so it's locked in. I like it. It's pretty good against short range. You have to be a bit careful with the Vial. If you position well, it should be fine. Now, what is the support that BYG is going to play with this? And also, what is your top lane answer into the Jax? What are questions that need to be answered?
I'm leaning towards the Karma or the Nami. I was thinking about the Nautilus as well, but it feels pretty hard to play into DWT's team comp. And it's definitely going to get bullied pretty heavily in lane. But might be the only option left. Yeah, Kino picks it up.
And into the Jax will be Jace? Ooh, or do you just opt into the Cassandra, even though it's often countered into it? Maybe you just decide that the champ's too OP.
Yeah, I'm really not too happy about how BOG have drafted. DWT have a lot of options for this bot lane. Looking towards potentially the Pyke. Now that would make for a pretty interesting bot matchup.
Braum, okay, so we've ended up with very different bot matchups than we expected here. I think with the Braum being locked in, this should just be on head Varus. I think there's definitely pretty much no chances to poke Varus with a Braum. So DWT, I feel like they've come out on top of this draft phase is very similar to the last game comp where they have just got, you know, they've pretty much just got 2 backline DPS threats. They have a bunch of tanks in front of them. They can just play a very simple team fight like that. BYG on the other hand, I feel like they have to get something done with the Rise and the Vi early, especially if you can get the Zeri going, because I feel like Zeri Nautilus is not a very threatening combo. And the top matchup will be interesting as well, because you opt into what is often a counter pick matchup. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, it feels like Kino is going to be heavily reliant on not the lane itself, but rather finding opportunities to roam around, especially to target Xiao2 on the Syndra, because, you know, you do have the gank set up from the Rise as well, and Xiao2 himself has been, you know, in the past very vulnerable to those early level ganks. So see if Kino can find value on that. Although, I don't know, it feels like it's just a weird draft on both sides. I am excited for the game though, because, you know, it's a bit different to what we've seen previously. And I think especially something that DWT's team comp is sort of in danger of is almost like having too much CC. Because when you do that, the value for Merc Treads on the side of BYG just goes way up. And I would be surprised if I didn't see, you know, 4 Merc Treads on the side of BYG. There's just so much potential there.
Yeah, I mean, I still think that the CC is obviously going to be good, right? Like, obviously having a lot of mercs does feel good, but when there's just that much CC coming in, it's difficult to play against. And I think, how long has it been since we've seen a Nautilus vs Brawl matchup? I mean,
it's a blast from the past. We've been starving for some melee support on support action, but we are back on the Rift. 5th and final game for tonight. BYG going up against Jewish team. It does feel like both these teams really do want this win, you know. They don't want to fall any further down the standings, both sitting at 1 and 3. Bit of a race to the bottom for both of them.
Okay, so DWT, they do have the Sejuani Braum, which is a really strong skirmishing combo, and it's also a very strong level 1 combo. So there's potential for some sort of level 1 invade here. There are pings going down on it, so I think BYG are at least respecting the fact that it's possible.
I do think DWT should try something. Even if it doesn't work out, there's still a lot of potential disruption there. And it's hard to imagine Kongya being able to even secure his red buff. Yeah, they are gathering for that level 1 invade. Kino is going to spot it out, but I'm not sure they can do too much. Yeah, they're just going to completely concede it.
Yeah, and I really like this from DWT. I feel like so often I see Braums not go for the level 1 invade. Especially with Braum and Sejuani, you pretty much have the ability to split the map however you like it. And it's going to make it even more difficult for the Zeri and Nautilus to not only play the game, but also to receive help from the Rise and from Kongya on the Vi. They're going to be kind of stuck down there.
Yeah, and I think Larkanai as well on the top side, pretty happy to be weak-sided. You know, he has the Counter-Strike available to negate most of the damage from Likai and Kongya. So definitely not too much to worry about in that regard.
Yeah, and I think often when we see this Jax Cassante matchup, it is more of a scaling counter pick. You're not expecting to get big lane leads as well.
Xiao2, he's getting looked on. No.
WSL actually manages just to cross topside, so it's actually in a 3-quadrant Kongya, which is really, really nice.
WSL getting a lot of bang for his buck here, and very soon Kongya, I don't think he knows at all. He's going to walk down to his bot side. He's going to be completely gone. And after that, his options are pretty limited. He can go for the Scuttle Crab afterwards, but it's still a while before it comes up.
Yeah, I think he should know. Yeah, I mean, he knows his bot side is gone here. I think just the Krugs is the only place he can really go afterwards. Perhaps we'll look into WSL's jungle, or maybe even for a play mid. They do have that point-and-click gank set up, and Xiao2 is immobile, might be in trouble.
Oh, Xiao2 forced to burn the flash. As we said earlier, you know, Xiao2 doesn't seem to want to respect these early games too much, and definitely paying for it once again.
Does feel a little bad. But hey, he draws pressure.
Copium.
WSL, I mean, he's got more camps than he can farm right now. He's still struggling to get rid of them all. But yeah, really nice start, I think, for DWT. Getting that little lead on the jungle. Although losing your mid flash so early does feel a little bad. There's potentially a 3v3 coming up.
Kongya is in the area. Same with WSL. They probably are going to spot each other pretty soon as the Scuttle Crab is up for contest. Gonna do a little bit of dueling one-on-one. Kongya actually going to go in with the Vault Breaker. He's in pretty deep, but he does have prio from the Zeri and the Nautilus, surprisingly enough. So he is going to be able to pick this one up.
I think also there was a big mid trade going down because Zhao is extremely low. So perhaps that's why they ended up giving up that crab, and he needs to be kind of careful. It's possible that Kongo will look for a dive mid if he doesn't reset. He doesn't have flash and he's landing on extremely low health.
WSL though seems to be keenly aware of this, making sure he is in the area and supporting him to catch this cannon wave. Meanwhile, on the top side, not all too much. Likai, he was getting traded on earlier on, but seems to have sustained most of that backup. And Lakanai now kind of on the back foot, though both of them have opted for Doran's shields. Oof, -1.
Cannon, Smoj.
That always sucks to lose those early cannons.
Now, 1116, TP's back is going to be getting towards that Catalyst as quick as possible. You also expect, as you were saying, to see him pick up the Merc Treads against that double AP mid-jungle. WSL actually just sweeping out. Not sure what he's really expecting to find here. Maybe he's thinking that these Krugs are going to be up soon. I'm actually not too sure.
Yeah,
Ooh, will he look bot lane instead?
Well, BYG, they are a little bit too far up. Oh, DWT is doing a really good job of baiting them back up in the lane, making them think there's no one here. But now they're looking for Enhua. It does hit the Q. But Kino going to make it out of there pretty easily. And WSL not able to achieve too much. BYG are kind of just like in the sweet spot there, I guess. You know, able to quickly retreat. Kino tanks Braum Q and then hooks away. Making sure that they're all snug and safe under the turret.
WSL wasted quite a lot of time here. So the jungle lead obviously still has a few camps to farm, but Zhao could be in trouble. Kino has flash. I feel like if they commit 2 flashes, Zhao just dead.
This looks really bad.
Just flash Q into flash EW?
Zhao should know, but he doesn't seem to want to care at all.
Need the flash.
Gets rooted down. Kongyu not going to follow up with the Vault Break. I think it got cancelled by Scatter of the Week, but first blood picked up for Kongyu.
Yeah, so Zhao, it's obviously just very difficult to survive when you don't have flash, but I feel like that is a window where you could have been respectful. You know the enemy support is in base, and where is he going to path? If he's not showing bot lane, he must be nearby mid, so you've really got to respect those windows.
Yeah, we've seen him make this mistake over and over again in previous games, and still isn't quite able to pick up on that. And BYG gonna pick up the dragon as well. EWT not really able to get much else in return.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we were hoping to see BYG. You know, they need at least a little something in the early game to get ahead. They don't really have to crazy snowball, but having a small lead like this is pretty important.
Yeah, 1116. Pretty comfortable in the mid lane so far. WSL is around, but not quite 6 yet. And he's making sure to lean. Ooh, never mind. Sitting in the middle now. Wrong side, buddy.
Could maybe be in trouble here.
Scatter of the Week just goes wide. Zeltu not able to connect that quite close enough. And 1116 now realizing that, yes, he should indeed be leading to the bottom side of the map.
Trades going down on the top side. Herald is up in another 40 seconds, which will probably be the next point of contention. And bot lane as well has been relatively quiet. Not a whole lot happening.
You have to feel like at the moment it is favoring BYG. Even in the bot side, I guess they are down, a few CS, not really all that much to be honest, but overall, BYG feels like they're doing a pretty good job so far in the bot lane.
Yeah. Now, will they bring bot lanes up to this Herald? It looks like they will, so this might actually end up being a 5v5 on Herald. We have all members converging here on the map.
Well, exciting.
DWT are here first, so they have the mid priority as well as the Herald setup, and we have a pause.
It's important to point out that Enhao has actually just ticked 6. Meanwhile, on the other side, Keynote does not quite have his ult available yet, so I feel like it's going to be a pretty important factor to consider in this fight.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Based off what I remember, I feel like this is a pretty good fight for DWT. They're here a lot earlier. They have a lot of setup for it.
And they have the Bronze Rani as well.
Yeah, very strong skirmishing. It'll be interesting, because I think on the other side, DWT, they're kind of expecting with the Rise to get priority and then move to another lane, right? Kind of have those advantage numbers fights. But yeah, if they can't get it, then obviously, yeah, it's not going to work out.
Yeah, I mean, they've been able to find some stuff in the mid lane, but I don't know, it's definitely hard to tell. I do feel like with these early game 5v5s, a lot of it depends on, you know, how both teams execute on it. So definitely still a lot of wiggle room for both sides to come out on top.
Okay,
now heading back into the game. So Riptail actually is already going to be going pretty low. Kino gets stunned up. Glacial Fissure comes down as well as a Sejuani ult as well. Fing pops the Lightning Crash, but not before Kino goes down. And Kongyu in the backside now does cease and desist onto Pepro. Force the flash over, but into the waiting arms of Likai. Still has his all-out available, but Fing is chasing down every single member of DWT. Likai now on the run as well, but Fing still trying to clean up. 1-1-6 stuns up WSL, and Kongyu is still on the chase as well. Fing is trying to do the best he can, but I think his ult stacks have fallen off. But still very good for the side of BYG.
Yeah, wow, I think BYG honestly just kind of smurfed it there. Even without the numbers advantage, managed to take the fight. And I think it might have been a pretty big mid difference in this fight. I don't think that Syndra had the lost chapter at that point, and Rise had these 3 items, which are extremely important. You know, you got the Mercs to survive any potential engage, as well as a lot of damage coming out from tier Catalyst. Actually, some pretty heavy trades.
He's really playing with fire here. He does have a big wave, but the counter-strike is available for Lakanai. Oh, Likai actually opting in for it. Does have 2 members.
Oh, the
boys are pulling up. But Lakanai actually manages to take down Likai, so pretty good for him, but he does miss a lot of minions as well.
Yeah, so this fight starts pretty well, I think, for DWT. I think maybe the problem was that they chased a bit too deep here, because what happened was Pepper and Jiaotu, they kind of just ended up having to, you know, completely split out. Pepper ends up flashing kind of into death anyway. So I think if they hadn't chased so far, it would have been good, but 1-1-6 and Feng just dealing so much damage throughout this whole fight, especially once all the CC was used onto Kino's Nautilus at the very start there.
Yeah, it feels like DWT just didn't quite have a good read on how they wanted to play that one out. It did start off well for them, but ultimately not able to punish Kino. And now he's picked up the Merc Treads as well, so going to be even harder to find those picks onto the usually squishy Nautilus.
Now 1 minute on the next dragon. So far only BYG has managed to pick up a drag. It's very early in the game, but we've already had 7 kills, so quite a lot of action coming across. And BYG, they've definitely got what we kind of expected out of their early game. Perhaps not the way we expected them to get it, but they have gotten that lead they need. They carry the feeling in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah, 1-1-1-6 topping the gold for now. Being following closely behind, and Xiao2 somehow leading for the side of DWT, even though he was punished quite a lot early on. DWT waiting in the bush now. Not going to get spotted out just yet. Pepero. Ooh, okay. WSL is actually in an interesting spot here.
He is nearby. Both sums are up for Feng.
He has the ult. Looking for Feng. Feng does have the cleanse available, but they still have abilities to follow up on that, including the Glacial Fissure with the knock-up. Q connects.
And they don't have any mid priorities.
Oh,
so
but BYG, they've got plans of their own. WSL, I'm not sure if this was his plan to dissuade the dive, but seems to be heading in that direction. BYG moving that into the river control for the Ocean Drake, and WSL wasting actually a lot of time in the end for pretty much nothing.
They're going to go for the contest.
Oh, Xiaoqi does have a good angle on this. BYG are pincered. They need to find a way to initiate on one side of this fire, otherwise they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Oh, Kino gets rooted up and stunned. Oh, has to pop the stopwatch, but Feng trying to do as much as he can. Actually dashes into the back line. It's working out well from Piro. Drops very low. Flashes the arrow as well. Does pick up Inhao as well. Xiao2 looking to drop the Unleashed Power. Does pick up Feng, but is promptly finished off by the side of BYG. And they pick up the Dragon as well.
Yeah, they just kind of rinsed them. And I think DWT had really poor focusing there. I think they split their damage onto so many different targets. And yeah, just really fell apart. BYG rapidly advancing ahead here. So many kills just being picked up for free in these team fights. We'd really like to see the replay on this.
Oh, yeah, wishes that come true.
Yes, I think to begin with, again, like a lot of CC goes onto Kino. But then after this, all the damage starts getting spread out. You know, WSL, he goes on the rise. The rest of them are kind of hitting Feng. Jiaotu's so far away that he can't really do anything. And what ends up happening is everyone just lives on super low, well, not super low, but on low enough HP that no one really ends up going down other than Feng. So Yeah, I think maybe with a little bit better teamfight execution, perhaps could have come out on top there.
Yeah, I felt like BYG were actually in a bit of trouble there. You know, pincered on both sides, and Xiao Tu, you know, other than contributing that initial scatter of the week and the unleashed power onto Pepro at the end, I mean, sorry, onto Feng at the end, it feels like it didn't really accomplish much else, and you know, that's not really what you want from a Syndra in those skirmishes.
Indeed. Now there still is the Herald here. Just going to be dropped onto mid. Place is still up for another minute. But BYG, they're definitely strong enough that they can, you know, make sure nothing else really happens here.
Well, scatter of the week. Oh, I thought they hit Kino as well, but well, now he's... Yeah, okay. Yeah, visual bug was a bit weird.
It's on Syndra's W.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Lakanai gonna get taken all out. Lee Kai looking to see if he can win out on this trade, but actually doesn't turn out pretty well for him. Lakanai answering back with some fight of his own, pops the ultimate as well. But to recap, Feng dealing so much damage to Pepro. Pepro, what are you doing there? You're out of position. Rooted up.
Oh my god, there were so many Qs missed, and Pepro, he manages to take him out, just kind of space glided on him.
Yeah, Pepro breathing a sigh of relief there. Looked really bad for him, but Feng misses like 3 Qs in a row, and Pepro cleans him up with the execution. But wait, Kongi is looking on to Xiao Tu. It does get taken down. WCell is here now as well. Inhao looking to stuns up one member. Doesn't hit the stun on Kongi surprisingly, but now Pepro is here too. They do have the Sidrani Braum skirmishing power. Now they're turning it around. Kino looking to see what he can do as well. Kongi actually coming back in, and they're coordinating this super well. 1-on-1-6 on 1 HP. Pepro not able to find, does find actually one. Kongi forcing Pepro to flash away as well. That was really gritty skirmishing, and DWT, it seemed like they should have come out on top there, but BYG juggling the aggro really well.
Yeah, Kongu and 1-1-1-6, they played that immaculately, honestly. They really played on their limits extremely well there, and Pepero, he was kind of poised to pick up, you know, 3 or 4 kills and some shutdowns there, but they all managed to just get away from him.
Yeah, BYG really just showcasing their supreme team fighting prowess, the team of rookies showing their stuff. Let's take a look at how that unfolded.
So Xiao Tu is initially caught out without his flash and pretty much goes down without a hedge. Doesn't even manage to trade up amount of damage. 1-1-6 is just free hitting on the backside. I mean, Pepper comes in. They've got that Sedge Braum, like you were saying. It's a lot of CC. They just managed to juggle it enough, living on extremely low health bars. If Pepper just had like a little more damage here, just a tiny bit more gold, perhaps could clean a few of them up. Ends up getting out.
Yeah, ultimately, DWT still not able to find the skirmish that they really want. That one was probably it, but yeah, the execution just ever so slightly off. Lakanai does get cease and desisted, and it looks like he might be taken out here, but not before he takes it. Oh, not quite. Tries to flash in to finish off Lee Kai, but not able to find the kill. DWT now on the bot side, trying to pressure this tower. WCell is waiting in the wings, but he might have actually been spotted out by that Seri W potentially. Xiao Tu is rotating down as well. Nope, getting back down, up rather, to the mid lane. Meanwhile, Kong is starting up the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and DWT perhaps looking for something more.
Feng does have the cleanse up, so he's pretty happy to play this far up. Does have to be careful of that Glacial Fissure. That's the one thing he can't cleanse, and if he gets locked down amidst all of that, can be trouble for him.
Looks like this Herald is going to be picked up.
Oh, WCell looking now onto Kino. Does get the hook and the Glacial Augment. Knocks up 3. Buys so much time. The TP's coming in. Feng clearing out the minions. Does tank a lot of damage. Xiao Tu is here as well, I guess. But Lee Kai pops the TP. Ooh.
They could maybe 2 before this. There's a lot of damage between the two of them.
Yeah, a lot of ults burned from the side of DWT as well. Only Xiao Tu's Unleashed Power left up. DWT, I'm not too sure what they're doing here. They've got committed 4 members to bot side, but for not all too much. Dragon is up in 10 seconds now. WCell already half HP before anything's even started.
And now, they are probably going to play for this mid tower. On the other side though, Lacuna is dealing with the top tower. Now this tower will fall to the Herald, so we're going to start opening up the game. And this will be 3rd Dragon, most likely going over to BYG at only 17 minutes. They're going to be feeling really good about the situation they're in.
Yeah, Laguna is going to pick up the top tower in return, but BYG doing a great job. DWT committing so many resources to the bot side, but ultimately not able to pick up anything, really. And really just a lot of, what's the word, inefficient net pressure, I guess. When you're sending 4 people bot side, you really want to be picking up at least something, especially when you've got, you know, these skirmishing champions with long range CC. BYG, 5k gold ahead now. Hope is rapidly running out for Jewish team.
Yeah, and they are getting that bot tower. I think Jewish team, like, they obviously have a pretty strong scaling composition, but it's really difficult to play out from behind, especially a lead that is this significant. You know, for BYG, they're so far ahead and they have the tools in order to just keep forcing. You know, don't give Zhao2 and Pepper the time to farm up to the items they need.
Fing's dashing straight in, gets stunned up, pops the cleanse. Glacial Fissure comes down as well. He's rooted, but he's still hitting. Pepero not hitting as much. Does go down to Kongyu on a rampage. 1116 is unstoppable. Picks up in How as well, and they're just caught out with none of their teammates around.
Yeah, I think there's just too many tools from BYG, and Pepper there did not have the flash and had the whole kitchen sink, you know, thrown at him. I mean, he got viled, not altered. It's very difficult to play from there, and that's kind of what I mean. If you fall this far behind and they can just engage kind of past your tanks like that, there really isn't much counterplay for Pepper here. The counterplay really is that if you don't fall behind, your tanks are stronger. They can just kind of stand in front of you and you have a normal front-to-back team fight, but not the case here.
Yeah, not to mention Fing. Oh, this is from earlier.
Cinematic
replay. So you can see Fing missing all of his Qs, and Pepero picking up that kill. Actually, does so much damage with the execution on the empowered arrow. A huge reaction there. Oh, there it is.
We got one.
Yeah, he's
that.
smiling about it, but
yeah.
he knows he screwed up. But you know, makes up for that Chad play just then. You know, being the first one to dash in definitely takes a lot of guts, but he knows he's got the cleanse available, and the Glacial Fissure isn't going to be enough to take him out. And it opens up so many opportunities for the rest, you know, of BYG to follow up once all the CC has been expended. So, good job from him. Not sure if it quite makes up for those disastrous Qs earlier, but it's close.
Look, it happens. BYG, they're in such a good spot here. They can continue to force. They're up 7,000 gold. And the 4th dragon is spawning in just 3 more minutes. It's going to be one of our earliest souls, I think, picked up.
Yeah.
It's pretty early.
Definitely very early, and DWT, they're the team that drafted so much CC and skirmishing power, but they haven't been able to find those. With this force coming up, oh my goodness, Lakanai is actually going to make it out of this one. Kongyu is still looking for it. He's thirsty. Does have that healing from the Radiant Virtue.
DWT, they might try and engage now. There's no cleanse on Feng.
Yeah, Feng. Oh, Kino's around now as well, but stun does actually connect. Chained with the scatter of the week. He is going to drop down. No, actually survives on 1 AP. Unleashed power isn't enough. WCL trying to chase him down as best he can. Fing is on the run. I don't think he's going to make it out of this one. Wait, WCL just turns around, doesn't try to attempt any further. And now on the other end of the fight, we've got Lakanai jumping in, heading to with the counter-strike, but WCL's back in there, back in the thick of it, trying to see what he can do. Kongyu actually connecting the flash Vault Breaker onto Pepero, not quite enough to finish him off. This fight is so messy. Fing coming back in as well, the hero in the final hour, trying to clean up for BYG. Double kill for 1-on-1-6. They're realm warping in as well. Not able to find WCL. He's running away with his tail between his legs. And that is a lot of kills picked up for BYG.
Yeah, I think 1-on-1-6 on the rise must have done 1 million damage in this fight. He's now 8-0-7.
Jeez.
Pretty insane performance coming out of him, just constantly free hitting throughout the fight. And Feng as well, you know, he didn't go down on the engage. And he actually managed to live the entire fight. I mean,
yeah, I mean, it was pretty surprising to see WCL turn around like that, but I guess he just didn't have his abilities up early enough. Or something. Honestly, I thought he had it if he just kept chasing a little bit, and it would have been pretty big for them. But anyway, let's take another look at this engage.
Yeah, I feel like... Oh, I want to say, this is real nitpicky, but if Syndra placed another ball before ulting, it would have killed her. But yeah, I mean, after that, Zhao2 ends up in the middle of the team, and just watch 1-on-1-6 in this fight. I mean, he's completely uncontested. There's no threat left onto him, so all he has to do is pretty much just stack his E onto as many members as possible and just start hitting them right, especially when it's a lot of melees like this. You can just get EQs over and over and over. Kongyu as well found a lot of really good angles in this team fight. Oh my god, it's a Rise dream, man. Look how many things are
but the team fighting again. Kenna pops the stopwatch. I'm not sure how he's ended up there. Scatter the Week comes out, stuns up one. There's a lot of stuff. Cease and desist coming out onto end. How he is dropped down. Fing has got the lightning crash. He's zooming. He's got the zoomies. Taking down one. Lakanai falls on the back end. Fing trying to see what he can do as well. Dashes over the wall. Trying to keep his distance from the Scatter of the Week, which is back up and available for Xiao2, but 2 kills picked up once again for BYG, and they're looking towards this Infernal Soul.
It looks like Soul will be picked up at only 23 minutes, so they're going to be insanely strong at this point in the game, and I think if they get any more kills here, they can easily just start Baron.
Yeah, it's really looking rough for DWT. Dragon's given over at 22 minutes into the game, and they're almost 10k behind as well.
So this fight kind of started, I mean, we didn't really see the very start of it, but it looks like they just kind of went in and caught them on the mid-wave. I think DWT really should be trying to avoid 5v5s at this point in the game, but just end up grouped up on that mid-wave, and it's just not really going to work. At this point, BYG, they're so far ahead, they can pretty much just stat check you.
Yeah, big props to Fing as well, you know, not being preoccupied with the frontline and instead, you know, finding the angle when Konya goes in with a cease and desist and making sure to follow in with the dash over the wall. And, you know, it's the perfect side angle for Azario to execute on that fight. And it's good that he was able to identify that, because it's a big, you know, essential component of BYG's success in these team fights.
Now, a lot of Baron control here for BYG. Can perhaps look for an engage.
Well, Likai is looking. Realmwolf is right on top of them as well. Inhao looks like he's going to be the target. Does get dropped down. Wall can't block both ways, but now WSL's rooted up as well. He's out of mana, so he's not going to be able to contribute much more. He is on a hit, but definitely do need those abilities as well to be able to weave in. Now BYG starting with the Baron, and they're doing it pretty damn quickly.
Yeah, I think maybe would like to see one member just try and keep WSL out. Maybe Likai will look to go over the wall. They haven't spotted him yet.
He's actually over. He's going straight in onto Xiaotu, followed up by the rest of BYG. Somehow have all managed to make it around the Baron pit. Yeah, a bit unfortunate for Xiaotu. He's having a pretty rough game. And now BYG, Likai, and Kino making sure to keep vision of WSL, keep him in their sights to make sure he's well away from the Baron. And yeah, well away he is. Not even close, but now potentially might be looking to be engaged on. Does get the stun up on the Likai, but Likai's just taking no damage at all. And now BYG are following up. TP coming in from 1116 as well on the side. Kongya finds Inhao as well. He's respawned. Pepero doing a lot of damage on the back end as well, but Feng is doing much more. Trying to chase down Pepero and Lakanai. Pepero falls down on the top side, and now Lakanai, the only one left. Xiaotu has respawned now as well. But the Jax and the Syndra probably not going to be enough to defend against this 5-man Baron buff push.
Yeah, I think he might just be able to end the game right here. There's still Flash Hook on the Nautilus as well.
Not too sure where Feng's going. Seems like he's off
maybe
on his
they're
own
not playing
adventure.
for end?
Yeah, I feel like they could have. I feel like they're strong enough, but actually, it is a bit dicey, I guess. You know, they are kind of low on HP, and DWT respawn timers actually aren't that long as you'd expect because the game is only at 25 minutes. But sealing for that inner turret as well, which is actually huge in its own right. You know, huge additional cash injection for Feng as well. Picks up the Navori Quick Blades. And you have to point out 1116, 10-0 and 11 on the rise. He's popping off like crazy.
Yeah. Is there the possibility that he gets his scoreline? 1116? No, there isn't. He's got too many assists already. But yeah, so let's see how this one started. I think, again, just feels really desperate. Popping your engage onto Likai, that guy's not killable. And we have to know that by now, because Sante, he just does not die. And then 1116 on the backline, I think he EW's Braum for like half his health bar, and then he's just running into Pepero pretty much the whole time. I mean, you got to feel for the guy. He gets EQ'd for half his health bar.
Yeah, he's literally just walking to melee range, not scared at all. 116 now following up on Konya's engaged. Season just dropped onto the WSL. He's dropped so low. Radiant Virtue popped. Stun does find 116, but he's just so tanky. Saracen Race popped as well. Nordal finds Pepero too. No survivors allowed for the side of Duel's team. Lakanai tried his best to assassinate the president. 116, but not able to find anything in the back. And now Xiaotu again, the lone remaining survivor.
I think so. And BYG, I think they've done it.
Likai's found the angle all out. Xiaotu, hook doesn't connect, but Kino gets the root auto attack. Ace picked up for BYG. Baron buff pushing down on the Nexus towers, and they're going to be able to find that one crucial win up against DWT, pushing themselves to 2 wins so far this split, and that is the turnaround that they needed for sure.
Yeah, wow. Pretty dominating performance from BYG, especially the rise. I mean, what was the score, like 12-0-16 or something? I mean, my guy was going crazy.
Oh man, if he had 11 kills and then 16 assists, it could have been, you know,
yeah, it was close.
That way. Damn. Almost a miracle, but I'm sure they're happy with the win as well. It's not too bad. Not too bad of a pickup. And it's definitely just a big morale boost. You know, you can see smiles on their faces now. They're definitely happy that they've managed to find a little bit of the way out of the rut that they seem to be in. And really just the performance all across the map. You know, it feels like Duel's team were really just outmatched in all 5 roles.
Yeah, I think especially through mid, I feel like Xiaotu, you know, he gets He has his flash blown into the early gank. He then doesn't respect the support roam. And then in that first early skirmish, they really kind of fell behind. I think, yeah, the first skirmish wasn't just Zhao2's fault, admittedly. There was like a lot of things going on in that fight. But I think, yeah, you can't afford to just have these random deaths and just random loss of pressure. You're losing your flash and stuff like that on the Syndra. It's, you know, it's a champ that you really need to keep pressure up on your lane. And if you lose that, it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, DWT, it feels like they had drafted something that would have worked well for them, you know, strong skirmishing champions, lots of CC, I mean, lots of setup as well, but you could see the frustration on, you know, the coach for DWT. It really just sucks when you're not able to quite execute on that the way you want to.
Yeah, especially, again, coming back to that first skirmish, it really was a disaster where they get initial good engage and then they just focus completely different targets.
Yeah.
I think that's something that, you know, a lot of the time you think, okay, the team's just not on the same page, but just straight up in that moment, there's not enough time to communicate everything that needs to be communicated. At some point, individual skill comes into the equation and just says, you know, if you don't know which targets to focus, you're going to, you know, struggle against these teams that just have better players than you.
Yeah, BYG really just asserting their dominance, you know. They were a 1-3 team, but it really didn't feel like it in that game, you know. They're both sitting at the same scoreline. Just a huge dominating win for them.
Yeah, must feel good to pick that one up. It's definitely more like their day one performance, right? Where they just come out the gates, just destroy CFO, that we keep bringing up because, I mean, that's the hardest we've seen CFO get annihilated in a while, right? Yeah. I mean, it's pretty big. And I think MVP for this game has to go to 1116, right? He must have done some absurd amount of damage this game as well. Because even in that last fight, I think he did 7,000 damage or something ridiculous. I think we get into some highlights here. Oh yeah, so this fight, where they engage on a Feng, I mean, it's as good as you can pretty much get. I think the Syndra, if you'd put a ball on the ground before and picked
You're
it
really
up,
upset about that.
I mean, it would have been a kill, and it would have saved them so much time, so...
I mean, to their merit, you know, Kino did do a good job of stalling long enough for Feng to find his way out, you know, hitting a 3-4-man knockup with his ultimate. Really does seal the deal for them in this fight.
Yeah, and then off the back end of this, Kongue...
That is such a cool angle to find. I never would have spotted that.
Yeah, and then also 1116 put out so much damage in that team fight. And take a look at the damage graphs.
Goodness.
It really is just the Rise and Zeri show here. And yeah, you know, in this game, we had, what, a total of 38 kills in 27 minutes? That was a
bloodbath.
Crazy game, yeah.
Yeah, but you can tell from the gold lead just how in control BYG were at every step of that game. Picking up 31 kills for the team, 4 dragons, so early on as well. That must be the earliest Soul we've seen.
I think so, and also approaching, what, 17k gold lead at the end? I mean, that's pretty ridiculous. It's kind of crazy how quick gold leads get out of control, right? Like, you can be sitting at that kind of that 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for a while, and suddenly, you know, you win a fight, get Baron, take their camps, take some towers, and now you're up like 8,000 gold just like that, and that's an almost insurmountable lead.
Yeah, and it sucks because, you know, for DWT, there were like so many of those small skirmishes where there was potential for them to turn it around, but like you mentioned, individual skill does play a factor, and ultimately, you know, they fall a bit too far behind. They just get stat checked. MVP, of course, going over to 1116, 12-0-13. That is a nice KDA to look at.
Yeah, 35% of his team's damage as well as 81% KP, and 5,000 of that gold lead was on him alone over his opponent. So, yeah, very impressive performance by him. Yeah, no complaints from me.
Yeah, definitely just... He really did prove he was the better mid laner over Zhao2. You know, Zhao2 got caught out like quite a few times early on in the early laning phase, and you really can't afford that when you're in, you know, that Syndra versus Rise matchup, and especially as well in those skirmishes, he wasn't able to find the damage or the angles really.
Yeah, I think in team fights, you know, Rise against that many kind of short range melee champs just continually can just drop the EQ on him over and over for max damage.
Yeah, but of course this game has, or this day rather, has been a roller coaster. J Team taking out Sen9 WPE in the first game. PSG Talon getting another win, bringing themselves to the 4-1 club, as well as CTBC Flying Oyster and Frank Esports. And of course, BYG picking up their last win as well. Taking a look at the standings now. 4-1 for 3 teams. Deep Cross Gaming, Impunity Esports, and J Team all sitting at 3-2 now, looking to try and climb that a little bit further. Mega Bank Beyond Gaming also not too far behind, but you know, there is starting to be a clear divide between those bottom teams. Jewish Team, Helpix, and CM9 WPE. It sucks because, you know, I feel like this ladder doesn't really reflect, you know, how close they've been in some of these games. You know, they've had some real moments where it looked like they could have taken the game, but ultimately a loss is a loss. And tomorrow's matches, of course, Frank Esports going up against CS9W, followed by Helpix versus Deep Cross Gaming, and Impunity Esports versus PSG Talon. Now that one should be interesting because Impunity, they haven't looked the strongest right now, so gonna be a big one for PSG Talon to pick up if they can find it. Followed by fourth game, Jewish Team going up against CFO, and last but not least, BYG once again on their last match for the day against J Team. I think they've had the last match for a few days in a row now. That's the buffed slot, I guess.
Game 3 for me is really interesting because, as we said, Impunity, they enter the week at 3-0 and they've already lost 2 games this week. And PSG, I mean, at least in current form, looks stronger than Impunity. So will we see them go from 3-0 undefeated to actually just 3-3 middle of the pack in a single week? I mean,
yeah,
it'd be pretty crazy.
So much can happen, right? We're almost, I guess we are actually at the halfway point for, you know, this first round robin. So a lot of these wins are going to start, you know, racking up for them. And teams are slowly starting to climb their way up. You know, we've got 3 teams now tied for first place. All of that can change very quickly by the end of the week.
Yeah, 100%. It will be interesting to see, you know, where these teams end up just after tomorrow, because they're still close enough to each other that there can be quite a lot of movement in the standings. You know, there's no one that's pulling crazy far ahead on 6 wins. So, yeah, could be a lot of movement.
Yeah, I mean, I asked you this question yesterday, but I'll ask you again today. See if it's changed. Who do you think is going to end up in first place? Not at the end of the split, but at the end of the first round robin.
I think CFO and PSG both put, like, they look pretty confident, pretty strong right now. But I would have said Impunity last week, and look where they are.
Yeah, it does feel like CFO and PSG are the front runners. Frank Esports kind of that dark horse as well, you know, still sitting in that first place tied spot. So still lots to unfold, but that is going to be all today for week 2, day 2. We've still got one more day's worth of matches tomorrow to finish off the week, but there has been a Melk and Shock signing off for tonight after a great night of games, and we'll catch you guys all again tomorrow night.